Going on, guys? How you doing, guys? Happy Tuesday. I'm sending out positivity to each and every last one of you guys that are in the chat for today. We're gonna have a great damn episode today. This topic, I I'm not gonna lie to you guys. It's not for you old folks. It's not for you millennials. It's not for you baby boomers. It's not for you Gen Xers. This topic is really for the younger generation, particularly, teenagers, young 20s, and it's very important. It is. Stop teaching slavery, Jim Crow, excuse me, guys, Harriet Tubman, and embrace futurism or Afro-Futurism. And I'm going to tell you why. There was a scientific experiment done many years ago. It involved flies, right? The scientists put the flies in a jar and they capped the jar off with a lid. The flies eventually died, but they had offspring. And then the offspring were still in the jar. And then those offspring had children too, or offsprings, or they had their own offspring. Then eventually, the scientist opened up the jar. And do you know what the third or fourth generation of flies did? They flew no higher than the lid when the lid was on. So the lid was off and the flies did not fly out of the jar. Guys, use that scientific experiment and follow the discussion today. Hear me out. You ever noticed, and hear me out for a minute, you ever noticed that they bombard you with slave movies? You ever notice that especially white liberals love talking about the woe is me black person? I'm going to tell you guys, do you know how easy it is to enslave people mentally? Guys, if you're young, if you're about 14, 15, 16, 17, you really should be in school by now. But this is for you. And I'm going to be completely honest with you. Harriet Tubman didn't exist. Slavery. The only thing that you people know about slavery is what you see on TV. There are a lot of older black Americans. Ask them about Jim Crow. I bet you they will tell you that it was better during Jim Crow than it is now. They will tell you that it was better during segregation than it is now. Guys, the only thing that you know about history is through the game of telephone, what you heard from somebody or what they heard from somebody. You weren't a slave. You can't convince me to believe that a 5'2" black woman was out here saving people, going to different plantations with an Elmer Fudd musket. It ain't happening. But they're telling you these things, not just the liberal media, not just white liberals, but blacks who love the notion of being victims, love the notion of being lazy and blaming things on slavery. They're telling you these things because misery loves company. Misery loves company, guys. And the reason why you need to embrace Afro-Futurism is because of this. Look at all of these successful ethnic groups. Look at the successful countries. Look at Japan. Look at China. Look at Germany. When they started to develop industry, when they started to develop infrastructure, when they looked towards the future, that's when their societies became better. Do you think that in Japan right now, in Tokyo, there's some samurais walking around with swords and kimonos on? No. So why are you wearing dashikis? If you're young, ask somebody this question. Why are you wearing dashikis, beating on drums, talking about the ancestors? What did the ancestors do? What did they really do for you? What does knowing about Harriet Tubman do for you? What does knowing about Mansa Musa do for you? Embrace the future. Embrace science, mathematics, engineering, technology. It will set you free. Guys, do you honestly think, hear me out for a minute. Now, guys, please hit that like button, guys. And please, I know this is going to be, but guys, remember now, this isn't for you old people. This is for the young generation. Do you honestly believe that when man really starts to travel into the stars, do you honestly believe that you are going to be on some ship talking about the ancestors? You are going to be on some ship talking about some voodoo or vodun. The future is about science, and it's about discovery and exploration. The characters in the thumbnail, though every single character on that thumbnail is from the franchise Star Trek. And in Star Trek, they show you black people who are scientists, explorers, mathematicians, individuals who have power on a galactic scale, a part of something that is greater than them. They're not talking about woe is me, ancient Africa. They're not talking about the ancestors. They're not talking about being slaves. That thing, or those talking points keep you behind. When I was a teacher, hear me out. When I was a teacher, I used to only emphasize talking about the future. If there was a problem in the class, I would say get over it, look towards the future. Look beyond what previously happened. A lot of black people, not just African Americans, but Caribbeans, Brazilians, continental Africans are stuck in the past. And what has that done for you? Nothing. Could you imagine if Steve Jobs was stuck in the past? Could you imagine? Could you imagine if the Ford family was stuck in the past? You would still be driving around a Model T Ford. Yeah. Yeah, my granddaddy, he built the Model T Ford, and we ain't never gonna develop a better car. You see, embracing Afro-Futurism, embracing the idea and the notion that maybe in the future, black people will be superior mathematically, be superior scientifically. Maybe that will free your mind now, thinking about the future. Instead of always downplaying the nerds, the black nerds, and making fun of the black nerds, maybe you should start pedestalizing the black nerds. You want to know why? Do you know how many inventions came about through Star Trek? Now, when I was a kid growing up, I used to love watching Star Trek in the 90s, the late 80s, early 90s. A lot of the concepts, a lot of the technologies on Star Trek. Do you know that those technologies in Star Trek are realities now? You see, these people are thinking about the future. They're not thinking about the past. Could you imagine if white people walked around thinking about their ancient Viking ancestors getting conquered? Could you imagine how ridiculous that would be? They think about the future. The future is about building. The future is about establishing order and doing things on a greater scale than previous generations. Our ancestors were primitive. Our ancestors literally walked on gold, literally walked on diamonds, literally had mountains. There's mountains in Africa that have 65 to 70% iron ore. Do you know what that builds? Do you know what you get from iron ore? You get steel. Could you imagine if our ancient ancestors thought about the future and smelted steel at a full scale, we would have had skyscrapers 700 or 1,000 years before the white man did. Could you imagine if we would have used diamond for technology? We would have had the computer age before the white man did. You gotta put the Afro-Futurist on the pedestal. This is not for you Generation Xers. This is not for you millennials. So if you don't like what I'm saying, tune out. Don't even view this video. This is for the 15-year-old kids, the 16-year-old kids who are being lied to every day, who are being told that they are slaves, who are being told to that they are oppressed. You're not oppressed. You're not a slave. I see J Joe with the $5 super chat. He says chaotic is the same one who said dating snow bunnies is like being in heaven every day and are genetically inferior to snow. I never said that, sir. I never said that. I never said that. But thank you for the super chat. Thank you so much. Now I'm gonna drop the link. I'm gonna stir the pot. But the fact of the matter is that there are individuals that are thinking about the future, that are black, that are thinking about future possibilities, future technologies, future scientific endeavors. Do you know who they are? Neil deGrasse Tyson is one of them. He's one of the most famous scientists on the planet. Now, is he famous for is he famous for discovering something? No. He's famous for popularizing science again. Sylvester James Gates, a theoretical physicist, black. These people are thinking about theoretical concepts that may seem a little bit out in left field right now. But in the future, there's going to be technological devices that are going to be able to open up wormholes. That's what Sylvester James Gates and Neil deGrasse Tyson are into right now. You already have the Hadron Collider in Switzerland. Society is moving towards the stars. You don't want to be left behind gang banging and shooting dice while these people are mining asteroids for material. You don't want to be left behind because right now you think that ain't never gonna happen. You don't want to be left behind learning some social science nonsense, some African studies nonsense, and these people are literally planning on colonizing Mars, colonizing Europa, colonizing star systems outside of this star system. I know it seems mind-boggling right now. But did you see what that new telescope did? That Webb telescope? It photographed, it literally took a picture, the size of a grain of sand. And in that picture were thousands of galaxies in that picture. This is what these people are doing. And while you're sitting in the back talking about drama and what your ancestors did, don't you see you're being played a fool? You're being played a fool. Hit that Cash App. I mean, not Cash App. Hit the, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for hitting the super chat. J. Joe says the Moors are the ones who civilized Europe. The plague almost wiped Europe out, but they're supposed to be. They're not gods to me, sir, and they will never be. But thank you so much for the super chat. The glue guy says, shout out to CT. Didn't know Neil deGrasse Tyson was from the projects. Yeah. Let me tell you something. Do you know what science fiction inspires? It inspires hope. It inspires ideas. Do you know how many black kids who are in the sciences were inspired by seeing black people playing characters about in the future? Do you know Macy Jameson, the first black astronaut? Do you know who inspired her? It was seeing Uhura on Star Trek in the 60s. She saw a black woman who wasn't a mammy, who wasn't playing a damn slave in a movie. She saw a black woman who was refined, who was in shape, and who was on the bridge crew of the most famous ship in the Star Trek franchise. That inspired her, and she became an astronaut. Wouldn't you want your daughters to become an astronaut instead of an OnlyFans porn star stripper? Afro-Futurism will inspire black kids to be better than what they are. It will. Jules Verne, in his book, A Thousand Leagues Under the Sea, I think that's what it was. I could be wrong. And please, somebody correct me if I'm wrong. A Thousand Leagues Under the Sea. Do you know what that did? It inspired people to create the submarine. Do you know that the concept of the helicopter was drawn by Galileo 500 years before the helicopter existed? Guys, the white man, he's a futurist. Yeah, a lot of these concepts and technological devices may seem crazy at first. Steve Jobs was seemed as crazy when he said, "I would like to fit a computer in the size of a pocket, in the size of a wallet." But if you believe in God, like a lot of you claim you do, even God himself said that you can do anything that you put your mind to. So always talking about drama and and nonsense and sex, that's primitive behavior. That's behavior that should be left in the past. Do you see East Indians in this country wearing their traditional garbs talking about Krishna? Oh, I got to believe in Krishna. No, no, they have embraced the sciences. They have embraced the technologies. They are thinking about the future. None of you people know, well, some of you do, but the masses of people don't even know the characters that are even on that damn thumbnail. But everybody knows who Ghost is on Power, a murderer, a drug dealer, a thug. But you don't know Captain Cisco, a military man, a science officer, a father, and a person that, even though he is a fictional character, he sets an example for what black men should be. I'm going to drop that link. I'm going to drop the link, and I may do a panel. But if you are a crybaby and if you don't want to listen to other perspectives and opinions, get out of here. Get out of here. We don't even need you today. We don't even need you. But I am doing this episode for the children, not for you old mother. I'm almost cursed. I don't want to curse. But I'm not doing this episode for you. You can't teach old dogs new tricks. And you millennials, you boomers, you Gen Xers are pretty much old dogs. If you want to continue to believe that you are a slave, if you want to continue to believe that you're living under Jim Crow, if you want to continue to believe that you're oppressed, and if you want to relax watching slave movies, fine, do it. But stop teaching these children that they were slaves. They were not. Stop teaching these children lies about a fat, short black woman with an Elmer Fudd musket. Stop it. Doesn't even make any damn sense. TEC says, "Oh, chaotic. You said my favorite word, theoretical." Absolutely. Absolutely. If you are a young parent out there listening to me, have your children watch science fiction. Have your children look up to actual black scientists right now and mathematicians right now. There's a mathematician. His name is Jabari. What's his name? Let me look him up real quick. I'm losing my mind here. Hold on for a second. Give me a second. Guys, please hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. There's a mathematician Give me 1 second, guys. I should have had this already on the screen, but I don't. I apologize about that, guys. Have your children watch science fiction. Have your children pursuing the sciences, pursuing mathematics. Have your children admiring Black people or conceptualize Black people of the future. If you have a Black daughter, have her watch Uhura in Star Trek. If you have a Black son, have him watch Benjamin Sisko in Star Trek instead of Ghost on Power. You got a 7-year-old watching a drug dealing murderer. If you have a young child, don't have them watch 12 Years a Slave. Don't put that negative, demonic nonsense into their head that they were slaves. They weren't slaves. You weren't a slave. Your grandmother wasn't a slave. And to be completely honest with you, slavery did not exist on the same scale that's presented in these movies. But I know a lot of you want to believe it, though. A lot of you want to be victims. I'm going to drop that link in a minute. Give me a second. She says, J. Joe says, CT, since you're a futuristic person, why are you in a country built by foundational Black Americans instead of fixing your own country? You sound crazy, man. You sound absolutely crazy, sir. You didn't build anything, sir. Foundational Black Americans didn't build New York. They didn't build the skyscrapers there. They didn't smelt the iron ore and turn it into steel. Stop it. TEC says, oh man, you got me excited right now. I like this conversation. Yeah. Afro-Futurism. Believing in the notion that Blacks in the future will be better than what we are now. Our ancestors were primitive. Stop looking back at them. They were dumb. And hopefully our descendants will say the same thing about us. You know, Chaotic was dumb. He was a primitive. He was a primate. I'm wishing for the day that one of my great grandchildren say that while they're on a starship mining an asteroid or on some diplomatic mission outside of this solar system, or building the Dyson sphere around the star or our sun. It's about human evolution, not just with whites, but with Blacks and everybody else. We have to be better than our ancestors, and always thinking about them will keep you behind. Yeah, it'll keep you behind. The Japanese, they ain't talking about their ancestors anymore. They're not. They used to, but they're not. That's what kept them back. Go to some Greek person and say, hey, man, what do you think about Alexander the Great? They'll say, who? Alexander the Great conquered most of the Mediterranean. But go to somebody who claims to be Greek. Ask them about Alexander the Great. A lot of you like hanging out with Italians. Ask any Italian, hey, what do you think about the Colosseum of Rome and what the Romans did? They'll say, what are you talking about? Do they respect the past? Yeah. Do I respect the past? Sure. But I'm not about to sit there and worship it. It's the past. And what we have going on now is better. Any stadium right now in America is better than a Colosseum of Rome. You know why? Because we've evolved. Could you imagine if we still built like that? You wouldn't be able to have 150,000 people watching a football game on Saturday. Don't get me wrong, the Colosseum of Rome is really great. But in terms of scale, it's nothing compared to the Ohio State football stadium. It's nothing compared to any NFL stadium. Because these people think about the future. And a lot of you people, not just Black people, you're so in love with the past. Well, if you're so in love with the past, why aren't you driving a Model T Ford car made in 1908 or 1910? If you're so in love with the past, okay. If you're so loving with the past, why don't you wear bell bottoms like your granddaddies did? because you're full of it. The purpose of being a human is to evolve mentally, physically, culturally. It's to evolve. Your children or your great grandchildren right now at 5 and 6 years old should know the quadratic formula. Your grandchildren right now, instead of listening to rap, instead of being on their iPads looking at nonsense, should be learning how molecules work. Period. Those blacks, these conceptualized blacks on these programs like Star Trek and Star Wars, it is common in these storylines for them to know basic science, basic mathematics at young, early ages. Thank you guys so much for the super chats. I'm gonna get to them. Give me 1 second, guys. Give me 1 second. Let me go over the super chats. I see Woke Quill says, glad you did this topic, Afro-Futurism, slave fan fiction, or Slav fan fiction, excuse me. More Sun Ra. Ooh, Parliament, less drill music. Blacks used to push boundaries. Now we push trauma. Yeah, selling slavery, selling the past. What better way to conquer people than to have them constantly thinking that they're a slave? Guys, your DNA is 100,000 years. You're being brainwashed to only look at 200 years of history that may not even have happened on a scale. And the only reason why you think it happened is because you watched a movie. Give me a second. J. Joe says, foundational Black Americans built DC, Los Angeles, Chicago, and other cities. What are you talking about? Go fix your country instead of fleeing to ours and talking trash. You wouldn't be here if it was not for FBAs. Sir, you wouldn't be on this computer if it wasn't for the white man. Now stop. Guys, this conversation is not for you. J. Joe, thank you so much for your super chats, man. Listen, the Lapeef Network really appreciates it, man. And hopefully you stick around. You know, I don't want you to unsubscribe because of me. But listen, man, you're not a 15, 16-year-old kid. This is not for you. This message is not for you, man. You're probably a millennial, Gen Xer, or even worse, a baby boomer. You want to believe so much that your ancestors were tortured and that you went through something and that you still live in Jim Crow and you're oppressed, but you're not. You live in a first world country, sir. You live in a country that is far superior to any other country on the planet. And what I'm saying, sir, refute what I'm saying. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong about anything that I'm saying. Why shouldn't you look at future concepts of living through TV showing depictions of African people that are technologically superior than what we are now? Why not? I told you, Macy Jameson, whom a lot of you probably don't know, the first Black astronaut, she looked at a TV program, Star Trek, and became an astronaut because she saw a Black woman in it that was a science officer on the starship. Nichelle Nichols is just an actress, but Macy Jameson was inspired by this actress who played this Black character, an Afro-futurist. Give me a second. Guys, thank you so much for coming to the Lapeef Network. Guys, this is an awesome, and I mean awesome show. I'm so glad that you guys are here, guys. Please hit that like button. Please subscribe to the channel. You guys are some of the best audience on the mean streets of YouTube. Thank you guys so much. NDB says our ancestors built the chattel slavery system here. Shout out. Yeah. I'm going to drop the link, guys. I'm only going to do one by one. And please cam up and let's discuss this topic. But again, guys, I keep saying that this is not for you. This episode is not for you. It's not for the 30-year-olds. It's not for the 40-year-olds. It's not for the 50-year-olds. And you already know it's not for them old Blacks. It's for these young kids. I'm tired of these kids believing that they were slaves. I'm tired of these kids believing that they were oppressed. Because the problem with teaching this nonsense is that they go throughout life believing that they are oppressed and they never reach their full potential. Start telling these kids that, hey, you know what? One day you're going to travel through the stars. See how different these kids start acting. Hey, man, one day you're going to leave the soul system. I know these concepts are hard for you old folks to understand and conceptualize, but these things are coming. These things are actually coming. Dude, think about this. The atomic bomb, right? Could you imagine going 100 years before the atomic bomb was invented and telling people that? They'll look at you like you're crazy. And I know, just like a lot of you are looking at me like I'm crazy now. But guys, we are entering into the space age. Every damn week, Elon Musk is going into space. But there was a time when NASA only went into space once or twice a damn year. Don't you see the frequency of space travel now? It's important. It is absolutely important, guys, to embrace these concepts. I want to point out that D Touch says, "Sir, Mark Dean holds 9 patents as a co-creator of the IBM personal computer. A black man. That's perfectly fine. I'm not discrediting that. But what I am saying is that a lot of things that are taking place now, like somebody said, drill music, primitive shit, talking about murdering one another. That's primate shit. That is primitive stuff. This culture of not embracing science and math and reasoning is keeping us behind. Give me a second, guys. I'm still in the building. Hold on for 1 second. I'm trying to drop this link. Give me 1 second. Okay, I'm gonna. Oh, Wana says teaching slavery teaches a victim mindset. It does. Listen, when I was a teacher, man, I had kids who were born in the year 2003 telling me that they were oppressed, telling me that they can't do math because they were oppressed. These kids watched the slave movie. These kids have some dumb family member telling them these lies. And now they take this into the school and justify the fact that they can't do pre-algebra because a ancient ancestor whom they never met, by the way, was supposedly in chattel slavery. Stop it. That's the hazard of learning these things. Thank you so much, JR, for dropping the StreamYard link, because I can't drop it from my perspective. Jonathan says, and salute to you, Jonathan. Jonathan says, I is a victim, as in a slave voice. CT, please acknowledge me. I is special. Please give me a cookie. Absolutely. Absolutely. You cannot go to other groups of people and listen, go to some Armenian and tell them about their past. They care less. Go to some German and tell them about some past history. They could care less. I hate to say this, man, but when you walk past other groups of people, they're not talking drama. They're not talking about what such and such said last week. When you walk past other groups of people, yeah, so my son is going to go to Harvard next fall, and I see, that's what you listen, that's what you hear. But see, when you walk past us, it's always drama, always about who did what 5 years ago. That's the problem. And then when people say, well, the Jews talk about the Holocaust, you don't even know that. The mass of these Jewish American kids don't even talk about nothing like that. Give me a second, guys. Let me read these super chats. Give me 1 second. Darius says, it is realistic to make science and math cool in modern day Black culture. Yes, it is. It's going to be really hard for science to compete with Power and Medea. Laugh out loud. Yeah. Power and Medea. Medea is a character based off of a caricature of a Black fat woman 100 years ago. This is what they are pushing. They want you to think that Black women are some loudmouth. Well, some of Black women are, but they want you to believe that Black women are these loudmouth, violent women with guns. That's what Tyler Perry wants you to do. I see you guys in the back. Give me a second, guys. Instead of promoting science fiction with Black women in science fiction roles, like Alfre Woodard in Star Trek First Contact, who was a scientist who developed faster than light technology. They don't support. Nobody listen. Go to the average person and ask them, hey, what character did Alfre Woodard play in Star Trek? They wouldn't even know. They wouldn't know what you're talking about. Then they wouldn't even care. But ask them about a Medea movie. Oh yeah, she was about to, shoot up such and such. They'll tell you like it's almost. They will explain a scene in this movie like it's damn real. So why not talk about something that will at least inspire you? Fatty, thank you so much, Fatty, for the super chat. Fatty says being a slave was a choice. Oh, I believe that too. I believe that. What's up, man? You're on mute. What's up?
Hey.
What's going on, man? How you doing?
Can you hear me, Chaotic?
Loud and clear, man. Go ahead, sir.
All right. Hey, welcome. Well, thank you for having me on. I'm glad you welcomed.
Forgot about Guinan. Go ahead, sir. You got the floor.
Okay, yeah, I'm glad you welcomed me on. I just want to preface just a few things. I want to make a few points before I kind of maybe challenge you on a few things. Okay.
Go ahead.
One, I am ADOS. Two, maybe you. And
your
three,
phone froze up. Your phone
I've
froze
spent
up.
the latter.
Your phone froze up.
Let me get close.
You said yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Saying, let me go to the back. I'll get close to the Wi-Fi.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
No, I was saying, so one, I'm Gen X, right? So I think there are some things.
One of the worst generations.
Gen Xers that I thought was quite curious.
Yeah.
Two, I am also a person who has spent the latter part of about 4+ years creating Afro-Futurism content, particularly in the Black manosphere, right?
Go ahead, sir.
And I would say three, I'm also ADOS.
Yeah.
So I think what I'm about to say is going to maybe blow a few holes in some of the things that you were saying, because I hear a lot of Afro-Futurism references to fictional works, right? And what I challenge you on as an ADOS Gen Xer, who, by the way, if you haven't noticed, the majority of your large tech companies largely are run by Gen Xers, right? So that's an interesting observation that you would have, given that even, say, the Alphabet / Google platform upon which YouTube operates was started by Gen Xers, right? Bezos was a Gen Xer, and Steve Jobs was an Xer, and I'm an Xer, and in a minute I'll cam up and show you what I do, right? But I think it's laughable to propose a science fiction based idea of Afro-Futurism and not a literal objective one based on fourth industrial technologies. So
you didn't listen to a word.
Happen to know?
Go ahead.
I was going to say, would you happen to know what, say, like the cornerstones of fourth industrial technologies are based on?
No, I don't. But you didn't listen to a word that I said, though, sir. I
actually have been listening.
Actually, you haven't, because I literally said that the idea of following fictional Afro-Futurism will provide for realistic and practical behavior. I gave an example with Macy. I gave an example with Macy Jameson. I said, now, sir, wait a minute.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I said, no, wait a minute. I said that Macy Jameson, who is an actual astronaut, the first Black astronaut, female, I said that she was inspired by a fictional or science fiction franchise, which is Star Trek. She viewed the character Uhura, who was a Black woman, who was in a position of power, who was an officer. She viewed a fictional person and applied that. She was inspired by that and applied that into her actual world. The same thing applies with what I was saying about resources in Star Trek that I'm pretty sure you watch Star Trek, being in the tech field, sir. They use resources.
Not particularly, but go ahead.
They use a resource called dilithium they use that so that they can travel through the stars, right? I said that it is important that we embrace science and mathematics so that one day our future descendants will be mining asteroids, and they will be doing these things without the help of other groups of people. That's all I'm saying. I said that we are going into that age. I literally said that.
Well, okay. No. And I'm not going to say disagree with any of that, but my question to you had more to do with actual application, like how do we literally apply an Afrofuturist concept. And so the first thing I asked you was, are you familiar with fourth industrial technology? Fourth industrial technologies, because that's what all of that is going to be built and based upon. No, I mean, I'm just getting the words out right. Now, so for example, you'll give me a fictional character on Star Trek. I'm going to give you Professor James Gates at the University of Maryland. Okay, he heads their.
So you mean I named Sylvester James Gates? I named him earlier.
No. Professor Jim or James Gates.
Oh, James Gates. Okay, go ahead, sir. You got the floor.
Right. Then there's also Professor Ronald Mallett. Professor James Gates is literally your modern day savant and father of quantum theory and mechanics. He's the guy who discovered Andrinka codes. For any of you guys listening, go look that up.
I know.
Okay, but wait, he's ADOS. So let's start there, right? And then you have Ronald Mallett, who has created the first workable.
Let me get him the fuck up out of here, because I normally don't do this. I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying, sir. I literally am saying that we should embrace the sciences, embrace mathematics. I named contemporary Black people in the sciences and mathematics. I don't know what you keep telling me that these people are ADOS for. I named 2 ADOS people. I named Neil deGrasse Tyson and I named Sylvester James Gates. What are we arguing about here? I named contemporary Black people, people who are right now. I named them. What you're trying to argue with me for what? I literally said that these people should be admired. I said 2 African Americans, ADOS, who should be admired by Blacks. So I hate camming people down, but what the fuck were you arguing with me for about? What's up, man?
Hey, what's going on?
Go ahead.
I think he had some important things he wanted to say. I'm sorry you had to cut him off, or you feel like you got so frustrated about his information that you needed to cut him off. I think we can chew the meat and spit out the bones at the same time.
Go ahead.
I don't think we need to.
Jay, your mic is you froze up. You froze up.
Okay, give me a second.
Go ahead. No, I'll give you a second. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. So what I'm saying is, we don't need to step on people to make our points. Our point should cover that within itself. If it's so amazing and if it's so thought-provoking, then it'll speak for itself. So you don't have to talk about the ancestors and all that. I would like to know how many times you ever talked to your children about a Dogon tribe.
I used to talk about the Dogon tribe who founded.
Okay, so they first, if you want to believe, to map out the solar system, where the white man didn't even know that there was a missing star until 10 years ago. So
yeah, I'm very familiar with the Dogon tribe.
Okay, so you understand what I'm saying? I'm just saying our history is so rich and to the mind that we have thousands of years, and some would say millions of years before. And then one thing I'm gonna tell you as a DJ, when it comes down to science, my brother, there's a double-edged sword. And scientists are talking about that there's really no time at all. We're all living at the same time. Everything is.
Jay, okay, your mic keeps going in and out. Okay, again, I'm very familiar with the Dogon tribe. I actually did I did extensive paperwork and research on the Dogon tribe in Mali. The Dogon tribe, yes, I don't know how they got the information. A lot of people speculate that they got it from when they were in ancient Egypt. And a lot of people believe that those Dogon tribal people are actually descendants of the Egyptians. Could be. I have no idea. But here goes the thing. The Dogon did not develop a space program. The Dogon did not develop industry at all. The Dogon lived like it's a Stone Age. So whether they have knowledge of this star, which they do, so what? What did it do?
Okay, what I'm saying is, without them knowing the information they know, someone had to come behind them and try to build machinery so they can discover for what they already knew. So what I'm saying about me as a DJ back in 1970s, I seen a lot of the. Can you still hear me? My
Yeah, you
computer has
good.
just been rebooting back up, so it might cut out a second, but I think I got something important. I'm not here to attack you where you from and all that. I think some people who use that time to
And
have a
that's what he was
discussion.
doing. He kept saying
Uh,
ADOS for a
okay.
reason.
Well,
Yeah,
what I'm just saying, I'm not here to attack you. I'm here to listen to you and to have the conversation. And I
absolutely.
think that's the best way that you we have gone. We have had some past, but I think that was mostly a joking, beating on our chest. But when you start to have deep conversations that's going to impact our community, which some think we don't have one, I think this is the time to have the discussion. This is the time to have the serious conversation. And so, what I'm saying about electronics, see, one thing I know about science, the more you get into electronics, the more it makes the human mind lazy. That's why the average person can't remember 10 telephone numbers now, because we do have the smartphone. And you might have said, what machines now? And so there's nothing wrong with evolution and all that, but I am one to believe when you start talking about the negative particle and the wheels, they own and not just have one, they have, I think, up to 6 now. So don't think you think these boomers are just sitting around and not knowing information, not understanding science, because a lot of these old boomers and stuff, they really was speaking in common language, but they were speaking a lot of science and they were dropping a lot of science. So I appreciate the conversation, my brother. I got some things I need to do. I hope the next time that you come on and I have more time to speak, but I just ask you to be cautious how you try to get your point over. You don't need to step on people to get your point over. Just get your point over. And that should have enough clarification where a person could be interested in it without stepping on a history of people. And and don't forget this. The Roman Colosseum has been up for what? How many years? Take one of our Colosseums that you are so prominent to say they're so much better and let them be in the wilderness for them same many years and see how nature would take over them and bring them down very quickly. And so I seen one of the what's his name? He did a channel where he went into one of these old stadiums, and I'm telling you, the stuff they build today, you might think it's greater, but I'll
I think Jay's Wi-Fi. I don't know what's going on with his
all
Wi-Fi.
right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Anytime you invent something to relieve the human mind of its own intelligence, you are really, really going down the wormhole. And that's what you have to be cautious about.
Thank you so much, Jay. Guys, please get the likes up. Please get the please subscribe to the
Peace,
channel. Peace, man.
peace, love,
Yep,
and always strive for the truth.
absolutely. Um, like I was saying before, this conversation isn't for Gen Xers. It's not for boomers. It's not for millennials. It's not for you guys. The first gentleman got on here, and people will say that, oh, I got him out of here. People will say that, oh, he was getting at you. The man, for some reason, was telling me things that I already knew. Do you not know? I know who created Alphabet. I know who created Google. I know who. Well, that's Google. I know that Jeff Bezos is a boomer. But the fact of the matter is, again, and I keep on saying it, we have a culture that does not embrace mathematics and science, reasoning and logic full scale. We just don't have that culture. And what I am saying is, for the younger generation, is that it's up to you, the 16, 17, 18-year olds, to look at the future, not look at the past. Jay got on here. I'll admit, he mentioned the Dogon tribe. I'm very familiar with the Dogon tribe, but the Dogon tribe were living and still live like it's the Stone Age. They, despite the fact that they know about the missing star between Sirius A and Sirius B, that doesn't mean anything because it did nothing to advance their society. And so what I keep on saying is that as a culture, we need to embrace mathematics, science, logic, and reasoning full scale. It needs to be a part of our daily life to create industry, to create to create everything that we are utilizing right now. And there's nothing wrong with me saying that. And again, if people don't like it, don't watch. My message here is no danger, is no more dangerous. Let's be completely honest with you. Millions of people listen to drill rappers. Drill rappers talk about murdering and killing each other every damn song. Millions of people watch Power that are black. Power is a show that depicts black people who are drug dealers murdering each other every episode. Black people will sit here and promote the worst of us while I'm promoting science fiction, which is innocent. I'm promoting black characters in science fiction, and all of a sudden I need to be ADOS, and I'm being challenged about ADOS in FBA, and that is an absurdity in itself. That's why I said that Gen Xers, Boomers, and Millennials, and I'm a Millennial, are really not welcome. You can still cam up, but the fact of the matter is that you are in your feelings, sir. That's what the reality was about. The fact of the matter is that, yes, hold on, who is this? Give me a second. I see somebody else is here in the panel. Give me a second. Salute to you guys, by the way. Thank you so much for the super chat, G Firm. Shouts out to first gen Black Americans in the chat. Oh, don't do that, because they're gonna get mad at you. And I find that hard, and I find that fascinating that I will be compared to a person that's sending out a bad message when black people literally support the very worst of our culture. I'm supporting the stems. I'm supporting the erasing of a history that is doing nothing for us. Learning about slavery has done nothing for you blacks. Learning about Jim Crow has done nothing for you. Being told that you're oppressed has done nothing for you. What has it done for you learning that you were oppressed, supposedly? I'll tell you what it has done that I've seen. Again, kids in school, little black boys who can barely read, and they're 12th graders. There are grown men that are in their 40s and 50s that still do not use proper punctuation. They don't use proper grammar. So what is all this learning about the past done for you? I bet you Neil deGrasse Tyson knows how to properly speak and use proper grammar. What's up, Trigger Mike? Man, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's going on? How you doing?
I'm pretty good, man. Salute to you.
Yeah, thank you for having me on, man. Just decided to show you some love real quick. I really love the topic.
Absolutely.
And I know you said it's not for millennials, but I had to come in and say that I'm a higher education administrator. Okay, so
you work around a whole bunch of women.
Indeed, you already know, and medical education for that. So it's even higher. So you know, I'm sitting here. Just decided to come in on my lunch, and you know, show you some love. But one of the things that I wanted to drop, me and my brother talk about this, and the culture of anti-intelligence in the black community is run rampant.
Thank you.
And one of the things that I believe we can start doing, instead of, you know, you're pushing the message, and we also need to go a bit deeper with it. So
yes, sir.
As somebody I've taught fundamental math in my beginning years, right? I wasn't exceptionally a good student, so I can see this problem twofold. I see it from both sides. Yes, I wasn't necessarily a good student coming up, and then somehow I ended up at a very high level in higher education because I started to take it seriously and understand a few things once I got out of the military. So someone who is very well versed in math, very educated, can do something in 1 or 2 steps. It takes someone 10 steps to do that isn't well educated in math. And if you take that tidbit that I just said and apply it to everyday life, and you look at people out there and how they struggle to understand, struggle to be efficient, you'll understand what I'm saying better. And you'll look at the different ethnic groups who are very mathematically inclined, very well educated. And you look at the way they maneuver and create opportunities for themselves in society versus those who are not well educated in math and science. So everyone can apply that to their everyday life and just say, I'm not good at math, or I don't take it seriously. I don't think it's necessary. That's what kids are taught now in schools, like to say, what am I going to be using this for in my everyday life? It works. It's a mental it's a mental skill.
They've created these shackles in their brain already. But go ahead. You're hitting on the nail. Go ahead.
So yeah, that's really, what I come to say, and saying it's all important. I'll give you an example. Again, I live in a very extremely affluent neighborhood. Okay. The GPA in my neighborhood is the average is over 4.0. All right. So I was taking my daughter to a math and science center. You know, it has a name, a franchise. I go in there. I don't even see the lady at all. I look to the right. Her banner for MIT was on the wall and Northeastern University. Okay. So I was like, okay, we're in the right spot. All right. And naturally, she was Middle Eastern. She walks out, she's a Middle Eastern woman. And then she goes on ahead to tell me most of her students, the people that she teaches, are of that same heritage, right? So the Asians, South Asian people, all of them, they understand the importance of mathematical inclination, being well educated in the sciences and math. And then you look at the positive things that we attribute them with in society, and we wonder how they got there. So I want everybody to really take that and make the connection about how important it is to, just be educated in on those particular topics. They run society, right? So in most areas, people will think it's the Caucasian people running it. No, in this Houston area, it's the Asians and all of those people running these schools. You know, you have Caucasian people leaving our school district because it's dominated by Asians. So that's how prominent you can be with a good education in math and science. And I highly promote that because I see it at the higher education level as well.
Absolutely. Sir, let me ask you this, and thank you so much for saying what you said. The topic, and you've been on topic, but the topic is, and Acadia, thank you so much for the super chat. Acadia says they want to drive through white man's guilt and pity, which will never be respected. Respected is earned. You know, the topic is basically stop teaching about Harriet Tubman, a short, fat black woman with the Elmer Fudd musket who may not have even existed. It may have been just created to keep blacks in the victim mindset. Stop teaching about slavery, something that none of you Negroes have ever lived through. Stop teaching about Jim Crow, something that none of you have ever lived through. Stop teaching these things. These things create a victim mindset, and start teaching the things that are important. Is it wrong for me to say, instead of looking at a character like Kunta Kinte, why not look at you watch Star Trek, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Why not look at the character of Ben Sisko? It's a fake. It's a fictional character. It's not real, right? It's fictional, right? But who's to say that millions of black boys won't get inspired by this man? Who's to say that? Macy Jameson was inspired by Uhura. She saw this black woman during a time when only black women had mammy roles on screen and said, you know what, Mom, Dad, I want to be an astronaut. Do you know who Ronald McNair is, sir?
Myself?
Yeah.
I haven't heard of him.
Yeah. Well, no disrespect to you, but Ronald McNair, he was the black man on the Space Challenger or the Space Shuttle Challenger. Mm-hmm. Man was incredible. At 34 years old, he had a PhD in some sort of math.
Yeah.
The man was an incredible intellect. Fortunately, he was killed in the 1986
when it blew up. Okay.
Blew up, right? Do you know what inspired? Do you know what inspired him to be an astronaut?
Star Trek.
Science fiction and Star Trek. Star Trek was one of it. Mm-hmm. Seeing blacks in these roles. That's all I'm trying to say here. But the man that who got up earlier, he wanted to argue with me about something that I already agreed upon. So I literally said I named 2 or 3 African Americans, contemporary African Americans, real world African Americans. So what was he trying to prove to me? Well, this is why I say this topic is not for you millennials, you boomers, and you Xers. It's not for you. You're old dogs at this point. Go ahead. You got the floor.
No, you've hit it on it. So I couldn't agree more. And then, I did kind of go off topic a little bit, but that was the original topic that I agree with. You see, I started off by saying we live in a culture of anti-intellectualism. Yeah. And, let me put it out there. I'm Nigerian. Okay. I grew up in a Nigerian household. And
Igbo.
I'm Yoruba. And thank you.
Yeah.
So I tell people all the time, or people that wish to ask, I understand that I grew up in a 2-parent household and I'm privileged.
Yeah.
But when they want to make the distinction between Africans and Black Americans, I tell them exactly what you said. I said, no one ever taught me to be a victim in my
Yeah.
own household. I wasn't told that I was even the same as a white man or any, I was told I was better.
So
I was told I was better than the Asian man.
So hold it right there for a minute. This is why I talk about Afro-Futurism, because Afro-Futurism generally deals with the fiction aspect of science or of African Americans, right? Or of African people. In Star Trek, everyone is equal. In Star Trek, there's no concept of race. In Star Trek, it's about who you are and what you can do for society. Isn't that the same? Now, hear me out for a minute. Isn't this the same vision that Martin Luther King had? He said, did he not say, I would love to live in a future where we're judged by the content of our character and not by the color of our skin?
Yes, he did.
This is a future concept. It's a very revolutionary concept if you consider the fact that historically human beings have always fought over tribes and race, etc. The idea is that I can live in a future where my status in life is determined by my intellect.
Yep.
And this is the importance of Afro-Futurism, in my opinion. Oh, the character Uhura. Is she a prostitute? Is she a drug dealer? Is she a murderer? But blacks, they can name you 50 black characters in a show, talk about it like it's real, and think that's normal. But if you mention, hey guys, why don't we have little black girls watch Uhura, who's an upstanding black woman in this fictional science fiction? Man, that's corny, man.
That's
corny, man.
Absolutely.
Am I lying, sir? Go ahead.
Absolutely. No, it seems convenient to wade in our ignorance as a people. So me and my wife collectively agreed on the trajectory of our children's lives based on that. And we had a twofold problem. You know, we understand she's going to grow up in a 2-parent household, but how do we combat the negative things that she's going to be learning and that victimization mindset that we may not be able to defend because she spends 8 hours a day or however long in school. And, you know, it may be around other black children. And how do we combat that? And I realized that the one thing, as you kind of what you touched on here, that transcends race is excellence. Nobody can do anything about my resume when it's up next to theirs because you don't see my face. And when you look at the blacks and that have really put their stamp on society, I want to tell you a little story. All right. When I was in the Navy Reserve, I just moved to Houston. Okay. I went to my reserve center and everybody said, yo, we got the #1 brain surgeon in our unit now. He's a reservist. So we might be getting deployed real soon. You know, Iraq was still going on and all of that. And everyone was like, who do you think he is? And when is he coming? Nobody knew he had been there for 3 different drill weekends because he was a Nigerian black man sitting right there. So you think excellence is supposed to look like a white man or an Asian man, but it was a Nigerian man sitting there quietly. You can't do nothing with the fact that he was the most successful brain surgeon in 2011 from Boston, Massachusetts area because he was excellent. You can't do nothing with it. His excellence transcended race lines.
Sir,
thank you. So everybody wanted a bit of that excellence. If you needed brain surgery, you wanted it to be done by the person with the best record.
Do you know what Star Trek allowed me to do as a kid?
Mm-hmm.
It allowed me to realize that there are more people on this planet other than just black people. When I was a kid growing up, I grew up, and believe it or not, I grew up around a lot of black people. Do you know that there were kids who had no concept that America had other races of people in it because they lived in the ghetto? Do you realize that?
Oh, yeah.
Now think about a show like Star Trek. Star Trek has thousands of different alien species. And of course, it's a science fiction film, right? When I was watching Star Trek, it really, now mind you, I also knew that there were other races of people and other groups and belief systems. But when you're watching Star Trek, you see, wow, maybe there are other alien species within the universe, right? So that would mean that there are millions of different religions, millions of different perspectives, millions of different governments. And this is one of the reasons why I was so able as a kid to understand that there is more to the world than just black people. There's more to the world than just black culture. There's more to the world than this monolith. I was 7 years old when I realized that. And this is the beauty of a show like that, or this is the beauty of Afro-Futurism, to understand that there's more to this planet than you learning about slavery and being stuck in your neighborhoods. There
Absolutely.
are people out here that literally are climbing Mount Everest right now, that are that are literally living in different countries right now, experiencing different concepts of life. And we have this monolith mindset, like this whole ancestor monolith. Now, Jay in the chat says something about me disrespecting the ancestors. You know why he said that? Because any talk that any critical thinking that goes against the ancestors is viewed as disrespect. Is it really disrespectful for me to say that the Africans were walking on diamonds and never did anything with the diamonds? Because the question is that, am I lying? Is it disrespectful for me to say, well, the Africans had coltan and they never did anything with the coltan? Is that disrespectful, Jay? Is it disrespectful for me to say that the Africans had all these rivers in Africa and never used the water as an energy source? Is it disrespectful for me to say that? Is it a Afrofuturist perspective of me to say, maybe if somebody in ancient Africa said, maybe we can utilize these river sources for energy sources, maybe we can develop and create a full-scale society. See, that's Afrofuturism to me. But see, Jay and other people, I hate to say this, they're stuck in this romantic view of the past.
Yeah.
And they have, and Jay, you can come back up here if you want. But my thing is that, again, this conversation is not for you. And you can have your opinion. I have my opinion. But my opinion is that it is important that the African, whether he's a Black American, a Brazilian, a Caribbean, or a continental African, is to embrace the sciences. We are going into the space age. I said it about 50 times already within an hour. We're going into the space age. We can't have niggas shooting dice, beefing over gangs, and gang banging on generational spaceships. We can't do it. We're carrying a lot of baggage with us already. Why carry that over into the space age? That's what I'm. Sir, let me ask you a question. Are you familiar with the Kardashev scale?
No.
The Kardashev scale is a theoretical concept that was created by theoretical physicists. Basically, we are in civilization 0, right? You know who Michio Kaku is? He's a Japanese theoretical physicist.
I've heard of him.
Okay, so he explains. Of course, he would explain this better than me. He's a theoretical physicist, and I'm just a YouTuber. We're in civilization 0, meaning that we're primitive. We're really primitive. We use crude resources.
Yep.
We don't have space travel at scale in terms of we can't traverse through our own solar system. We don't use the energy of our home star, which is the sun. He talks about these concepts, right? So there's a concept called civilization 0, 1, 2, and 3. Civilization 1 is the idea that we can create what is called a Dyson sphere. You're familiar with it? I know you're familiar with a Dyson sphere.
Yeah, I've heard of it.
We can create a Dyson sphere, meaning that we can have an unlimited source of energy from our home star, which is the sun. We can travel amongst the solar system at ease. We can mine asteroids. This is where humanity is going. And you can't have certain people going into this future. You just can't do it. You're going to have a brain based just on math, science, reasoning, and logic to go into these different civilizations. So civilization 2 is what you probably see in Star Trek, right? So they're able to go through different star systems. Civilization 3 is like what you see in Star Wars. But you can't have this primitive mindset, this voodoo mindset going into these different civilizations. It's not going to work. You can't have You can't have people talking about, man, fuck science, going into civilization one when pretty much everything is based on science and math.
Mm-hmm.
You have no purpose in these civilizations. Let me
You
ask
have
you,
no function.
could you imagine going back in time to the year, I don't know, imagine going to the cave to grab a caveman and bringing him into a modern first world city. He would have no clue how to survive.
Nope.
So this is the same thing. How could you have people who sit around for hours talking about what Harriet Tubman did, going into some future space age? You can't do it. Who in the hell wants to be on a colony on Mars hearing some black person talk about Harriet Tubman? I mean, that's just me though. But go ahead, sir.
You're absolutely right. I think many people who are just self-aware are having the conversation in different ways. They might not even use space. That we're coming into a time where what you're saying is going to be relevant by 2030. Yeah. Okay, so we're going into a time of solar energy, renewable energy. Exactly. So these are things we're dealing with right now. Cars, the obsolete, crude oil may be obsolete in the next 20 years. So, these are the people that are either going to be innovators in this new society or workers. And if you're the ones talking about Harriet Tubman, you're going to be a worker. You're going to be somebody who does not have any function in the system. You're not going to be good you're not going to have any stake in the system at all because you're not forward thinking. Nope. So right now you can either be someone who's educating the forward thinkers, you're creating, your own children are well-versed in mathematics. You're people that understand thermodynamics, solar, wind energy. Yep. If you want to go work for these companies, even in a technical role, these are going to be the people making $200,000+. Yep. in the next 20 years.
Trigger Mike, look at this comment right here. It says, "No one has created a Dyson sphere, you moron." That's the whole purpose of the conversation. That's the whole purpose of the conversation.
My child will contribute to creating.
Yes, my descendants will create the Dyson sphere. My descendants won't be gang banging and shooting each other up, sir. I'm pretty sure somebody in the year 1300 probably said to Galileo, "Nobody's going to invent the helicopter." See, that's an ignorant person.
You know what? Let me say this because this is what's interesting.
Go ahead.
This is what's interesting. This is so prominent in the Black community because of the gynocracy.
Yeah.
And it's so interesting to see how men created civilization.
Yeah.
And it was the ability to disagree with nature as it is. Someone said the wheel wouldn't turn into a car, or a turbine wouldn't turn into an engine, or you can't build something that's self-propelling. Then they say, well, we have cars, we'll never fly through the air. Then somebody created an airplane. So, at this point, how can you even deny the fact that not only are these things possible, it will be us creating the equations that exist in the future.
Exactly.
So that to me is just, oh my goodness, it's just baseless and unfortunate. That's all.
See, and the thing is that this person, J. Joe, probably sits at home watching Power and shoot 'em up black movies. And see that's easy for this person to understand. They understand that primitive savagery, that savage behavior, that human beings are generally leaving. We've left the jungles of the savannas. We've left the caves in Europe. We don't have to live like primitive men offing each other in record numbers anymore. The future is not. Could you imagine on a Mars colony, people bring this Crip and Blood mindset there, this gang banging mindset to a colony that is 1 million miles away? You would destroy the colony.
Yeah,
that's the whole. I know these concepts are just left field, but I'm telling you, in 30 years, people are gonna look back at this and say, "Damn, maybe CT was on to something." Maybe I am. I see you in the back, bro. Give me a second. I got another super chat. Give me 1 second. Oh, it was Da Vinci. My fault. Yeah, thank you for correcting me. He says CT Da Vinci had the helicopter prototype. Galileo made the telescope. And see, I never said I was an expert on history, but I thank you so much for it. Was
the information.
Italian. Yeah, that's right.
Well, I mean, look at how someone can look at what we're talking about to the point where someone can even come in and correct. That's just intellectual conversation.
Thank
And
you.
those
And
are the conversations we should be having.
Zoe King says they won't even be able to be workers in 20 years. That's why they're building robots, free labor. Yeah, automation. Star Trek talks about automation. I'm telling you, everything you see in like a lot of these science fiction films have come to pass. The iPad was created in Star Trek: The Next Generation. It just the tricorder medical devices created in Star Trek before they even existed in the real world. This is why I can't fathom the idea why these people are coming on the panel challenging me about real world versus science fiction. The reason why I say look at these black people in science fiction is because these are the people, even though they're fictional, these are the people that we should aspire to be. Mm-hmm. That's all I was saying. But go, I'm gonna drop you off real quick, Trigger Mike. I got more people on the back end. Okay.
Sounds good, man. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming up, man. Yep. What's up, man?
How you doing, brother?
Pretty good, man.
Awesome. I disagree with not teaching the black parts of history, I suppose.
Yeah.
I agree with maybe not letting the government do that, because the government will teach what they want in order to, mold the population into the slaves that they need.
Yeah.
So, and it depends on the administration. I remember when I was coming up here, when Bush was in office, I believe 1984 was still like a summer reading book. But like I asked around recently, and all those like book.
I don't know what happened to Rickett, but let me drop him off real
I'm
quick.
here.
Oh, you're there? Okay. Go ahead.
That was weird. So anyway, yeah, those books that made you question certain things, or like at least they painted America in a more favorable light, or the West, or capitalism. Those are gone, dude, right now. So that's one point. The other thing was regarding the Black Americans and how maybe Black immigrants look down on them and things like that. I think we gotta be careful, because I heard Jordan Peterson say something about how a woman likes a weak man because she can dominate him, but in the long run, that is not good, because a long-term relationship needs reciprocity.
Go ahead, sir.
The same can be said about us here in this country and Black Americans. It feels good to dunk on them, especially when you come from like a third world country, and then you make it and you see that a lot of them are not doing well, or they're not taking advantage of their opportunities.
Yeah.
But if you like constantly dunk on them, I mean, it's just not a good long-term relationship that we're gonna have. We gotta watch each other's backs and help each other up, because the real enemy, is bigger, and it has no color. It has like power, and
let me ask you this, man. Let me ask you this, man. Let me ask you this, and thank you for saying what you're saying. Afro-Futurism, that's the topic. Do you believe that Black people right now in the diaspora, whether they're from the Caribbean, whether they're in America, whether they're in Africa, do you believe that we should start embracing math, science, and hypothetical concepts? That's just a topic of conversation.
Oh, yeah.
To break it down, do we need more Steve Urkels in our culture, in the entire Black culture? That's what. Let me just break it down for you in words. Do we need more Steve Urkels, sir? Go ahead.
I think we need more tolerance of Steve Urkels and less tolerance of Pookies and Ray Rays. If
right, that's what I'm trying to get at in terms of the whole Afro-futurist concept. It is the embracing of obviously Steve Urkel is not real, but the idea that, listen, I would prefer my son to be a Steve Urkel than a ghost off Power.
Right,
you get what I'm saying now?
Yeah, I haven't seen the show, but I imagine it's very
ignorant
or whatever.
It's an ignorant show.
All right, fair enough. No, yeah, definitely, man. Of course, we should be working in, I don't know, 4th generation nuclear, and I don't want to go like green so fast, but I think we can definitely make, carbon fuel or
Yeah.
whatever more efficient.
Hey, look. Let me say something, Rick. Let me say something real quick, and I got other people in the back.
Yeah.
The African. Our ancestors were blessed by the universe with all types of resources. Africa is a very resource wealthy country. I mean, continent. Sorry, guys. Sorry, continent. We had gold, we had silver, we had diamonds, we had cobalt, we had iron ore. Our ancestors walked on these resources for hundreds of thousands of years.
Yeah.
We had everything to develop an advanced continental culture.
No.
Eons before the Greeks, before the Romans, before the Carthaginians. And what I'm saying is that we didn't do that because, in my opinion, I think that we were not a future thinking culture.
No.
Our ancestors could have built buildings made of steel, high rises 1,000 years ago. And this is why when people say you disrespect the ancestors, I say we have to, because we have to keep it real. We have to say these people failed, our ancestors. But it's up to us to say, you know what? We will never let that happen again. We will never let other groups of people conquer us and take our resources ever again.
I disagree.
Go ahead, sir. You disagree.
And it might be because of a different reason. It's not that we in that time we could not eat the iron, the gold, and the cobalt. Right? Remember, think back to that time and what we were trying to do. Right? It didn't make sense. Number two, scarcity is the mother of invention. So the Europeans had to do a lot more fighting and a lot more thinking, and they also had more trade thanks to the Mediterranean, so they were able to exchange ideas. So you have they went through all these sicknesses. They had seasons as well. So it's just the environment created a different civilization. That's all it is.
Okay. I respect your opinion. We're gonna have to agree to disagree, but I totally disagree with that. I just think that
I'll give it to you like today, like with the technology that we have from the West, like since let's say the 1950s, or maybe after all the African countries became independent. Yes, we should be able to exploit the resources that are in those countries today. But back then, it doesn't make sense.
Hey man, we're gonna have to agree to disagree. I probably will do a bigger panel in a minute. I want to point out that G Firm with the super. Thank you so much, Rickett. G Firm with the $5 super chat says, "Real talk. I respect FBAs. They paved the way for us Caribbeans to be here. Now y'all can either get into the ring or get under the wing." Cool Kamasi says, "CT, you watch too much TV. Asians and other groups don't even watch Star Trek. They're focused on business. They don't have to watch science fiction. Their culture is a culture of ingenuity and a culture of science and mathematics, just based off of their history. They don't have to watch those shows to endeavor into that. Look at their architecture that goes back 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago. Look at the Chinese have a continuous culture that goes back 5,000 years ago. They don't need to watch no damn Star Trek to be inspired. Their culture itself inspires their ingenuity. They have a reputation of having tiger moms. They don't need to watch nothing like that. Let me get hold on for a second. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, man. It says CT is the truth. Den says, he said the same thing that I'm saying. It says they're doing it. They don't need TV. Absolutely. What's up, man?
Hey, how you doing, sir? I'm not gonna hold you. I like what you're doing. I've seen you before over and over, et cetera, yada, yada. And I understand you are an educator. Sir, I want to just throw a quick thing at you real fast.
Go ahead.
Now, first, I'll be honest. I'm not an educated man like you, so I don't know what you know. Okay.
Sir, hold on. Before you say anything else, sir, I am an ape living on a floating water rock in infinity. I know nothing. I know absolutely nothing, sir. And please, sir, you listen. You are probably way more intelligent than I am. There are things that I don't know and things that I will never know. And I'm telling you, the universe is vast, and we haven't even scratched the surface on the things that are out there. But go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, so here's what I want to throw at you real fast.
Go ahead,
You
sir.
are right. We won't get to space by continuing talking about Harriet Tubman. You're right about that. But we won't get to space either following Republicans. Now, just curious, you're a Republican, am I right?
I am not a Republican, sir.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
I'm a staunch
That's why
conservative. I listen. I voted for Obama because he was black. I'm not gonna lie to you, but I'm not a Democrat. I am an opportunist when it comes to politics.
Okay.
But I don't consider myself a Republican or a Democrat. But I am a conservative. But go ahead, sir.
Okay. Okay. Just I'm sorry if I misunderstood.
No. You're fine. Go ahead. You're fine.
Okay. So now, let's say 10, 20, 100 years from now, when we get to space, do you think there will be no man in humanity against man?
What do you mean?
Sir, as long as there's man after the eating of the forbidden fruit. See, I believe in the beginning, God created the heaven and earth. All right. After the eating of the forbidden fruit, there's always been man in humanity against man. No matter where it's Africa, America, Europe, pick any part of the world. So regardless if it's black people, white, Chinese, whomever, there's going to be war. Man's going to have war amongst itself. Am I right or wrong?
Sir, again, sir, you could be right and I could be wrong, but I think we're missing something here.
Okay.
To go into this next age of civilization, there needs to be global cooperation, full-scale cooperation.
Okay.
And the idea of warring governments is not good for space travel. It is not good at all. And this is what a lot of theoretical physicists have been talking about in terms of the Kardashev scale. You can't get into these next levels of civilization with primitive government government, interactions, war, etc. Space travel literally needs to be a global, what's the word I'm looking for? Togetherness, or a global. Damn, I don't know why that word slipped my mind. It needs to work on a global scale. So, for example, a lot of scientists like Michio Kaku, who is an expert on the Kardashev scale, he says that language has become full scale now in terms of globally, the accepted lingua franca is English. So that's why it's important to know English, because without English, you can't do business. And so the fact of the matter is that if you're going to have a space program, you can't have the Tower of Babel in space. You can't have that's why on the space station, right? You can't have everybody who is speaking a different language. There needs to be one at least unified language. So when the Russians are utilizing ISS and when the Americans are on there, at least they can talk to each other. You get it? So what you're saying is true, but in my opinion, no, we're never going to be a spacefaring race if we're warring with each other. We're not going to get to that scale, in my opinion. So you're absolutely right. I agree with you.
Now, I agree with everything you just said, and I appreciate what you said. I'm not going to hold you because I know you have a lot of people. But, sir, now here's the thing. Let's say whatever planet we find, where there's great resources that we can use to live off of. You don't think someone like Putin is not going to let his greed overcome him?
So again,
and not just Putin. Well, let's just say we get there and I get greedy. Or matter of fact, we get there, you get there, and you get greedy.
Again, it goes back to what I keep saying. We're never going to be a race of posterity and abundance if we continue to behave primitively. So the idea of fighting over resources is primitive because we've already done that in our ancient past and we're doing that now. If you're going to fight in space over it now, then space is hard and you're just going to die. That is just period. So for example, you can't have serial killers on a Mars base, on a colony on Mars, because the entire colony depends on a certain level of functionality, because you have limited resources, you're millions of miles away from your home planet, and so you can't have certain people there. If you have or introduce a serial killer, if you introduce someone who's burglarizing people, you're a billion miles away from, well, 100 or something million miles away from home. It's going to be a catastrophe. So even if Putin or some leader in the future decides to subterfuge a project, it hinders man's progression. At least in my opinion, it does. So no, you won't have these.
What you're saying, but okay, before I go, so I want to ask, so do you think we'll get rid of greed in man? Do you think that time will ever come?
Again, greed in man is the result of primitive DNA and primitive culture. Those are things that we need to eliminate from our gene pool. So the reason why I brought this topic up about Afro-Futurism is because, again, in a lot of these science fiction shows, they've eliminated greed, especially in Star Trek. Gene Roddenberry, who created it, eliminated greed. So human beings don't have a concept of greed because pretty much everything is abundant through technology. They have something called not transporters, but they have something called it's slipping my mind. But basically, you can create anything out of matter. We kind of have that right now with the 3D printer. Now it's a very, very, very primitive, or at a primitive scale compared to what is presented in Star Trek. Oh, food replicator or a replicator. It's called a replicator. It literally creates anything you want out of thin air. So the idea is that there is no concept of greed because man has created technologies that literally create anything out of thin air. So we have to get to those scales first. We have to get to that scale where we create something that can literally create anything out of thin air. And this is the importance I keep on saying of embracing the future. Because if we embrace the past, then yes, you're going to have greed. You're going to have people fighting over resources. The African was fighting over resources in Africa. We got to stop with all that. The European was fighting over resources in Europe. The Asian was fighting over resources. So we have to evolve and create technologies, future technologies. That's all I'm trying to say here tonight. I'm not trying to debate with anybody. That's all I'm trying to say is that you're going to have to create these devices.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, good talking with you. Thank you. Thank you. But now, sir, you mentioned Star Trek over and over, and Star Trek is a very good series. Love Star Trek, grew up on it, et cetera, et cetera. But I noticed you're not saying anything about The Expanse. Have you ever seen any of those shows?
I've never heard of The Expanse.
The Expanse? I hope I'm saying it right. It's on
I'll check it out.
Yeah.
I'll check it out.
It deals with the idea as we go into space, and I mean all races, it always appears. It always, that part of us always come up, and it always brings about war. Anyway, sir, love talking with you. Have a good day. Thank you.
I see you in the back, Jay, but I got to get to, okay, so what's going on, man? JR wants you to cam up. Can you cam up? Leon, can you cam up?
For the entire call?
No, better yet, I'll just do it like this. Okay, go ahead, sir. You got the floor.
Oh, sorry about that if I caused any inconvenience. How you doing, Chaotic?
I'm doing awesome, man. I live in America. I run every day. I try to eat good. Hey, man, I'm doing perfect. We live in the best time in human history. I'm perfect. I'm awesome. Go ahead.
I 100% feel you on everything you're saying. I wanted to come on briefly because I got to get back to work. I'm a young brother in his 30s. Been in the military.
Thank you for serving, sir.
Appreciate it. Done everything that I possibly can on an average man level, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That being said, I absolutely 100% agree with you. And the chat is like fighting so hard to disagree with what you're saying. Why be stuck in the past? I said
Yeah.
a comment in the chat earlier. I said the only people that benefit from black people, especially first world black people, continuing to be stuck in the past, discussing ancestry and discussing Harriet Tubman. The only people that benefit from this are non-black people, people that are in power that are non-black.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to say that to say, it's their fault and blah, blah, blah. No. Been there, done that. Yeah, they did whatever in the past. It's time to move on. We live in a first world environment. There's nothing
Absolutely.
stopping me, right? There's nothing stopping you. There's nothing stopping anybody in this chat from getting off their ass, excuse my French,
No, you're good.
and doing everything and anything in their power to enhance their life, to enhance everyone around them so that the future can be better.
Yeah.
I know a lot of this stuff is going over their head because they're stuck on the theme of Star Trek. Basically,
they don't
what
get
you're
I'm saying. Yeah. Yeah.
right, and basically all you're trying to say is you can remove Star Trek and replace it with something else. You can replace it with Wakanda. You can replace it with whatever big city is in DC Comics. Whatever. You can replace what you're saying with whatever fictional theme. All you're trying to say is black people in our first world environment are going to remain stagnant if all we're doing is sniffing, clawing, crying, bitching, and moaning about the fucking past. I'm sorry. I get so annoyed with this shit. Whenever I see you on Lapeef, I get excited because I'm like, this dude about to bring that real.
Yeah.
And it gets curved at times. If JR is listening, producer JR, it gets curved sometimes with bullshit and nonsense.
Yeah.
I'm a progressive guy. I'm looking into the future. You know what I mean? I tell my woman that every day. I'm looking into the future. I don't give a damn about the past, except to look and say, all right, let's not do that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Let's not do that.
Let's not
That's
do that.
the only reason why I will look at the past.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good damn.
You feel me? Like you only look in the rear view to make sure somebody's not hitting you in the ass.
Yeah.
That's it. Why be stuck in the past?
Yeah.
You look at the past, you see what your ancestors did. How many more stories about Harriet Tubman, for example, or any ancestor are we going to hear about? How many more examples and twists and turns and angles are we going to look at Rosa Parks on the bus? How many more times? I don't get it.
Yeah.
We're good. We heard it. We've heard it in many different forms.
Listen, when I was teaching, sir, I literally had little girls tell me about what Rosa Parks did. This girl's 7 years old. She's born in the year 2004. I had little boys tell me about Crispus Attucks. I'm like, what are you talking about? I can understand. People say, well, the Holocaust, right? Well, the Holocaust affects the people that are still alive. So somebody said, well, they just arrested somebody who was an SS guard. Yeah, you dummy, because I'm not talking, you a dummy, calling the people in the chat.
Right.
Said, yeah, you dummy, the person's still alive.
Right.
And really it's a circus trial. Oh, maybe I shouldn't. Well, it's a circus trial. And the fact of the matter is that as soon as they die, nobody's going to talk about that. I gotta say it, but no Jewish kid who's 23 is going to mention it, because it doesn't affect them. It had nothing to do with them. And this is what I'm saying. And again, I got to keep saying this. If learning about slavery, if learning about Harriet Tubman, if learning about Crispus Attucks is important, what has that done for the black community?
Precisely that question. And no one can really answer that in the modern form.
Yeah. Now, I can understand being Jewish and learning about the Holocaust. Hell, my people run most of the Fortune 500s. My people are 50% of all the Nobel laureate prize winners. I could do whatever I want to do. But what has that gotten you? But I can tell you this. You know what has gotten the East Indian out of their poverty? Learning about the stems. You know what has gotten black people, especially black men, out of poverty and out of this nonsensical victim mindset? Learning about the stems. How many black men now are all into tech now, and they proud of it? Oh man, I made 6 figures in tech, man. And look at what the technical field, the scientific field has done for the black man. It has. Go ahead.
No, sorry to interrupt, but
no,
to answer your question directly, in the modern era of black people in first world civilizations in America, right? To answer your question, it hasn't done a damn thing. Like our ancestors and not even ancestors, our great grandparents have already conquered that. They did whatever they had to do so that we can sit here on Lapeef and have a conversation.
Mm.
Like, it's time to move forward. Like, they would be looking at us now going, why the hell are y'all still talking about us? We sat on the bus, we sat and we did the marches, we wrote the books, we did the poetry, we handled political situations, we did all of that. Why are you sitting on Lapeef right now arguing with one another about politics? Or not politics,
I still see you in the back, Jay. I don't know what happened with Leon. Leon, are you there? I don't know what happened with Leon. Hopefully he comes back. Dim says, how many black people know quantum physics? We are going to be left behind when they turn on the quantum computer and we go into the fourth industrial revolution, quantum financial system. Absolutely. 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 Our world is exceeding exponentially in terms of science, technology. You're going to have to know math. You're going to have to know science. And I'm telling you, as a teacher, some of these kids didn't even know basic arithmetic and they're 18 years old. You're going to have to be scientifically literate. You're going to have to be mathematically literate. Leon, you back? You're going to have to be literate. And trust me, there ain't going to be no janitors on spaceships. I just want to let you guys know that right now. There ain't going to be no cashiers on spaceships. There ain't going to be no factory workers on spaceships. I'll just be a factory worker. Stop it. That ain't happening in this new future. Now, mind you, baby boomers, millennials, Xers, we won't see this new future, you know. But your grandchildren in the year 2100, they're going to be a part of this new future, this civilization one future. And they're going to need to be literate in what is important, not literate in learning about African history or learning about any other nonsensical social history. They're not going to, who cares? When human beings are traversing through the stars, nobody gives a shit about what happened in ancient Rome or in ancient Africa. It's just not gonna be, nobody cares. Just like nobody really cares about what happened in Viking history. Nobody cares about what happened in Carthaginian history right now. Again, this show is not for, I mean, I'm a millennial, but this show is not for boomers. It's not for millennials. I keep saying it over and over. It's not for you guys. You guys are old dogs. We're old dogs. But stop telling these 13-year-olds and 14-year-olds that they're slaves. Stop doing that depressing ass shit. Normal man, what's up, man?
Hey, what's going on, man? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, man. Thank you so much for the support, man.
Yeah, of course, man. Look, I had to touch on this topic, right?
Are you in your 20s, sir? You sound like you're in your 20s.
Me, yeah. Well, no, I'm 30. I'm 32.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Go ahead.
So
yeah.
look. I'm Trinidadian, right? When I came here, I basically conquered America. I became a middle-class citizen, right? So I'm not understanding with these FBA or ADOS or whatever titles, LGBTQ, whatever you guys want to call yourselves. Look, all I'm saying is this. There is nobody holding you back. And I've noticed that Black Americans, they love trauma. Yeah. They love it, you know, and guess what? Who profits off of it is the people that doesn't look like you.
Yep.
They keep selling this to you. And when I came here and I was learning about slavery, it put like this little seed of inferiority complex in my mind. Because then especially with people that don't look like you in class, learning about how they oppressed you or their ancestors oppressed you. So people can lie to themselves, but they all know that little feeling when you were learning history, slavery, you had like, wow, I feel a little inferior.
Normal man. And I want you to finish. Now I got to cut you off. I see patriarchy in the back. Normal man, when I was teaching, right, there were white kids, hillbillies. They were brainwashed into believing that they were superior to blacks. Some of these black kids came from generations of families who were homeowners, who were well-to-do, and some bum hillbillies had it in their mind that they were superior to them. You know why they did? Because they're teaching these kids that you're a slave, they're superior. They're not teaching the facts that 99% of whites owned no slaves.
Exactly.
They're not teaching that. So now what they're teaching you is they show you these idiotic movies, these idiotic old people, black people especially. They're teaching these kids that they are slaves and that the white man is bad, yada, yada, yada. And now you have, and I can't blame the white kids. They're little kids, so their brains are like sponges. Yeah, we were slaves. No, you weren't. You're a hillbilly. You live in a trailer park. And that's the problem with learning about the past, especially this past.
Yo, and you know what's crazy? They're not teaching Black greatness because we have that in our past. Why aren't you teaching?
Just like what Jay said. A lot of people don't know that. He was on point when he said about the Dogon. A lot of people don't know that. How come you don't teach it about the Dogon?
Right. So
go ahead.
If you want to learn about Black history, why don't you teach about us at our peak? Why do we consistently have to learn about when we were at our weakest point, being lynched and hung and beaten? Is that something you want to keep pushing down into your brain? Like how that's mental warfare when you think about it.
And lying and telling us that a woman, a 5'1", 190-pound woman, was freeing some 6 foot tall Negro men. And when I was a kid listening to that, I'm like, man, what? I literally have to go outside and get my mom's groceries when she brings the groceries in the house, and I'm 7. Black women ain't about to be out of no cold, no wilderness doing nothing like that. And it just defies the law of logic and reasoning. They're lying to you. Now, I know a lot of old people are going to be like, man, Harriet Tubman freed the slaves. No, she didn't. For all we know, that was a created character to keep you enslaved mentally, to have you think that a woman is your savior. What the fuck are you talking about? That doesn't even make any damn sense.
You know what's crazy is Trinidad was enslaved too by the Dutch, by the Spaniards, etc. But we don't.
It's a seasoned island. That's where they took the Africans to season them on those islands. Yeah.
Right. We didn't harp on that. You know what I'm saying? We're not taught that. When I first came to America, I was just in shock how much behind you guys were to me, because I was learning stuff you guys were learning like 3 grades prior. So to me, honestly, man, and please, FBA African Americans, you guys need to be responsible for the teenagers currently reading and talking at a 3rd grade level. You think that's going to be helpful in the future?
Sir, normal. And I keep cutting you off, and I should let you talk more, but I got a panel. Black people will tell you that they were the inventors of mathematics. They'll say, oh, yeah. You know, Imhotep in Egypt created math. The average black kid that I had in school couldn't even do basic arithmetic. And you know why? You know why he couldn't do it? Because lying white liberals, lying Generation Xers and boomers are telling these kids that they did all these wonderful achievements in ancient Africa. And basically these kids came there saying, well, shit, my ancestors were Imhotep and I ain't got to do nothing. See, that's the lie. You have to continuously tell them, listen, your dumb ass needs to know math because the future depends on it. And other groups of people are learning math at higher rates. So whether you believe Imhotep created math, which he didn't, you're going to have to know it now. Does it make any sense?
No, you're speaking facts. That's my point. They can't be upset at us when your teenagers are not reading at the grade level that they should be. You guys are failing. I'm just saying. I'm not trying to separate.
Sorry, Gary. Go ahead.
I'm just saying. I'm not trying to separate us from African Americans, but African Americans are the ones that separate themselves from us all the time.
Yeah, ignorance. It's all ignorance. It's all primitive ignorance. It's not just unique to African cultures. It's a human culture, and it needs to be eliminated so that we can go into this next era of civilization, which, by the way, is, if you just read the Kardashev scale, you can understand it. You can't have this nonsense going in. Could you imagine people beating on drums, talking about the ancestors with dashikis on, going to Mars?
Hell nah. Let me say one more point.
Let me ask you a question. Let me a white astronaut. Let me a white astronaut that wears a kilt on the space shuttle.
You're not gonna find it, man.
You're not gonna find.
You're not
a Viking outfit on the space shuttle. You're not gonna find it.
But you said something that was important, right, about science fiction. So the ideas of portals was science fiction until we actually are doing that currently. So your idea that yes, science fiction is a thing of fiction until it becomes reality. I don't know why people still aren't grasping this in the chat. It's crazy to me.
Stay on the panel real quick, okay? In Star Trek, This is why I say it's important to embrace science fiction, because science fiction talks about future concepts that eventually become real world concepts. Star Trek invented the tablet computer. If you watch The Next Generation, they had the tablet computer. What now do we have that is a tablet computer? The iPad. You know why? Because Steve Jobs watched Star Trek and said, wow, we could make that into the real damn world. The 3D printer. Do you know where the 3D printer came from, normal man?
Nah.
Star Trek. The inventor of the 3D printer looked at an episode of Star Trek, saw the replicator, and said, you know what, we can make that into the real world. Now, mind you, the 3D printer is far primitive compared to Star Trek's concept of it. But then again, Star Trek takes place 300, 400 years in the future. But what I'm saying is that looking at the future, looking at science fiction shows, embracing math and science, looking at these ideas of conceptualized Black people like Uhura, it will better our culture. Could you imagine if millions of Black girls, instead of looking at whores like Cardi B and Meg Thee Stallion, looked at Uhura and said, Mom, I want to be a science officer like Uhura. Do you know what Black women said that to this day? Whoopi Goldberg said, I looked at Uhura and that changed my life. Did you know that, sir?
No, I had no idea.
Look it up. Macy Jameson, again, said, I wanted to be an astronaut because I saw Uhura. I saw this beautiful Black woman who was not a mammy on TV, who was not washing some dishes, being a slave for somebody. And that inspired me to learn math and science. I talked about Ronald McNair, who unfortunately was killed in the Space Shuttle Challenger. You know why he was so good at math? You know why he had a PhD in mathematics at 30 years old? Because he watched science fiction. He watched Black people in science fiction. That shit inspired him. But sorry, let me get to the next call. I got to get the hell up out of here. I'm going to do a panel. So just, come back. Okay, Normal Man. Thank you so much, Normal Man.
Of course, man. Thanks.
Is there anything you want to say? Is there anything else you want to say, though? Because I kept cutting you off.
No, that's it, man. I appreciate you for having me on, man. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, sir. Sorry about that, Gary. I did miss your super chat. The super chats are coming in at incredible speeds. Guys, please hit the super chats. Thank you guys so much for supporting the channel. I got a lot of people in the back. I want to get back to Jay. He's been patiently waiting. But give me 1 second. I got another super chat. It's Billy Masters with the $5 super chat. Says, history gives us the tools to understand and explain the problems of the past so that we can recognize historical patterns we might otherwise miss. Well, if that's the case, how come genocide occurred in Rwanda after so many episodes of genocide in history? I think that learning about history does not stop certain events anyway. If that's the case, learning about genocide would have stopped the Rwandans from committing genocide. Or maybe the Rwandan people could have cared less about history and they were not really evolved enough to get over their social issues that they had between the Hutus and the Tutsis. But now they have. Let me see here, guys. I'm going to get to Patriarchy Speaks. Oh, wait a minute. Sean, damn, I missed it. Sean with the $5 super chat says, wow, every other race is separated, but we still want to be together. I don't see red ants with black ants or with yellow ants. It's race. Hello. I have no idea what you mean by that, but thank you for the super chat. I kind of get you, but then again, I don't. You're comparing an inferior bug to a highly evolved being like a human being. We're more complex than an ant. We're not stronger than an ant. Ants are like 300 times. I think they can lift like 300 times their own body weight. But other than that, you're talking about an ant. Come on. Jojo says the Rwandan genocide was created by the Europeans. Here we go. Good Line says Harriet Tubman is ridiculous fiction, but Geordie LaForge is a hero. Absolutely, Geordie LaForge is a hero. Geordie LaForge was the chief engineer. He knows mathematics, he knows science, and he is not some short little fat Black woman with an Elmer Fudd musket. Sir, no, yes. So yes, Geordie LaForge is a person to admire. Yes, I totally agree with that. Even though he is a fictional character. Absolutely. Patriarchy Speaks. What say you, sir?
I'm all right, but it's Patriarchy Strikes Back. But
I'm sorry. Yeah, Strikes Back. Yeah, I was looking at I'm looking at the comment section. Go ahead.
So funny thing is, I'm agreeing with a lot of the things you said, and I've even had debates on other networks with certain people who are quote unquote rich about the necessity of the arts, right? And they don't think people should be artists and stuff like that. So I like the fact that you talked about the contributions of our technology from things that were originally fiction, right? Like imagination and all that.
Absolutely.
And if you've ever studied anything like engineering or anything like that, it really starts with imagination. And those are things that have to be cultivated, and art and things like that. That's how you understand history. I mean, archaeology, architecture, these things are all art in and of themselves. They may have a base of engineering, but there's also a sense of identity from those things. So I will agree with that. I personally think that there's a couple things. Number one, I think slavery, teaching about slavery, and the funny thing is a lot of white school districts are starting to do it. I think it should be banned in school. Like it's become a racket now. I don't think a lot of the things we were told were true. I don't think a lot of the angles that people take in regards to historic oppression is true. You know, and so it's funny to me of how many panels, like I come on, even on Lapeef or some other, where people just don't have a basic understanding of history. Right. And most of these people are, quote unquote, educated. Right. They don't understand the benefits. Like I think we had a conversation the last time I was on here about the benefits of colonization. And everybody thought it was all bad. And that's not correct. So, or it just chaotic. I don't know if you're still there, or did you take a break on me? Yeah. It's just like people don't have a base of knowledge. Like they don't have a basic understanding of knowledge, of simple things such as civics, history, or anything like that. And I'm always amazed. At like how little people know on some of these panels about basic history, basic American history, right? And how I think people gravitate to what they want to hear and not the truth when it comes to certain things. And that is why I think some people are inferior to others, because they want to hear about we was kangs and they want to hear about that type of stuff. Like, how weak are you to where you need to go find a historic leader outside of Jesus Christ, of course, to model yourself after? Like, how weak, how inferior of you are of a human to where you have to literally go find some person that you say that looked like you thousands of years ago in order to justify your life. Like that really, I'm still amazed at it. I just think this. I think that cultures of people are different. People are different. And I think that some cultures have people who are I think this is my opinion. Every culture or group has the same. It's like college versus the inner city, right? And I attribute this to women, right? So every place I've been to, when it came to women, all had the equal number of 10s, right? Had the equal. But when I got to college, it was the 7s and the 8s. It was more 7s and 8s. So in terms of a culture, some cultures have more 7s and 8s. The amount of 10s are always there, whether you're in, England, or whether you're in America, or whether you're in Zimbabwe, or whether you're in Beijing. But the reason why, Calabasas looks the way that it does, and Compton looks the way that it does, is because there's more 7s or 8s. There's more of a culture. There's more of a culture of people who want to learn, right? Like I literally think some people left to their own devices don't want to learn. Like there's so much knowledge, like there's so many things to be learned in the world. They don't want to learn. Yeah. So, and I think that we've seen that historically, which is why one group of people got loaded onto a cargo ship and told what to do for so long, because they didn't want to learn. They didn't, whereas same starting points, by the way, whereas another group of people was like, hey, let me build this ship and let me get Ferdinand Magellan and let's circumnavigate the world, right? Let's go be discoverers and pioneers and that type of stuff, right? And the other group just wanted to sit around. They just wanted to sit around and in the safari all day. And then you had another group that wanted to build this great wall come to find out that you had another group that wanted to build this great wall, and they wanted to keep everybody out. They didn't want to explore either, right? And then you had another group, which was a tiny island, you know, in Japan. They didn't want to explore either. But then the funny thing is this. Let me tell you how dominant some people are. Let me tell you how dominant Europeans are, right? They went to those places like Japan. And the minute that they got a hold of technology, it didn't take them one generation to be bombing Pearl Harbor, bro. Yep. The minute they got them a little bit of knowledge, a little bit of knowledge.
Which emperor? Because you're way more intelligent than I am. Which emperor
only on certain things
was it that said, you know what? All that stuff we were doing in the past, forget that.
Oh, I forgot that guy. You're talking about the guy from The Last Samurai.
Yeah,
you forgot that guy. Yeah.
He said, listen, we have to advance. We have to think towards the future because these people are better than us. And there's nothing wrong with admitting that because we had a future concept. Like, do we want to be on our knees as slaves or do we want to be conquerors like them?
Yeah. Yeah,
and you have to embrace technology, weapons, and all that. Yeah,
I'm telling you, and like I said, it's all based upon culture. It's all Katsumoto. Somebody said Katsumoto. Yeah, correct. Thank you, Trigger Mike. It's all based on culture. Like you don't have some people don't want to learn. They want to be where we was kings. You know what I'm saying, and all of that. And the way I look at it is this: I do honestly think, and I hate to go back to this, but I'm going to give you an analogy. It at times does go back to whites, right? In terms of why certain people are failing. I'm going to give you an example. Let's say in your household, you say, hey, I want to adopt a child with mental illnesses and give them a home, right? Because they're all out in the streets and all that kind of stuff, right? Mm-hmm. And I want to adopt this child. And I know that they're not mentally all there, right? They may have some good moments, but they're not mentally all there, right? You know what the worst thing I can do to that child?
What's that?
Instead of telling them what to do, like, hey, you need to go make your bed. You need to go do this. You need to go read. You know what's the worst thing I can do to them?
What's that?
Is just say, you can do whatever you want to do. That's the worst thing you can do. Like literally, tolerance for some people is the worst thing you can ever do.
Let me ask you this question, sir. You've been on point, and I got to get to the next caller, but let me do the super chats real quick. Wana with the $5 super chat says they need the slave narrative of the past so they can justify why they cannot compete with Europeans today. Oh, good one, Wana. Good one. John the Baptist. Hey, what's up, John the Baptist? I disagree. Studying all history helped me understand how to navigate modern day times. Study biblical, black, white, Jewish history. All history helps. I can agree with that. Gary says, can you do a poll of how many people know who William Steele is? I can bet 90% of African Americans do not know, but they know Harriet Tubman. Guys, thank you so much for the super chats, man. The super chats do so much for the Lapeef Network. Let me see real quick, guys. I gotta get to some more people in the back. Patriarchy, let me ask you a question, Patriarchy.
Yes, sir.
Now, there were individuals who were upset about what I said about the ancestors. And
what did you say?
I said that the ancestors are not worthy of any type of worship, any type of honor.
Which ones?
All of them, because here goes the thing.
The ones in the 40s and the 50s,
no, I'm talking about
diehard Christian ones.
No, I'm talking about ancient Africa.
Oh no!
Because and my argument for this is that we
don't celebrate losers over here.
Thinking about them is a waste of time. I used to think about them all the time when I was in my early 20s, but it's a waste of time. These people were walking on gold, walking on silver, walking on diamond. They had cobalt, they had iron ore, and all in Africa, and they never did anything with that on a full scale, not even on a small scale to a degree. And so why worship these people? Why not say, you know what, we're going to be the African people that will be the ancestors that our descendants talk about. So when your descendants look back and say, patriarchy was my grandfather, and he catapulted this idea and notion that we should embrace the science and STEMs and be better than what he was. That's how I would want my descendants to look at me. But what say you about the ancestors, though?
I'm going to say what I said on your show the other day. Go look up what Muhammad Ali said when he went to go fight in Africa. He said he was glad his great granddaddy got on that boat. Okay. So like at the end of the day, like how can you celebrate a life not knowing Jesus Christ? How can you celebrate people who died not knowing the Savior of the world, who were worshiping trees and rocks and old guns and bull bums and all that stupid stuff? Thank God. Like I said, bro, I'm very grateful to some of the, I'm starting to get a little softer on Nigerians because I just thank them for whoever they caught and sold of my bloodline.
Yeah.
And I'm happy that they did that. And I may yield some Afro beats just for that.
I have patriarchy. I am going to do a panel. Thank you so much. And I will bring you back. But salute to you though.
Thank you.
Absolutely. That was Patriarchy Strikes Back. Guys, I have some more super chats in the building. Let me see. I think I'm trying to get to them all. I forget. Okay, Nina, what's up? Nina with the super chat. Mr. Logic. Oh, Logic with the, I don't know what currency that is. I should know what currency that is. Maybe that's, because somebody help me. What currency is that? That's I don't know, but not anyway. But Logic says, love from the land of milk and honey. Thank you so much, Logic, for the 250. I don't know what currency that is, so you have to brush me up to speed. Thank you so much, Logic, for that super chat. Let me see, guys. I got a haircut today from a new barber. Hit a 1 if you think my haircut is awesome. Hit a 2 if you think it's trash. Let me see. Okay, I'm still looking at the chat. Oh, here goes another super chat from Fatty. Where did it go? It's going so fast. Hold on for a second. Fatty says they were all colonies until the 60s. Stop lying, talking about Africa, if I'm not mistaken. He's in the Philippine peso. Okay. New chapter says my haircut is trash. Kool-Aid says trash. Victor Free says trash. Kratos says trash. Phoenix Fish says trash. It's too much. Okay, guys, you're bombarding me with. Okay. I get it. My haircut is trash. All right, damn. I tried a new barber today. It's a long story. Okay, everybody's saying it's trash. Buddy says trash. Okay. Cool Cat says you need a better barber. Okay. YXYO says nice haircut. Thank you so much. CC says loads of trash. Let me get to the next caller. I got a lot of people waiting. Jay, I'm going to bring up a panel, man, so just hold tight. I know you want to get back at it again. Salute to you. Jaleel, what's up, man? Jaleel, are you a slave? Keep it real.
No, sir, never.
Do you care about the past? Keep it real.
I do care about the past, but I'm not a slave, and I don't subscribe to the slave narrative.
Okay. Now, I'm pretty sure you've been listening the entire 2 hours. Do you get my concepts of what I'm talking about in terms of a conceptualized or hypothetical future of embracing the stems and pretty much pedestalizing the Steve Urkels, the Captain Cisco's, these types of blacks?
Yeah.
Okay.
I definitely understand the context. I think you're a little extra with the whole Harriet Tubman thing.
What do you mean, sir? What do you mean I'm extra with the Harriet Tubman thing? Keep it real. Go ahead.
Saying she was a fat woman with an Elmer Fudd gun. I mean, that's a little extra.
Okay, let me stop you there. Let me stop you there.
Go ahead.
Did she have a hot body like Naomi Campbell in the 90s?
It doesn't matter.
Go ahead, sir. You got the floor.
Yeah. But overlooking that, right? Because I understand the overall message, because I agree. I don't think we need to continue to teach a slave narrative. Most people see my name, Jaleel Bey. I'm Moorish American. We're taught that we did come from that, but we're human beings. We're on the same footing as everybody else. We don't have to keep harping on, what the so-called white man did to me. No, we're the same as everybody else. We can learn, we can grow, we can start businesses, we can advance. My whole thing is I want our children not to learn about slavery, not to learn about being oppressed. I want them, everything you're saying in terms of Afro-Futurism, I'm on the same time. I'm looking to, I do a lot of community work. I'm looking to get about, getting them into STEM. We have an energy crisis that's coming up. Oil is not going to be available for the rest of human existence. We got to start thinking about, nuclear fusion. We got to start thinking about going into these different areas and using the different resources that are available to us. You know, you talked about the Dyson sphere. You know, you brought up the different types of civilization. You know, I seen one video where it talks about there's a civilization 0 really to 7. You know, but we'll never reach 7.
Yeah, I know about the 7. Basically, civilization gets so advanced they go quantum, so they can control everything in the universe. They like, I didn't want to talk about those levels because hell, I can't even grasp it with my 8 brain. Go ahead.
Yeah, you know, but I do think within the next few 100,000 years, if we stay on the course, we can get to type 4, type 5, where we're bending warm homes the door. I mean, just the fact that you can conceptualize that means that that's a reality. Means that that's a possibility. Now, and so go ahead, bro.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead. Go ahead, because that's not because I'm sorry. I got distracted by Jay's comment. I did not mean to cut you off. Go ahead, sir. You've been awesome. Go ahead.
Yes, but you know, it's I don't know if you ever heard of a book, you know, because I'm also into science fiction. You know, I wasn't really big into Star Trek. I was more into Star Wars.
Love Star Wars. Oh, I love Star Wars. I hate the fact that J.J. Abrams butchered it.
Yeah, let's not talk about that, brother. Because
let's not talk about it. It makes me so upset just thinking about
it.
But
there's a book by a man named C.M. Kozman.
Okay, go ahead.
And the book is called All Tomorrows.
Yeah.
And essentially, it is a speculative book that talks about how human beings were able to colonize Mars, and through genetic modification, you know, just condensed version, created a race of people that were fit to go into the stars. So that narrative speaks to what you're talking about, and that in order for us to go beyond the stars, in order for us to go beyond and colonize different worlds, yes, there's some parts of our past we can hold on to, but we at some point we'll have to move away from the primitive tribalisms. We'll have to move away from the petty squabbles and the petty beasts that we see today. Absolutely. I was on Facebook and I seen a video of, and look, I'm not a black woman basher, but I tell the truth. I seen a video of a bunch of middle class, college educated black women twerking with their butts out in brunch. Now, how are we going to colonize the Jovian moons, and how are we going to go beyond the Kepler belt, and how are we going to go beyond our current solar system and go into, you know, even talking about going to other galaxies? How are we going to do that when we still operate on such a primitive and base level?
Remember that white astronaut lady that traveled across the country? I think she shot her lover's rival, or she did something to her. Remember how quick NASA got rid of her ass? They said, oh, no. Oh, absolutely not. Because that's primitive behavior. Do you remember that?
No, sir, I don't.
It happened about 10 years ago. This astronaut lady, I think she stalked her. She stalked her. It was an astronaut. And NASA got rid of her so fast. They said, we can't tolerate this behavior. We can't have you up on the space shuttle and you're acting like this on Earth. You're out of your mind. You'll kill somebody on the space station, and the next round of the shuttle won't come for another 2 or 3 weeks. You will destroy the entire program. We can't have you on the space station. And you're right, sir. You can't have women twerking on and you can't have this primitive behavior. It's not just blacks. It's people. Period.
It's people. Period. But I will say this about history, right?
Go ahead, sir.
I call myself a person that studies history, historian. I think history provides context, and I think that if we are going to teach history, and I think one of the previous callers mentioned it, that we have to teach it in a way that will benefit us and inspire us to do better for the future. No more of this, we were slaves, we was niggas picking cotton, oh Lord, none of that. If we are going to talk about being the descendants of pyramid builders, we got to teach them that knowledge and that same potential is flowing through your blood. And we also have to teach you can't rest on the laurels of your ancestors. They did in their time what they were supposed to do. Now, you're either going to build upon it and take it to the next level, or you're going to spend the rest of your existence looking back and not moving forward. And that's a disgrace, because they didn't do all that. The people don't talk about pyramid buildings and all that. Matter of fact, we don't have to go that far. You want to talk about Lewis Latimer. You want to talk about the man that invented the gas mask and all these different inventions. They didn't do those things so you could just reap the benefits and sit back on your behind. They wanted their descendants to take it to the next logical step of evolution. But we're just satisfied with, oh, look what we did. I'm not satisfied with looking at what we did. I'm trying to see what more can we do.
Exactly.
And that has to be the mentality that we're teaching our children. I'm 26. You know what I'm saying? So I know, listen, if it be the will of Allah, I'll be around at least until the late 21st century. But if I'm not, whatever it is that I'm doing now has to benefit the children, so that they can, so that we can put them in a position to take all the lessons, to take all the arts and technologies, and take them to its next evolutionary step. We have got to evolve people. We got to get out this base mindset. We got to get out this tribal mindset. I know it's fun. I know it's funny, laugh and giggles, but on a serious note, we're dying. And the only way that we can revive ourselves is if we tap into the sciences and do what normal, logical human beings do, and that's grow and evolve. That's all I have on the matter, man. Thank you.
Thank you so much, man. And I'm gonna do a panel within the next 5 to 10 minutes, so you can feel free to come back up on the panel. Bill Masters with the $5 super chat says, as a software engineer, I agree we need to focus on STEM, but we need history because it can reveal where we are headed. Both can be done in tandem, possibly so. But I'd say remove it all from the education in terms of school and let the parents teach it. If they want to teach it, fine, teach it. Just like religion. Hey, look, if you were a parent, I feel like this, teach religion, but keep religion and keep history out of schools. Only have math, only have science, reading in schools, in my opinion. And bring back gym. Make gym great again. Some of these kids are, these little 12-year-olds are over here wearing 250 pounds. Make gym great again. Give me a second, guys. Where are we at? And Jaleel, stand in the back, okay? Stand in the back, all right? It was another super chat. I don't want to miss it because, I'm trying to. It was from Wana, but I can't find it. Sorry, Wana. I can't find it to read it. Oh, here it is. Wana says, no more slave teaching at home or in school. I don't tell stories about who beat me up years ago. Why are we fascinated by our defeats? Only when it comes to the white man. But a black man could beat your ass. You won't tell nobody. I can get into a fight with a black man. Shit, I ain't get my ass beat. I could have a whole bunch. I could look like Martin in that episode when Tommy Hearns knocked him out, and I could still lie. But you love talking about when the whitey beat you. What's up, guys? I'm gonna I'm gonna do a panel. Give me a second. Gary Grant with the $5 super chat says, I do not have a camera and would like to get in on the panel. Is it okay? Gary, just cam up, man. You don't have to come on camera. I know who you are. You're fine. Don't worry about it. Just cam up real quick and then I'm gonna do a panel. I'm gonna give you like a couple of minutes, and then I'm gonna have to bring up Jay, bring up Jaleel, bring up Trigger Mike, and bring up whoever. But I want to point out something that Jay said. Jay said that shock jocking was a thing in the 90s. Howard Stern was good at it. You know what's so crazy? I'm not being a shock jock. Believe it or not, I have a baccalaureate degree in African studies. I actually come from Molefi Asante's African studies tree. I studied under a professor that he made. I am a staunch African studies student. It's just that I have differing beliefs. I don't have to have the same beliefs that you believe. I don't believe that a woman was saving anyone. I just don't believe it. You know why? Because the women in our day and age who have more resources, look at how weak they are. Look at what they're not going to do. So, I just find it hard to believe that this woman was traversing the wilderness or the frontier territory of America with an Elmer Fudd musket. What did she eat on her journey? What did she drink on her journey? Where did she sleep at on her journey? What are the logistics behind Harriet Tubman? I think she was a fiction created to keep you enslaved and to keep black men enslaved by believing that a black woman is your savior. I just don't believe that. What's up, Gary? Then I got to get to a panel, Gary. Salute, man. And thanks for all the super chats. Go ahead.
Not a problem, brother. I respect what you do. And you're a little tricky. I'm an old dog. and I know you say this is not for the old people.
It's not for you, but go ahead.
Right.
It's not for me either. Go ahead.
Most African Americans are their history that they're learning is stories that really didn't happen. First of all, most African Americans don't know that only 5% of whites owned slaves. Most African Americans talk about what's her name, Mrs. Tubman, and forget about Mr. William Stills, who actually was a conductor, wrote books, and he wasn't illiterate. How are we celebrating an illiterate person? We know Harriet Tubman could not read or write. William Stills wrote about, he saved, what was it, almost 300 people on the Underground Railroad. Harriet Tubman is our most famous slave abolisher with 70. So from back then, they always wanted to hold back the black men. All these people with their Africa, FAB or whatever slavery. Why do black Americans just have to find something to hold them down? They never find what builds them up. There's been a lot of great black people, but stop focusing on what other people did for your grace. Focus on what you do. You're a teacher. That means you went to school, got an education. Everybody in America can do that. I'm from the islands originally.
Absolutely.
I came here at 8 years old. I retired at 40. I'm 57 years old. I've been retired for 17 years. Do you know why? I chose the right woman. I didn't want to have kids. I just wanted to live. Before COVID, me and my old lady used to travel 4 or 5 times a year. That's what we do. Most people, we got to keep breeding. The people that are breeding can't even afford to breed. If you got to go on the system to support a child that you brought in this world, you shouldn't have any. And I'm not saying poor people shouldn't have kids, but I am saying poor people shouldn't have kids.
So you're a eugenicist.
No, I don't believe in I believe in if you don't have the ability to do something, you shouldn't do it. Why? Knowing that you're suffering already, you bring another mouth to feed.
Yeah.
That's just, that's ignorance. Like, you don't know, like, you got another mouth to feed, but you don't get any more money. I'll give them my favorite line, Mr. Scarface, when he says, first you get the money, then you get the power.
Yeah. We had somebody from Cuba that was on here earlier, but yeah.
Then you get the woman. Yeah. But it's like black people got it flipped. Let me go get the woman, ain't got no money. Where are you going to get the power from?
Interesting. Embracing characters like Captain Sisko, embracing characters like Uhura. What do you think that will have on the young African American mind instead of embracing characters like Ghost from Power?
Well, if the African American mind could embrace Star Trek like we did back in the 70s, because most black people don't know. Blacks and Jews were on the same level back in the 70s, eh? Most of you all don't know that. We had doctors, lawyers, scientists. Well,
we have that now, but we have
okay. Let me compare. When I was born in the 60s, our population was half of what it is now. We had more doctors in the 70s than we have now. Black doctors I'm talking about, and lawyers. You might have all these women that went and got law, but most of them run on emotions, so they're not really good lawyers. But hey, I don't want to bash anybody, because bashing now is saying something against somebody. In my days, bashing was get a bat and a hockey stick and you bash a motherfucker. But hey, it's changed. I know the new words. I'm sorry to jump off topic here. Till now, gay is a people. When I'm growing up, gay is sex. What men and men have together. Lesbian sex. What women and women have together. Now you have the alphabet people. And you all, like, I don't know how you can represent somebody by sex. So I don't get that, number one. Sorry, I'm old and fucking crazy, because when I was growing up, all that stuff there was mental illness. But I don't want to get your program all screwed up or not like
No,
that.
you're fine. You're fine. I want you to do me a favor. Stay in the back, Gary. Thank you for the super chats. We have one more caller, and then I'm gonna do a panel. Would you want to stay for? Do you want to stay for the panel?
I'd appreciate that, my love.
Just stay in the back real quick. Don't go anywhere. I got one more person. JR wanted me to have you on video, but I don't know if let me see. Jonathan says, I'm back. I had to focus on work for a bit. For the record, as an intellectual, I believe all history should be preserved and taught. My only issue are folks using said history as a crutch. Thank you so much, Jonathan. That is absolutely the truth. I'm gonna bring you up, Ken, but I'm gonna do a solo layout. Ken, what say you, sir?
Can you hear me?
I hear you loud and clear, sir. Let me ask you a question.
Right.
Which generation do you belong in?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Which generation are you from? Are you an Xer? You a baby boomer? You're a millennial?
I'm gonna be a baby. I'm gonna be a baby boomer.
Oh, okay. So you being a baby boomer, your generation definitely believes that that blacks were slaves, looking at the past, but you may be different. What say you, sir?
Well, here's the deal.
Go ahead.
A lot of these guys, they tend to have a lot of disrespect with the new knowledge that they have.
Yes, sir.
So when these guys speak, it's not as if what they're saying is incorrect, but it's just that it's the arrogance behind it.
Okay.
Okay.
What do you
mean?
And
then not only that, but I can always tell the talking points, whether they're from Tariq Nasheed, whether they're from Chronicles of Judah, whether they're from this other guy, what's his name, Dave Calloway, and that kind of stuff. And a lot of these guys, most of the information that they have, they recently got this information 3, 4, 5 years ago off YouTube. They've never read anything. If you've asked these guys, what books have you read that actually consist of 800 pages that you've actually read, and then you've actually cross-referenced these books with each other, they can't name you any book. So their version of history is based on YouTube. And the thing about the truth is that if you don't have the correct resources, then the truth is useless. So what a lot of these guys do is that, all of a sudden they have this information and it actually makes a lot of sense. Okay. But it's the arrogance behind it. So this guy that just got off the phone, he's talking as if he's always known this all his life. And that's garbage. You understand what I'm saying? He probably just found out about this through some YouTube channel. And it makes sense to him. Okay? Now, with regards to Harriet Tubman, I don't think she was fictional. But I don't believe that this woman actually freed thousands of slaves from the South and took them all the way up north.
She might have been a slave catcher for all we know, but go ahead.
Not only that, I mean, with no GPS, you understand what I'm talking about? No GPS. She couldn't read. So if you can't read, how are you going to do geography? Okay. And apparently she did all of this stuff by herself. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful because I'm FBA too. Okay. Now, the fact of the matter is, I believe she actually exists, that she actually existed, but I do not believe that she did this stuff on her own. I believe that she was actually working with the government. Okay.
Yeah.
And that her instruction, and not only that, and they just use her face, kind of like the endorser of this whole thing. And I believe, because I don't know if you know this, but when she died, she actually died a millionaire. And she actually had a lot of land up north. Okay? So how can someone who was a slave freed all these people from down south, took them all the way up to Canada, okay? And not one person got caught, nobody died, and she did all this stuff just by herself. That's garbage.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't even make any kind of common sense.
Yeah.
Okay?
I agree.
It makes absolutely no sense. So it's very obvious. She's not fictional. She really existed. But it's very, very obvious that she was actually working with the government. Okay? And this was another way for the North to cripple the finances of the South.
Let me ask you this question, and I'm going to get to the panel. And thank you for bringing up your belief on Harriet Tubman. Macy Jameson, whom is the first Black female astronaut, was inspired by Nichelle Nichols' version of Uhura in Star Trek.
Okay.
Is it wrong for me to say this to millions of parents out here? Wouldn't you rather your daughter emulate this fictional Black woman that's based in the future, who's a science officer, who's an intellect, over a whore like Cardi B or Meg Thee Stallion? Is that wrong for me to say that? I just want to know that.
No, it's not wrong for you to say that at all.
I didn't think so.
As a matter of fact, if you go back further than that, it's actually best for kids to have their parents as their heroes.
Yeah.
Especially your father.
Yeah.
Okay? Because once you get outside the family, then it becomes, well, it almost becomes a kind of like a doubt factor between what your parents told you and what a total stranger is going to tell you. You see what I'm saying? So I believe personally that your heroes ought to be your father, your mother, people that you actually know. Because these celebrities, the rest of these guys, we don't know these people. We don't know what they do privately. We don't know what Barack Obama does in his home privately. We don't know that. But you should at least be able to know what your parents do privately. See what I'm saying? Because what happens is that once you take these heroes that's given to you, what happens is that once they smoke a little joint or they do something else, then, you become disappointed. And now you got to look for a brand new hero and start all over. You understand what I'm saying?
I do, Ken.
I believe the whole thing with slavery.
Yeah.
I believe 99.9% of that stuff is garbage. It's not true.
I believe
the whole thing with Alex Haley, that's not true either.
He admitted it. He said it wasn't true.
There you go. As a matter of fact, he said that when they asked him, why'd you plagiarize, what's the dude's name?
I want to point out that CC in the chat says, y'all don't know how Africans
Lander
hairstyles as maps. Y'all real ignorant. Yeah, the Africans use their hairstyles as map. CC, again, you could be right. Maybe the Africans did use their hairstyles as maps. Go ahead, sir. You get the floor.
Well, then maybe she needs to use her hairstyle as a map, provided that she has her real hair, which I which I doubt. The fact of the matter is, Alex Haley said, hey, listen, I had to give my people a myth to believe in. Now, most people who know anything about Malcolm X, they know this stuff about Malcolm X because of the book that Alex Haley wrote. Now, if this guy can lie about Roots, because I don't know if you know this or not, but Roots was really written by a white guy by the name of Harold Corlander.
I didn't know who was really written, but I just know that Alex Haley came out and said that it was fiction.
You didn't know that? Okay. The book Roots actually came from a book called The African. And that book was written by a white guy by the name of Harold Corlander. Alex Haley plagiarized this book and made it his own. Harold Corlander sued Alex Haley in court. And Alex Haley had to pay Harold Corlander $700,000. Now, Alex Haley's the same guy that wrote that book on Malcolm X. And the book on Malcolm X was actually published after Malcolm X had died.
So
you understand what I'm saying? So when it comes to Malcolm X, the only thing that I believe when it comes to Malcolm X is the stuff that I've seen in terms of footage that he's actually done.
Yeah.
But anything that came out of that book, the autobiography of Malcolm X, it was written by the same guy who plagiarized Roots. Yeah. So I don't believe in nothing that's in that book.
My whole
because these guys. I'm sorry. Go on.
No, go ahead. You got the floor. Go ahead.
Right, and not only that, but Alex Haley worked for U.S. Intel.
I believe, in my opinion,
he worked for the government.
I believe, in my opinion, that a lot of things in the past are fabricated and just outright.
A lot of it.
And I agree with that. 100%. It does nothing for us. Embracing the future is probably going to be.
Understand what I'm saying? And then not only that, but what happens is that these guys they're allowed to control both the left and the right of the entire narrative. and that is what happens. So, like I said, I believe that 99.9% of the stuff that they tell us about slavery, man, that stuff did not happen.
Yeah.
Because once you do the math, it does not add up. It doesn't add up. It doesn't add up in terms of the dates that they said these things happen. Okay. I got family who actually served in the military, and they'll tell you that for a certain time during the year, which is actually months at a time, you cannot go through the Atlantic because it's just so vicious. And you're talking about
videos. I've seen video footage of the Atlantic. It looks absolutely terrifying.
Listen, dude,
I can't imagine like primitive man crossing the Atlantic on wooden boats. But go ahead.
There you go. Okay. Yeah. And not only that, you're talking about the U.S. military. You're talking about the Navy. Yeah. With all the tech that they have, those guys stay out of the Atlantic at a certain time during the year. Okay. And that's high tech. So you're trying to make me believe that a bunch of guys in some wooden boats and that kind of stuff, somehow they miraculously made that thing through. Okay.
Hey guys.
And as Dane Calloway would say,
yeah.
And it's also based on common sense. Yeah. There's no museum in the United States or any part of the world, for that matter, that has a replica of a slave ship. Now, you have replicas of dinosaurs, but there's no replicas of a slave ship.
Well, I've been to Baltimore. Baltimore supposedly has one. I mean, I went to the dock, and there was supposedly a slave ship there, but
no. I'm talking about a replica of a slave ship in terms of the schematics that we're known to see. Okay. There's no replica of that, because once you see something like that, your common sense is going to kick in, and you're going to notice. And there's no way anybody can survive like this.
Let me ask you a question. I got to bring the panel up. I've been saying that for the past hour, but I'm going to bring the panel up. But I want to ask you one question. And you bring up a good point there, because these are the same things that I've always thought of. And this is why I say we have to disregard the past and just look towards the future. I forgot what I was about to ask you. Damn. Wait a minute. Damn. I forgot what I was about to ask you. Why do you believe that we're being taught all of this?
Because it creates a very, very, very strong victim mentality. Okay, but it goes way beyond being having a victim mentality. It goes up to super duper victim mentality, because it allows you to blame somebody for not doing what you're supposed to do.
Yeah,
you see what I'm saying? It's much more convenient to do it that way.
Thank you so much.
And not only that, but your history, it has to come from your family. If your history doesn't come from your family, then as far as I'm concerned, you can't afford to get your history given to you by an outside group that you're competing against and expect these guys to tell you the truth. That doesn't make any sense. Your history has to come from your family. It has to come from your family.
You know, the funny thing is that in going back to the whole Afro-Futurist idea is that it's not going to happen in our lifetime, but eventually it will happen. I just don't want my descendants to be left behind, because there are people right now on this planet, they are planning on setting up corporations to start mining asteroids for resources. And I'm thinking, are we going to, it's one thing, okay, so in business, either you're first, you're smarter, or you cheat. And I don't cheat. So I would hope my descendants will be first. Why not be the first explorers to mine an asteroid for certain resources or something like that? Why not think about future things like that? And I know it may sound crazy now, but I'm pretty sure that the helicopter sounded crazy when Da Vinci was explaining it to the people around him. And I feel like the topic is being lost in translation in the chat to a degree. And I feel like we're bringing too many racial things into it, when all I'm trying to say is that instead of embracing power or Madea, why not just embrace something that will catapult our future generation. Yeah, we won't live to see it. This may be 100 years in the future, 200 years, but why not start now? And I believe that's what certain people are doing now. Like white people, they're starting now. We see Elon Musk; he's already starting. I mean, he's already starting the beginnings of the space age right now. And of course, Negroes are going to lie and say that they invented the space age race and all that too. But the fact of the matter is that I just want to prepare for the future now. Does that make any sense?
Well, to a degree, yeah. but it has to do with your mindset.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? So you can't afford to expect everybody to be like that.
Yeah.
But here's the deal. If you have a ruling class mentality, well, then that's where you're going to think.
Yeah.
Okay. If you don't have, because most people are regular people. I don't care what race they are. They just want to do their job, go home, live their lives, provide for their family, and hopefully their children do better than they do.
And this is the problem.
That's most people.
This is the problem right here. This is the problem. Pride Jesse says, we don't want to go to space where there ain't no air. This the Garden of Eden. Let them keep running from their own destruction.
That makes
this dinosaur right here is gonna keep you living in a mud hut. Imagine this dinosaur 500 years ago when they said you don't need no train, your industrial revolution. This dinosaur right here. This is the dinosaur that kept the African in the mud hut. But salute to you, Pride Jesse, for being a member of the Lapeef Network.
Yeah, but the thing about it is that he has every right to think that.
Oh, of course.
If he, if he believes that what's here, it's sufficient, and that's fine. I don't disagree with him.
He said, "I'm an aerospace." Yeah.
But my whole thing is that, listen, after all is said and done, it's all about the family, and if it doesn't start at the home, you're not gonna make it.
Yeah. Now
I don't care how much you try to actually go around that, you're not gonna make it. You're just not gonna make it.
Now, Ken, I gotta do the panel. I've been saying this for the past hour. Now, JR wants everybody to be on camera for the panel. I know that for sure. So it can't be any skips in. So if you're not gonna cam up, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to drop you off. Ken, I don't know if you can come on camera. Can you come on camera, Ken?
Yeah, but I don't want to.
Okay. Well, Ken, thanks for camming up. Salute to you. And
no problem.
Yep, peace. Gary, I don't know. Jay, I don't know what happened to Jay. He was here. But Jaleel, welcome back. Trigger, Mike, welcome back. The Don, welcome. Teen or Tion. We've spoken before. I hope I'm not saying your name wrong. And if I am, I apologize. And Gary, if you mind, can you cam up? Or okay, I don't know. I don't know what happened with Jay. Jay, okay. Well, Jay, if you hear me, Jay, you're gonna have to cam up. What say you guys on the topic? Now, 10 was waiting first before the Don. 10, am I saying your name right? Is it Tion or 10?
10.
10. And thank you, brother. I remember the last time you spoke. You were very elegant, and I'm so glad that you are a member of the Nation of Islam. Salute to you. Go ahead, sir.
Peace, brother. And peace be upon everybody here on the panel and in the audience. I've been listening for a little over half an hour now, now that I'm in my free time. And I just want to be able to respond to the topic as well as some of the points made by some of your last callers, if that's all right. I promise this won't take long.
No, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So I want to first off level set and saying that I agree that the history that we have been taught in the American public school system has been to our detriment. And as the most honorable Marcus Garvey taught, that if you allow your enemy to teach you or to lead you, then it's always going to be to your destruction, because you cannot entrust the education of your people to to your enemy, because they're always going to mislead you. They're always going to give you false information or misleading information that's going to keep you in a subservient position. And so that's what we have, by and large, been given, is a history of slavery, as opposed to a history of enslavement. And that's something that I was fortunate enough to be taught the distinction between as a child. A slave is someone who was born a slave, meant to be a slave, died a slave. That's their entire existence. But enslaved people are people that were once free, brought into captivity, but at some point have the ability, and there's a possibility that they can obtain their own freedom. And so that I believe is what our true identity is historically in this country, is as an enslaved people, not born to be slaves, not slaves, but an enslaved people. And that is what I believe speaks to the difference also between being a free people and a freed people. Because right now we are a freed people. We didn't fight ourselves for the Emancipation Proclamation. We ourselves and our ancestors didn't fight for the events of Juneteenth. They were given to it, as opposed to us taking our own liberation and establishing for ourselves what our people and what our nation should and could be. And so on that point, I will absolutely agree that we should stop teaching a history of slavery, but start teaching a realistic depiction of what was, so that we understand what is. Brother Chaotic, I believe you said in times past, and I absolutely agree with you, that life is a series of revolutions. What happened before will happen again, and those that are knowledgeable of matters of political science understand that the systems that we operate in on a local, national, and global level, these social political systems have always existed. They look different because of the technology available to us in our time, but it's very much still what it's always been in terms of the social strategies and systems and networks that exist internationally. How the rich keep the poor to maintain their own status. How the strong and the military, the strong military leaders of the world have maintained their position by keeping the weak weak. That's what we should be teaching, not only the youth but also the adults. I believe that political science is something that should be taught in elementary school, and maybe we wouldn't have the last few brothers getting on this show speaking the way that they did, to say that the history that we've been given was just a matter of keeping us in a state of a victim mentality. That's low level, surface level nonsense. It's not about keeping us in a victim mentality and looking to keep someone to blame. It's about being able to control narratives. It's about being able to say, just as the King James was able to establish a council to craft the Bible, that if I can tell you what your history is, then you won't question it. It's in the books, it's in black and white, don't question it, it's the truth, roll with it. And as long as I get to control the narrative of your existence, then I get to also control the reality in which you live and your actions. And so, yeah, I want to also agree that we should use the history that our people have been through in order to map out a future for ourselves. If you want to speak of it in that way, when you speak of futurism, However, and I'll close my point in saying this, because it's unfortunate when the educated and the intelligent class among us, our most eloquent and articulate brothers, can get on platforms like this and speak in such a degrading, disrespectful, and intentionally misleading way to our own people, to suggest that the Europeans were and are dominant. There's a difference between being dominant and domineering. Europeans, white people, are historically domineering, and that's what led to the history that we've seen across the transatlantic, across Africa, and across the Middle East. Is a domineering people and ambitious people who were not content where they were, but had a national principle of imperialism, and because of that, they've achieved great things on their own, and that's great for them. But now we have to take it upon ourselves to use the history that our ancestors have been through in order to say never again. Just like the Jews coming out of Germany and saying never again, that we can say never again. I'm not talking about on a plantation. Obviously, those days are long gone. No one's picking cotton. But in the workforce, never again. In politics, never again. On a socioeconomic and political scale, never again will we be castrated, effeminized, and dissected and separated one from another, man from woman, black men and women, and that we can unite and to go forward together with the knowledge of what we have been through historically. And that's why I am my point. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ten. And I apologize for smiling. I was reading the comment section. Maybe I might have to not do that when people are talking, because I don't want you to think I'm laughing at you. The Don, what's up, man? Are you a slave, sir? Keep it real.
Not anymore.
Okay.
I wanted to jump on because I was listening earlier, and then I had to stop for work, and then I jumped back when I've been listening for like the last 45 minutes to the last guy you were talking to, and I gotta say I can't say that I disagree, but it makes me raise questions, right?
Well, we talked about a lot of different things. So which aspect of disagreement?
I want to go into the aspect of like 99% of the things we've heard about are false, and the plagiarism of the Roots book and that area.
Okay.
So, and here's the thing. I'm not saying I disagree, because like what the last guy was just saying, this history is taught, this history is taught to us to keep us in a certain mind frame, right? So it makes me think, what else in history is 99% false? You know what I mean? Like now we get to a point to where like, is everything we hear about ancient Egypt true? Is everything we hear about the Roman Empire true? Is everything we hear, now
question everything.
We go into a space of like, okay,
that's
what
why
in his, oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's why I am a futurist, man, because thinking about the past, it just is too much.
Counterproductive.
It's counterproductive, man.
It's counterproductive. I got friends, me, I'm a web developer. I've been working in this industry for about 8 years now. I don't have a college degree. I didn't go to college for this. I taught myself how to code, and then I just started interviewing until I got in the game. I got a lot of friends that I tried my hardest to get them on into this world of tech where the money's good, the benefits is good. I work for 2 different companies. I have 2 salaries. So it's a great to provide for my son. And I told these guys, give me 3 months to teach you how to code, and it'll change your life. Can't do it.
They're living in the past.
They're living in the past. And
I bet your friends have social science degrees, right?
They don't even have that.
Oh,
they don't even have that. It's like, whenever they try for something and don't get it, the reason is because they're black, or or because they're being held back or they're being profiled. I've worked with guys that have gotten fired from the job and they're like, oh, it's because I was black. And I'm saying, well, you're late every day and you've gotten written up twice and you've got,
Smoking weed on the lunch break.
in the parking lot. You know what I mean? So so that's why I do see the mind state that it keeps people in. I do see it. So it makes me wonder, okay, like you said, how do we get people focused harder on the future and out of that mindset of we used to be this, we Jim Crow this? How do we get people to say, you know what? We're free, regardless of what happened in the past. We're living in a time right now where whatever you put your mind to, you can just do it. If you, whatever industry you want to be, an engineer, you want to be whatever, there's no white man with a whip telling you can't do that. Just do it. Yeah. So regardless of if the history is 99% real or 99% fake, it doesn't matter. What matters is right now. And people, it's hard to get, I guess, like the whole, everybody on the same page with that. So I hear what you guys were saying about that. And I just wanted to speak on that because it makes me question a lot of history and what parts of this history were strategically used to keep us in a place. And then too, whenever you talk about those type of conspiracies, who is the man? Who is the genius that came up with, if you teach black people this, it'll hold them back? Who came up with that? You know,
when I was a kid, my good sir.
Same people you're trying to dance with.
When I was a kid, sir, I created a boogeyman because I watched the movie. And I swore that this boogeyman was downstairs at night whenever I went down there to grab some food. And I created it. I knew if I went downstairs that I was going to get kidnapped or harmed by this boogeyman. A lot of what is going on with this trauma is the boogeyman. We've created this person. Doesn't exist. I agree with you. Absolutely. Go ahead, sir. Oh, let me read the super chat real quick. Andrew says, and thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Same to the Don. I've tried to get at least 6 people to learn iOS development over the years. They never follow up. Been in the industry for 6 years. Yeah.
So it's crazy. Like, I mean, it's this, and you know, people are quitting their jobs a million miles an hour. There's jobs in this industry. My email, you know, I'm a permanent. I work for a company now, so I'm not looking to talk to recruiters, but my email is blowing up every day with tons of jobs. $48 an hour, $37 an hour, $82K a year, and I'm just, $106K a year, and I'm like, guys, like, what are we doing here? Are we gonna, and so now I do think, regardless of if it was a conspiracy or not to limit the black man, the shit is working. Sorry, cursing,
no,
but
we've been cussing. Jonathan with the $10 super chat says, my guy at the Don, he's correct. As an engineer, I once worked with an insufferable black female who blamed all her failures on racism when she was just a mediocre engineer at best. Blaming the past and a made-up boogeyman past for your own lazy failures.
A past you have nothing to do with. Like that's the thing. Have you ever been profiled this way or beat or did it? Like a lot of the people that complain about this stuff have literally never even had a racial altercation before in their life.
Created it. They created it and they live in it instead of looking towards the future. East Indians don't bring that Christian stuff over here. They look towards the future. Jonathan with another $10 super chat says, I and another colleague were so happy when they fired her ass. Folks like that are beyond insufferable. Go ahead, Mr. Don. Please continue, sir.
Oh, yeah, but
I don't know what happened with Mr. Don. Mr. Don, are you there? Go ahead, sir. You're on mute now. I don't know what happened.
He's there.
Okay, yep, you can hear you now. Yep, go ahead,
sir.
Okay.
Yeah, so basically, that's what I wanted to speak on is like what you guys were talking about, is 99% of what we were taught true or false, and what was it used for? Was it used to hold us back? Was it used to keep us from learning how to read or whatever? And so my thing is, we don't know, but what we do know is right now, you can be anything you want to be. You could be any, and that's why I have a 3-year-old son. That's how I'm raising my son. You can be whatever you dedicate, like Japanese culture, right? 10,000 hours dedicated to your craft. Say that whatever you want to be, you can be it there. Even if for some random reason there's this big white boogeyman right here holding you back from this one opportunity, go to the other one. But keep living life and stop blaming every shortcoming we have on some shit that we never even had to deal with for the most part. I've actually dealt with I'm from Detroit. I've dealt with a lot of racial profiling in my life, and I'm still not complaining. Like, I'm moving forward.
I don't know whomever phone that is. What I would like for you to do is pretend like a white boss is on the panel and you are in a meeting. What would you do if a white boss was on the panel?
I don't have a white boss. I've never had one.
Okay, well,
and never will have one, or white one or black one. Okay. Let's just get that off the page.
Jay, hold on for a second. Jay, okay, please. Don, you can continue. Then it's up to Dust, though. Go ahead.
Okay, but yeah, so basically, I know there's a lot of people that watch the live chat. So for anybody, I could get that message across.
Yeah,
like I said, the same thing I'm gonna get with my son. The past is the past. Move forward. Right now, it's a beautiful time to be alive, to be black, to be smart, to be disciplined. It's a beautiful time to be that. And if you dedicate yourself to whatever you want to be, 9 times out of 10, you'll be it. There's no boogeyman. I'm sorry. There's no boogeyman.
Thank you so much. And these super chats are coming in at incredible light speed, by the way. Thank you so much. Muada Rogers says, if it's all about the future, then please tell me why, as we speak, they are changing the history books in schools. Why can't you focus and fight for both? Again, the fact that they're changing the history, the fact that they're changing the history book says a lot. You can't change the biology books. You can't. I guess you can now because they say a man could be a woman now. But you can't change the calculus books. So the history books should be removed permanently anyway. Dusto, what's up, man?
What's going on?
Are you a slave, sir? Keep it real.
Absolutely not. I didn't sign up for that.
Hey, Dusto, before you go, no disrespect, I got to go, and I've been waiting up here about 45 minutes.
Oh,
I wanted to come up on.
Go ahead, Jay. Yep.
Can't, with no disrespect.
No, go ahead. You're good.
Yeah.
Well, with some better internet that doesn't freeze.
We can always talk about this on the telephone. All right.
No, you good.
First thing I would like to say is, it's starting to remind me when I was fighting back in the days. I was boxing back in the days, and every time I lost a match, I'll have these Monday morning quarterbacks telling me what I should have did and what didn't happen and whatever. One of the most easy things I find out in this younger generation, y'all find it so easy to point fingers and pick of what you wasn't even a part of and try to analyze it and make it to be your truth. And that's a disservice to yourself. Another thing I would like to say, I come from a household. My brother went to an Ivy League college, and I went to a technical college. He did very well. He has a shared patent with the first computer maker in the United States, IBM. His name is Arnold Martin. But today he sells insurance. And I always try to have that conversation. What did he see? The technology you're talking about in the fourth and trying to get to the fifth and sixth, physics, that's what he specializes in.
Hey, can you have him fix your internet for us?
Well, wait just a minute, Curly Neal from the Harlem Gold Charlie. Let me have my moment to land this car, okay? So what I would like to say to you, y'all act so eloquent for boomers and older people to step away from these type of conversations and don't be a part of it because it's just not for us. And I will second that motion. I think I am going to pull myself away from these type of channels because I think these channels are getting to be a great disservice, not to only yourself, but the historical facts of what our experience been. And so if y'all would like us to disappear, a lot of us have already disappeared from these type of conversation due to the level of disrespect that we get. So After this right here, this networking and some of the other ones I do, catering, come to, I'm gonna make myself invisible because I'm tired of this type of level of disrespect. Because at this point, I don't even believe it's a conversation. I do believe it's some of you believe exactly what you believe, and you have the right to believe that. But just like I tell the men who having a hard time with black women, you don't have to shit on the black women just because you're having a hard time with them. Just go get what you want and don't think about the ones you don't want. I think you all thinking this is something brand new. These type of conversations been had ever since we've been here. Just a different media, just a different technology. If you don't understand that, then you are doomed to repeat it over and over again. Let me tell you something too, Chaotic. You speak so well, so terrible about African history and African people. I wonder, have you ever been to southern Egypt and went into a pyramid and seen a man in a spacesuit? One of these days, I'm gonna put that up on my channel of my travels to Egypt. Seen a man in a spacesuit. Have you ever seen a man in a step bomber painted inside of the pyramids that you think that these people were so primitive? Maybe they seen something because there's stories about how all these drawings go in southern Egypt inside of these pyramids. Maybe they seen something and was trying to tell us a story. And with all your science and all the stuff that you speak of today, why is it they can't build a square even close to the pyramids in southern Egypt or Egypt within itself? So you keep on thinking science is the answer to everything, and evolution into science is everything, and you soon find your doom. Because I believe that something put us here on Earth and didn't put us somewhere else. You can have the voyage of imagination to travel through space and all that, but there was a reason we was put here. And if you truly think it's somewhere better than here, then you have the right for that mindset too. But I'm gonna tell you something. For you Christians out there who comes on these type of channels and you hear Ray and Pom Pom, these type of discussions, when it's disrespectful to older people, women, and ancestors, well, you're gonna meet that path yourself. And it might not be so great. So y'all keep on with your conversation.
Jay, before you leave, can I say something real quick?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Before you speak, before you leave, you're entitled to your opinion. You're entitled to your perspective. So is everyone else, and so and myself. I don't agree with you. You don't agree with me, and that's totally fine. You could be right, and I could be wrong, or vice versa. But what I do know is this: if Egypt is so great, why don't you live there? If southern Egypt is so great, if it's so fantastical, if these people had these, if these people supposedly drew images of future events or future technologies, and you admire them so much, why did you come back to the States? I mean, that and is that disrespect?
Catch up, chaotic. You're a little behind, and that's what I'm trying to teach you right now, sir. You're a couple steps behind.
Sure.
I'm 7 months from being not in southern Egypt, but in Africa. I'm having a place built there for the last 3 years. So catch up to par, my brother. So you can't use that talking point on me. I know I'm 63 years old, and just like I say, I wanted to finish this about my brother. He's selling insurance, and he has degrees in everything that you talked about today when it comes down to science. But what I'm trying to say, let me finish this.
Go ahead.
What I'm trying to say to this, I went to technical school, and in the last 40 years of my life, and I can say for the last 10 years, I worked hard to work on Black people health. And I can tell you, believe it or not, I have cured people with all the science that you talk about and doctoring, science and all that. I have cured people in things that they've been treated for the last 30 years and never got any cure for it. And you know what it came from? It came from my travels through all these places that you consider being primitive and mindset. And when I'm telling you, what you are creating in that laboratory, that all this synthetic stuff that you think that is really made for human beings, you go find out. You go become the robot. They don't really need robots. And so I say that to say this. I work for the people, bro. I never charge anybody for anything. Of anything that I have ever gave them to put them at peace as far as their health, their bodies. And I can tell you this, and I'm joking for him. You should fire your barber. Because if he did that kind of haircut just yesterday and it looked like you got it last week.
Hey, no, it was today. That's what
I'm saying. So what I'm trying to tell you all, y'all don't want old people, man, around. We don't have to be around. We don't live that life. We can sit back and we can just relax and watch y'all do y'all thing.
Yeah.
We don't have to try to be in charge of what y'all trying to do. But you got to understand, if I'm 63, how many 10 years of that? You can divide 10 in that how many times? You think we ain't seen this before? You think you saying something new under the sun? Well, welcome to the real world, bro.
Let me ask you a question, right? Before you leave. Do you own a goat or a donkey?
I will have probably both of them. Or something similar to them.
Do you own a car?
No, I'm getting ready to move, so I sold all my cars.
Okay, but why did you own a car?
For transportation, sir.
But why didn't you just walk? You look still athletic right now. Why didn't you use what?
Probably more than you.
Yeah, I'm not challenging you on who's more athletic.
No, I'm just saying I'm probably more than you. I just wanted to finish your statement.
Yeah, I'm saying you look athletic. So why didn't you use the legs that the universe gave you to travel?
Most of the time I did. That's how I stayed in. So, when my neighbors was driving to the store, there was a half a mile or a mile to the store. I was walking to the store, and I had 2 vehicles.
But
and you're talking about
what I'm saying is that if you're
obesity, these are the things. This is the things you don't understand is a double-edged sword, my brother. It's all this technology. All this technology we have is problematic.
No, it's not.
For a lot of our health, as far as when it comes to obesity. Yes, it is. We'll jump in the car and go 2 blocks.
Let me ask you a question.
When we could walk.
How come I'm not obese? How come patriarchy's not obese?
It's not the actual technology, it's the people and how to use it.
It's the people not using it.
It's how the people are choosing.
Yeah, well, yes, it's abuse of anything. What I'm trying to say is, if the technology was there, you will have to use your legs, bro. So you are right. That's abuse of anything.
But what I'm saying
is that food, it could be abuse of anything.
What is so wrong?
But what you're not gonna do, Chaotic, what you're not gonna do is what you're not gonna be able to do, young man, is challenge me in my wisdom. That's something you gonna have to live.
Sir,
you might use your education, but the difference between the difference between me and you, no, I'm just saying the difference between me and you read about it and I lived it. So who would have a better understanding of it?
Sir. Again, I guess we're gonna have to agree to disagree. I don't agree with you, and you don't agree.
That's a girl's term. We shouldn't use it.
Okay, so
you always talk about feminine. That's a feminine term.
Okay, sir. You are over here bashing the very same thing that you utilize every day, which is technology and science, sir. There is no way in hell that a responsible parent would ever do what Dr. Sebi did. A responsible parent is going to take their child to the doctor down to the hospital down the street. That primitive stuff led to nothing, and it did. And that, I mean, that, you know, there's some home remedies, but sir, let's be honest, man. Nobody's gonna go into some jungles and find some man in the jungle.
Hold on a second. Wait a minute. I gotta disagree with the last thing. The primitive stuff led to us being loaded on the cargo ship and put over here. Now you can't. Come on, now let's be honest.
Let Jay finish. Let Jay finish.
Let me finish this, okay? So I tell you what, I got a 76-year-old man who's been taking diabetes medicine for the last 30 years. I gave him seeds for 2.5 weeks. The doctor took him off shots, took him off his diabetes medication. And I told him not to even tell his doctor what he was taking. Now this man, who's been taking something for the last 30-something years, don't have to shoot insulin in his stomach, his toes, his arms, or anything. So
but that wouldn't work for everybody.
Let Jay finish because he's about to.
Let me finish it. Wait, let me finish, bro. I just like you have a girlfriend, just because you have a bad one, that don't mean all of them are bad. We're not speaking of the ones that it worked for or it didn't work for. We're talking about the ones that at some point in their life they got tired of shooting that insulin in their body and they wanted to try something different. You know what you want to turn your hat, turn on back.
Guys,
you won't take your car. Wait. You won't take your car to a mechanic. It's not happening to him. I'm not saying that person. You won't take your car to a mechanic to fix your water pump for 30 years. After about the third try, you go say that person is not qualified. But we have people who so educated into science or medicine, and people have been going to them for 30 and 20 years, and they don't even question them. Why they still have the same ailments, even when they change their diet. So what I'm trying to say is there's room for both, chaotic. And my whole point is to you today, you don't have to shit on something if it don't work for you and your mindset.
What am I shitting on? Like what am I shitting
I mean,
on?
it's not, but what I'm trying to say is sometimes it's your delivery, bro.
Jay, what is so wrong with me saying I'm not worshiping the ancestors in Africa? They were walking on diamonds, cobalt, iron ore, and they never did anything with it. What is so wrong with me saying that? How is that disrespectful? They didn't do anything with the diamonds. They didn't do anything with the gold. Some niggas wore it, but they didn't do anything with it.
But they did do okay. So, but there was a lot of things. There was a lot of things they did do. Maybe they didn't. Maybe they don't see the future in the way that you see it. Now you talk about you wait a minute. You talk about Star Trek, all right, and you give that so much. But you had a black woman who you say was in shape, was there with a miniskirt that pretty much could be sliding down a pole too, regardless of her work, what she was doing on the Star Trek. But let's look at this. You said that some young lady didn't see this young lady on the bus who refused to give up a seat because she thought she was just as equal to anyone else who was paying the same fare. You don't think there was some young girl said to herself that I'm no longer gonna be a second-class citizen, but I know anything I choose to do with my mind, even though there are certain people out there to oppress me, I can move through it. You don't think that someone can learn? Some girl didn't learn a lesson from that?
No, the lesson I learned from that was
I didn't ask you. I say some young girl.
The lesson that should be learned from that is your parents should start their own limousine or bus company and provide for you to travel safely. Stop relying on somebody else's bus systems or whatever. So again,
it's your bus system.
Okay. Well, here goes the thing, man. Look, here goes the thing.
You take it easy, bro.
Here goes the thing, man.
Because I know what you're doing. Clan members do it much better than you.
You should stop crying.
I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing, bro. I know what you're doing.
Because white don't like you.
I'm just saying, clan members do your conversation a lot better than you do it.
Jay,
if you think I'm lying, go back and look at some of the old talk shows, and you got some of the same talking points. And for you to be someone from another country who comes here and try to shit on black people, wait, I understand. You are American. I didn't say you wasn't, but I'm just saying someone who originated from somewhere else then come over here where a house is already built and say, oh, how comfortable it is and how great it is. Why y'all not even trying to get these houses? But in your own country, you couldn't take that same mindset and build it.
Hey, Jay, listen, man.
Salute,
Hey,
man.
Jay.
Thank you so much.
Before you drop off, we may agree to disagree, but you're always respected over here, as far as for me.
Well, you know what? Not only me, but I don't think these type of channels deserve my time or any ancestor or any person time. Y'all young people, go ahead and do what y'all do, and then when you really need some help, it might not be there.
Okay. Guys, I gotta read the super chats first. Thanks, Jay. Give me 1 second, guys. I don't know what's going on in the back. Is that Trigger Mike? He's opening up some.
That's not me.
Okay, let me read these super chats real quick, guys. Okay, so AK Harrison with the $2 super chat says, "Let's donate to OG's Wi-Fi fund." Wanda says, "It's a disservice to change the smoke detector battery too. Don't be a victim. Change your battery in your mindset." Thank you for the $5 super chat. Jonathan with the $10 super chat says, "Relax, OG. I love hearing your perspective, even though we disagree on a lot, because it challenges mine. Removing your voice doesn't help your own narrative. If you think we're wrong, challenge it." Jonathan also had another super chat. Gary says, "The pyramids was just a building in that time. They were all over the world, not just Egypt." Thank you. Jonathan with another super chat. This is actually the first one. I'm reading it backwards. He says, "OG, you and I personally have debated each other for at least a couple of years and still always seek your perspective. But because you give me things to think about, relax, old man." The problem, Gary says, "I do not have a camera." Oh, okay. Listen, the problem with Jay is the problem with a lot of Gen Xers, baby boomers, and millennials. You don't like any other you don't like critical thinking. You don't like when people think differently from you. I didn't say that I was right, Jay. I never said that. I always say that shit. I could be completely wrong. It's just thoughts and ideas. What I'm saying is dangerous. What about the drill rappers? I think what they're saying is more dangerous. They have 1 million people following them and they shoot and kill each other. But go ahead, Dusto. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon. Shout out to Jay, because I talked to him offline. I know he got good intentions and a good heart. It's just a difference. Just my opinion is he's older, we're younger. He may see things from his view, we see things from our view. But
go ahead, Dusto. I muted everybody. You can go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
Sorry.
No, don't worry about it.
You didn't bust my speakers, bro. No, I was just gonna say, looking at the topic, I just came on not too long ago. Stop teaching slavery, Jim Crow, and Harriet Tubman. Start teaching Afro-Futurism.
Mm-hmm.
Question is, what is the future? Because I'm looking at the past, I'm looking at the present, and I can kind of predict the future from there. And I see that it's going to be a few people, top 10% of the people that are black. Because we're talking about the big black fake community, the black population. There will never be a community. There's going to be a whole bunch of dustos fighting each other. Let's start with the men. Bunch of people with no emotional intelligence, selfish egos, and crabs, and they out of control. But worse, on the woman's side, oh my God, Wigatocious baby mamas with 7 teeth and 8 kids. And they're being incentivized to, well, actually, there's no incentive. It's actually a scam. Told that, hey, everything, you can have the world over here going and run out here out of control. They have the kids. The kids are over there with them. So what is this Afro-Futurism? The 10% of the people who say, look, I don't want nothing to do with that. I'm going to get it together. They can have it all because there's more opportunity now than there was 50 years ago. That's a good thing. But those who fall victim to looking around and just following whatever, they're going to be out of control, men and the women. Yeah, I do think we should respect our ancestors because they actually did something for a good cause. Some of them didn't. But then look at the people now. What are they doing? And I'll just tell you, I'm selfish. I'll do what I want to do. But hell, look around. I think that resources and the reward should actually be reallocated. Instead of everybody take everything to go rescue the poor dustos and the victims who won't do anything. Take the rewards, start rewarding the people who are doing something. Because now it's become the people who are bleeding are the ones who are in the upper trying to do something. The people start giving resources to the ones who become stepfathers, the ones who are getting ragdolled in the court, the dudes who are out in the community. Like I say, there's people complaining, hey, you ain't in the community, man. So you want single men with no kids You want married men with kids to leave their families, get off their purpose, and go over 45 minutes away to areas that they either didn't grow up on or they escaped from, and go give their time, energy, and resources. I believe that those women, those households, those communities need to cut a check. They somehow found a way to get Jordans and purses. You got money. Cut the check. Fire up the food. Cook a steak, lobster. I ain't talking about ramen noodles. Cook a steak. Or you know what? We'll stop at Whole Foods and bring the ingredients. Cook the food. And there need to be community bun centers where these men, or even the simps, can run over there before they service and help out the community. They could bend these women over and get some of those buns. Because they're giving it away anyway. That's how they ended up over there. Raw Dog Ronnie and Big Dick Tony and them, they knocked them down. So if you're going to give the buns out there, let's start allocating those buns to where they need to be going. But that's how we can actually build a community and build a future. But for the most part, people just said, no, we're going to do what we want to do. That's what I see going on. So you're going to have the attack of the killer selfish, and it just is what it is. That's our future.
Okay, Desto, thank you so much for being absolutely pessimistic. But hey, that's your opinion.
Was it realistic?
It was realistic. It was it was real. Yes, that's a strong yes. But you're being pessimistic.
Hold on. Can we eliminate that? Is it realistic?
It's definitely realistic. I agree.
How is it pessimistic?
Well, it's pessimistic because my view of the future is a little bit more optimistic. I think that we are going to be a spacefaring race.
Hold on. Who is we? Who is we?
The human race, sir. The human race.
Interesting.
Not just
chaotic.
Chaotic.
There's going to be a big influx of broke 488-pound victims of all races.
It's not because that. Okay, go ahead. Okay.
It's all races falling apart. I'm just saying.
Sir, we can
I disagree with that.
We can fix it.
I disagree.
Wait a minute. Hold on for a second, guys. Let me read the super chat. Muwada says, "What is the magic they wanted from my people? The Tikarian people." What? Who was these people? Oh, I don't know. I never
Let's
heard
go
of
ahead
them.
and look them up. Let's see how colonization.
Oh, they're from Cameroon. Oh, okay.
Well, I think all Americanized, like fully Americanized, is falling apart.
Okay.
If you talk about the glorious white community, they're falling apart too. Let's be real.
Go ahead.
There's some of them are insulated.
Wait a minute. Hold on for a second. We got Chief Cook. I don't think Chief Cook is spoken at all. Chief Cook, what's up?
They're not a community either. They do what they want to do.
Guys. Chief Cook, go ahead, sir.
Hey, how you doing? Hey, guys.
Pretty good. What's up, man?
Now, I know you. I just came in and just happened to start you talking about Star Trek thing. And I know everything about Star Trek, but look how Star Trek was made. It. Okay, we all know that Michelle Nichols was the first, and they just have a signature, and that's it. Never sitting in command position whatsoever. Just stood there for her for the last couple of years. Then 10 years, and a couple of years later, then we came Next Generation. And what they do, they put a blind man and gave him put on his face. So he covered his eyes for 8 years because he's blind. They had all the technology on him, and you can't discover. You don't think all these years we got transport technology. You think we can't fit somebody that's blind? He was just a talking guy. They had Michael Dorn, who was played the Klingon in War.
But he wasn't black.
I know. I'm not saying it, but look how they betrayed him.
What are you getting at, sir? They gave two shows.
Let me finish.
Go ahead, man. You got to talk up a little bit more though, too. By the way.
Okay. Also, okay. Then we got Deep Space Nine. We finally put a black man in charge of something, but he never went nowhere. Put him beside the station. It was a single father. Barely show him raising his kids a little bit. All these years, and yet a lot of people think, and when the CNN did a TV show about black families like that, they didn't show a positive attitude of black father, and the show was number one. And he was the best around. And you know what they do? They kill him off for 10 years.
So you need TV to teach you?
No,
let him finish.
No, I'm saying that this is how they betray us in the future. This is how they betray us in sci-fi, because you never see kids that are gonna be just like that. When people watch Star Trek, and you discover, a lot of people want to be an engineer.
Okay.
Stuff like that.
Enough. Okay. First of all, DS9, which is Deep Space Nine.
Yes.
Cisco was the commander of a space station that was integral in a intergalactic war. He also was he also was a religious figure of an entire race. He also commanded a starship called the Defiant.
Right.
He had
I know about
more.
that.
Let's be honest. His tenure as captain was way more popping than Picard on that boring
Yeah,
ass.
but what they did, yeah,
Hold
but
on,
still.
wait, give me a second. Give me a second, sir. Give me a 2nd Give me a second. Give me a second.
Go ahead.
Picard was captain of a spaceship during peacetime, and he was doing nothing but patrolling the Romulan border.
Yeah.
He didn't have an integral part like Captain Sisko did. So they gave the black captain more responsibility, sir. And you know this.
Yeah. I don't say I know that. I'm just saying, but yeah.
So what if Nichelle Nichols was?
Yeah, but what's the difference? Picard's still alive.
What about Michael? What about? Hold on for a second, sir. What about Michael Burnham? What about Michael Burnham?
They made a damn fool out of her.
Well, sir, the entire show is a woke show anyway. But sir, Michael Burnham is.
Exactly, it's a work show. So how you seen her say that she's an unbetrayal black woman doing
sir,
something?
Almost every show.
Let me finish.
Almost every show now is woke, sir. So you can't.
Yeah. I'm saying it. I'm just saying this is how they betray us in every way. Every time you get positive character in Star Trek, they make him look like a damn fool. Sisko was great, of the best of the best, and they killed him off because they say it was too up. And same thing. Okay. Let me finish. And look at Voyager, Star Trek Voyager. They made they had no black character, but they made two Vulcan. When they do, they give him pointy ears and make him a black Vulcan. A real black Vulcan was like comic book black Vulcan.
Sir, nobody has no idea what we're talking about right now.
I'm saying that. I'm just saying is. What I'm saying is, how the future
I don't know what the hell this
is not.
talking about.
Sir,
I know. I'm saying.
Chief Cook, hold on for a minute. Nobody knows what the hell we're talking about. Let's just bring it back, sir. Let's just bring it back. Is there anything wrong with embracing the stems as a culture? Let's just keep it like that, okay? Because nobody knows what we're talking about.
I'm saying that. No, what I'm trying to say is this is how they want to betray us. They don't.
How
see
do
us
they betray us, sir? What are you talking about?
I'm just saying white people betray us in the future. We don't see a positive a black person in the future.
Sisko wasn't positive, sir.
What I said before, what they did to him, they killed him off because he was an emissary and they have God. Sir, they killed him off.
Okay, sir.
This is how.
Sir. The Don is over there looking like, what the hell is going on? Nobody knows.
Understanding what I'm trying to say.
No, sir. Only me and you know what we're talking about. It's kind of like weird at this point. Let's just.
I know, I agree. All I'm trying to say was just in future and stuff like that.
Let me ask you a question. Was Uhura a stripper? Was she a drug dealer?
No.
Okay, so whatever character she was,
whatever. You ever seen the captain's chair?
What, sir? Sir. How many captains could sit in the damn chair, sir?
It doesn't matter. No.
Let me ask you.
He doesn't have to be a captain.
Okay,
it doesn't have to be a captain. Is it every time when 1, 2, 3 leave off the ship?
Okay, I had to mute him real quick. Give me a second. Chief Cook, hold on for a second. Hold on. Nobody knows what we're talking about. So let's do this real quick. On TNG, sir, The Next Generation, how many black admirals did we see, sir? Keep it real. How many black admirals did we see? Okay, he's
3.
Gone. He's gone.
3.
We saw more than 3. How many black captains? How many black captains did we see, sir? They always had blacks in those. They always had them as captains and admirals, sir. Now, you mean the lead character of a show, sir? There's only been 7 iterations, and 2 of the iterations have had black people. So what are you talking about?
I'm saying is, we don't see a.
Okay, nobody knows what we're talking about. This isn't a Trekkie fest. That's not the purpose of this conversation.
No. What I'm trying to say is that when people write science fiction, including Star Wars, they don't want us to see a strong positive message.
Sir, Darth Vader's voice is from a black man. What do you mean they don't want to see? What are you talking about? You mean to tell me these people are going to make a science fiction franchise? They could have used a white man's voice, but they use a black man's voice. What are you talking about? You're on mute, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. No.
They making us look stupid. They making us done.
Okay. Enough. Okay, sir. Stay on the panel.
How you making yourself look?
Stay on the paddle, man. Hold on for a second. Hold on for a second. Zab the Sigma. Sir, are you a member of Phi Beta Sigma? You're on mute, sir. Guys, we got it. Okay. Zab, are you there?
Froze.
Interesting.
Okay. Patriarchy, you kept cutting us off during conversation. What say you, sir?
Listen, let me ask you a question. What is, and I'm just gonna be careful with the algorithms and all of this kind
Go
of stuff.
ahead, sir. Because
What is freedom really gotten a certain group of people? Like
sir,
what
I
is
have,
like
at
hold on a
this point,
second.
I have no
Like
idea.
let's just
I have no idea.
let's just go ahead and be honest. Dude, the more I study the people who actually colonize certain places, like the more I study Christopher Columbus, the more I study
Uh-oh, I gotta put him on mute. I know where this is going.
Ferdinand Magellan, the more I study the British East India Company, the more I study the Boers, the more I study Afrikaans and their conflicts with Shaka Zulu, the more I study these people, the more I realize these people were better than everybody else at that point in time.
Okay.
Like,
Go
I
ahead,
mean,
go ahead, go
it's
ahead.
really, I mean, there's nothing wrong with just admitting your losses. I mean, there's nothing wrong with just admitting that some people were better. And like, there's some, when I look at Elon Musk, right, when I read about him working 90 to 100 hours a week and hardly sleeping and things like that, right? That is a very high functioning person. So you have to realize some people are naturally going to be, and I'm just like, what is this like stuff that we're talking about here? And when it comes to OG, you know, he's not here, and I have a lot of respect for him. I really do. So I'm gonna like keep it real cool, but it's just like, bro, like if you really start to look historically and you really start to look at what some people were doing before they got, you're gonna be like, okay, this makes total sense. Just it.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from. I wrote papers on it in college in Africans, and I used to get chased out of many classes, sir. I had my own friends wanting to beat me
Me
up.
too.
Sir, I'm not trying to disrespect anybody, and I'm not trying, and I hate the fact that I'm going to use Jay as an example, even though he's gone. Could you imagine a group of villages in ancient Africa, and Jay is the leader, like Jay is the ruler? That is the reason why I love republics. That's why I love America, because it is a republic. I cannot imagine living under a dictatorship with some of the ways that some black people especially think. It would be absolutely chaotic. It would be, I couldn't do it.
You mean you don't want to go live in the south side of Chicago or the west side?
Sir, no.
Okay.
I listen, man. I do agree with you. I think that colonization, it pushed the South African forward. Apartheid pushed them forward. I think that they were living a Stone Age existence for eons, and they were stagnating because instead of thinking of the future, they were thinking of the past or whatever they were doing at the time. The same thing with other groups of people. I think you are right. I think colonization was a good thing. I totally agree with you.
I see a group of talented people. I mean, it's like, this is what I don't get from the whole analogy, right? You got a group of people who really sit around convincing themselves that they are the strongest, toughest group of people on the earth, and another group of people are weaker than them, right? Mm-hmm. But that group of people but they blame that group of people for the things that they've done. Like, it can't be both. Like, that's what I'm saying. You have to choose either or. Either you're this strong group of people in the melanin and all of that, and it's all, or like, because when I look at the score is pretty much set. Because even if we look at South Africa, you know, and I said this on other channels, you're going to be somebody else's slave eventually. Like, it's either going to be the Europeans or the Chinese.
Yeah, I mean, like I said before, man, that's why it's so important to embrace the future. Could you imagine if a person like myself, had the power, or anybody had the power to go back in time and tell ancient Africans, hey, look, man, you're sitting on a gold mine. This entire continent has incredible resources.
I agree.
Could you imagine what you could have done with iron ore that was in many of those mountaintops? You could literally have bombed those mountains and extracted the iron ore and had steel buildings 1,000, 2,000 years before the European did. Could you imagine what they could have done with gold or diamond or cobalt? Yeah. Thousands of years before the Europeans came in there.
Can you imagine what would have happened if the Boston Celtics had one more superstar? Like, it's over. Like, that's what, and when I hear these people talk, like, it's over. I agree. The future is what will happen is this, right?
Yeah.
The gap will widen, and the thing is, the older generation, they don't like us here. They don't like to hear us talking because we reject their values. I reject your value of tolerance. I reject your value of us all being in the same community. I also reject your value that I need to treat women equally but special at the same time. I reject that notion. I also reject your tolerance for like drugs and alcohol and people doing the wrong thing. I think people need to be punished physically, publicly. I also, hey, there's a certain act, and hey, I'm not even gonna say it. I'm just gonna go. We can already know what I'm talking about. That would happen down south, right? And it was recently made illegal, right? I think when I see heinous criminals doing the things that they've done, like,
Right on
you know,
spot.
like I
I made a
think
video about
sometimes
that last night.
we need to bring it back.
Yeah, and publicly do it. Yeah,
Yeah.
I made a video about it last night.
Yeah.
Patrick, give me 1 second. Zab the Sigma, are you there, sir?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I'm here.
Are you a member of Phi Beta Sigma?
You hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, sir. Are you a member of Phi
No.
Beta Sigma? Keep it real. I beg your
No,
pardon?
I'm not.
Okay. Carry on,
said-
sir. What say you?
No, I'm not.
Okay, go ahead, sir. You got the floor. Go ahead.
What I say is, I was of the belief, like I was definitely, so I was a conservative. I went from being a conservative to a libertarian. I studied all these things, and where I'm at right now is I'm starting to question a lot of those beliefs. Like you talk about the future and where we're headed, right? Now, you said earlier that we're going to be a spacefaring race. So my first question is, why hasn't any government or any country been back to space
Okay,
since
we're
the
not doing this
1960s?
conspiracy nonsense, sir. Spaces.
Like, we definitely have the technology to do so. But why haven't we returned?
Jeff Bezos just went. Jeff
Your
Bezos just went. What
No,
are you
no,
talking
no,
about?
no, 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 no. We're not doing it. Enough's enough. He got a bad mic. I can't hear him, and now he's bringing conspiracies into it. Sir, the space program is real. Elon Musk is going back and forth into space, sir. Enough's enough. Enough's enough. I'm not doing
Bro,
that.
you can literally calculate how much power is required to get out of Earth's atmosphere.
17,000 at this, yeah.
See,
per hour. Yep.
and we have the technology to maintain that speed. Like, so I don't understand.
People are saying, why are we back to the moon? Maybe because going to the moon is astronomically expensive, and what's the point right now? Maybe that's one of the reasons why.
Maybe because people's minds are so small and whatnot, which also brings me to the point that I would like to bring up is that history kind of like, I mean, people say history repeats itself, it rhymes or whatever, but I mean, it's like a wave, right? So like the way how I see it is that in terms of like the new innovations of everything and whatnot, throughout history, it was always a minority taking over a majority, more or less. You know what I'm saying? And it's pretty much gonna be the same thing now. Like, you can't really get a majority of people onto this new wave of this intellectual thought without a huge like purging or something happening. Like, it happens throughout history. So, so
okay. We have a new panelist. What's up, sir? Zab, not Zab the Sigma. You could definitely come back, but but you got to get the better mic or something. Go ahead, sir.
You talking to me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, not a problem. I apologize, man. We got quite a few panelists up here, a lot of intelligent people. I was just calling in to see, where the point was when they talk about leveling up on technology. I mean, I'm a Gen Xer, so I've always been in the STEM field. I don't understand why people have a problem with advancing and including themselves in more technology. The thing is moderation is best. So if you don't like something, you ain't got to speak about it. Just don't mess with it. Like, for instance, I got Instagram and Facebook, but I don't have Twitter. And you don't have to participate if you don't want to. This seems like we are going for a participation award. It doesn't make any sense to me at all.
Mr. If I may interject, I disagree
Yeah,
with that point
I
because
disagree with that
so like
too.
I
the
couldn't
way
even
how
hear
the way how
anything.
we're
So
looking.
yeah, I couldn't
So
hear.
the way how we're looking and whatnot with the new age and whatnot when it comes to this technological advances and whatnot, like we were seeing more and more that learning technology, science, engineering, mathematics, or adjacent fields are becoming extremely important. And I would argue that it's paramount for the next generation of people to start learning, unless they're going to be in a world of hurt that's going to be unlike anything that we in the past 3 or so generations have experienced, because we haven't really experienced slavery for real, but our entire view on what we think slavery is and whatnot is what's putting us in the predicament that we're in, that's going to get us actually enslaved if we don't stop.
Hey, let me ask you guys a question though, because I like, the older generation is feeling like the advancement of technology is kind of, I guess, deteriorating certain
I don't think that.
aspects of humanity. Well, no, I'm not saying everybody, but like Jay, like what he was mentioning earlier, right? I I do. I'm 36 years old, so I guess I would be what, a millennial. But I do believe it to an extent that the advancement of technology and studying technology, or even working in those fields or using it on a daily basis, I think it's a possibility that it is beneficial for the top 10% of people intellectually, but the bottom 90% who use it casually, I think it does affect human relations to an extent.
That's what I agree with. That's what I agree with right there, man. I agree with that.
Yeah, I
I'm not
think
saying
that
that
I think the
everybody's
smarter,
benefiting from it.
the more intellectually quick-witted or whatnot people, yeah, we're in STEM, we're learning, we're getting smarter, we're getting richer, we're advancing, but not everybody's us. The average layman person is in the 90 percentile, in which technology, Instagram, it's deteriorating them.
I
So
agree with you,
do
boss.
we
I agree with
do we have a situation to where speaking the way we speak, and I say we because I'm on the same page as you guys, chaotic everybody. Speaking the way we speak, does it come off a little bit of elitist because
Yeah.
we're the demographic that technology advancement benefits, but
No,
the
it comes
night
off a little elitist because sometimes y'all talk like y'all the only people that understand the technology that's coming out. And you know
When
what?
did
It's
we
not.
say that?
Hold on. No, I said it sounds like it. I never said you said that. I said it sounds like it, man. I'm
Oh, so
responsible for what
you can
I
hear things that
hear.
we didn't say. I got you.
You're responsible for what you said.
It's just
No,
a
no,
byproduct.
no,
That just sound
no.
like a
That is not
byproduct
what
of
I
the that just
said.
sound like a byproduct of the snowflake
Oh
generation,
no,
man.
no, but hold on. Let's get this straight. Perception is everything, bro. It's 2012, not 2022. I mean, it's 2022, not 2012. I'm not saying that y'all are wrong. I'm saying that's how people take it because they don't understand the same language and the culture that y'all are going through right now. So you come off as a tad bit know-it-all. I'm not saying that y'all are. I love working with y'all, man. I clean water for a living. I work with 36 and
It's unfortunate we can't say the
35-year-old
same.
engineers.
I'm
Well, I mean,
neutral.
it is unfortunate that you don't want to work with me, and that's fine by me, man. That's your opinion. All I'm trying to say is that there's 7 billion people on the planet, and I don't care if you don't like me. Go hate somebody else. Everything said and done, though, is that we also are talking about technology, not who likes who. I don't have to like nobody to do my job. Neither do you.
That's not true.
So what you just said was disingenuous at
Somebody
best.
has to like you though. It's not true.
Somebody has to like you.
Obviously, his technology is not working good enough if you can't even
Means that
maintain this
it's not
conversation.
true.
So if I may,
What do
right?
you mean I
If
can't
I may, right?
maintain the conversation? So what you're trying to say is that the only thing you got right now is insults.
I'm talking about your internet connection, sir.
Hey, cousin Joey.
quite
No
spotty.
disrespect. Hold on for a second, guys. Cousin Joey. No disrespect to you. Is it possible for you to make some correction with the Wi-Fi setup or something? It's a little bit choppy on our end. No, Eugene. Still, thank you so much for the super chat. Andrew Edwards with the $5 super chat as well says tonality only matters if you're trying to save or help everyone. In my opinion, everybody can't come, unfortunately. Wow.
Yeah, but that I have to say this. That's that older, and I don't want to be disrespectful, but that's that older generation X. We need to let that's that free love generation that I mean, they smoked weed and, you know, do what I want to do. And if you don't let me do what I want to do, then you's a racist. You know what I'm saying? If you don't let me destroy my community, then you's a racist.
Yeah.
So like, I have no respect for those people at all. And the thing is, they're the worst generation. I can
say that about the X-Men. I think
well, let's call them the X-Men from here on out.
I've made videos on them being the worst generation.
Let's call them the X-Men.
Yeah. Hold on,
I have a question.
Let's see if Cousin Joey's.
No, I'm gonna have to say this generation as well.
Let's see if Cousin
They're
Joey
out of control.
No, they're just very polarized.
I just wanted to know, does that sound better?
It's still choppy. How about this? Can you come back in?
Being wrong is better than being out of control.
Hey Lou, salute to you,
not out of
but
control,
Lou, salute to you, but you have to cam up according to JR. Okay, I see you in the back there, Lou. Okay, go ahead, go ahead.
Okay, so real quick, if I may, right? So like the observation I think I've made and whatnot on this topic and whatnot is, okay, so it's this term like the path of least resistance, right? Like where like people, okay, just now apply that to like, I guess maybe society, where you could say that people probably want to like do the thing that's most easy to them to be to get the same job done or whatever. Like they say, work smart, not hard, basically, right? So there's that, and then there's also delayed gratification. So I see those two terms as like kind of opposing to each other, and I see that a problem with a lot of people is that they don't understand the importance of both and whatnot. I don't see how. I see that a lot when it comes to delayed gratification. So many people, they just want to have things come to them fast, and when it comes to the path of least resistance, they want to do things easy and then get that same product, right? And it at the end, like it doesn't make sense. Like I don't see how like this type of mind frame could be maintained in the future and whatnot. I don't know. I wish I could word that better. But
Somebody lied to these people and told them that everything's gonna be all right.
Hey,
they keep lying.
Can you hear me better now?
Gonna be all
That
right.
sounds perfect, Cousin Joey. Thank you so much. That sounds a lot better.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. The TN guy is on here, so you've been typing stuff in the chat. Get my quotes correct if you're going to miss.
Yeah, I just did. Your direct quote was how we argue to where you need to go find a historic leader outside of Jesus Christ to model yourself after. That's your direct quote.
But I never said I was modeling myself after Christopher Columbus, sir.
So
there's a difference between studying and trying to model yourself after some things, right? I can study history, but I'm not trying to live Christopher Columbus's life because I can't do that.
So the question
that's a nice try.
So the question I have for you
on your Walmart button up too.
So the question that I have for you, because you asked this question about, because you said that people who commit crime,
I like that you're listening though.
My question to you is, and I wish that you would do the same, brother.
Yeah.
My question to you is, what should be the punishment for intellectual dishonesty?
Correction from somebody that's an intellectual. So you would already be violating that.
So
because
again,
I don't think that you are one.
So
hold on a second. So hold on a second.
What should be the punishment?
Like I said, correction.
Correction.
When you can't do that. Like I said, it's already correction.
There's already a thing for that. You lose your certification or whatever it is you're doing.
So if you hear something that is wrong, you can correct them, but your quotes in the back chat were incorrect. They're incorrect. So I can correct you now for your incorrectness to me.
Go back and replay it since you don't seem to recall your own words.
I'm glad you're listening. When did I say I modeled myself after Christopher Columbus? When did I say I modeled myself after Christopher Columbus?
First of all, you can calm down, relax, my guy.
Okay. Well, you relax.
It's a conversation.
You're the one listening.
Let's have a conversation.
Go ahead.
It's no need to get upset.
No, I'm correcting you on your points. Because they're wrong.
So, do you understand that correction and punishment are not one and the same, and that correction is not a punishment?
I do understand that.
Okay, so if you understand
that's why I said correction.
Then when I ask you what the punishment for intellectual dishonesty should be, and you say correction, that is not a punishment. punishment and correction
Well,
are
then there
not one
should
and
be
the
no.
same.
Well, okay, well that's your definition, but then that should be, that's your
I didn't
definition of
give
it.
a
So,
I didn't give a definition. I gave
but you're
context
asking
to
me
the
a
question in
punishment.
which I asked.
So then it's no. So if you want to split hairs and you want to get into definitions of things, then it's no.
Again, I did not give you a definition. I gave you
Okay,
context to the question in which I asked.
why are you misquoting me? What should be the punishment for misquoting people?
I didn't misquote you.
You
I
did
quoted you
misquote me.
directly. Go back and
You
listen.
did not. No, you did
Go back
not.
and
I
listen
never
to
said
the
I
audio.
wanted to model my life after Christopher Columbus, dummy.
Okay.
Can I ask a
No,
question?
we don't have to call people dummies now.
Okay, wait a
May
minute.
I ask a question?
I never said that.
Okay, what I want to do is I want to provide clarity
Why
to
did
the
you get
audience
loaded
as
on the
well as the
bottom of a
panel
cargo ship?
about what we're talking
Why did
about.
you get loaded on the bottom of a
The
cargo ship?
reason why I quoted
Why did
him
you get
in the
loaded
back
on the
chat,
bottom of a cargo ship?
Hold on a second.
I'll respond to you as soon as I finish speaking my point. Thank you. The point of clarity I want to make for the audience and for the panel about the reason why I quoted him as saying that is because what I keep hearing is the intellectual dishonesty, and even Brother Chaotic, I kind of heard you said the same,
We
which
got a
is
pseudo intellectual here.
this question of why.
He ironed his shirt to come on the panel today.
Patriarchy,
Please
stop.
relax.
He ironed his shirt.
Patriarchy, stop. Stop.
Can I admire?
Stop.
Relax.
Patriarchy, stop. Let him
With
talk.
starch.
I actually just got off of work, but thank you. I really don't. I'm really not used to men making comments on my appearance. So if that's something
Is that
that
why
you
you look so terrible?
I think that you should just keep those comments to yourself.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
I really not want to speak on another man's appearance. But anyway, because we're having a conversation about concepts and ideas, not physical appearance, I think, I don't know, maybe Lapeef fashion should be the show you should head up. But anyway, my point is that if we're gonna say that if the point that you're trying to refute is that we should be
Can you stop
studying history
Stop stuttering.
Hey, I'm dropping off. Y'all have a good one.
All right, peace, brother. So the point that you seem to be refuting is, well, why should we be studying history to worship our ancestors? And I don't think that's I didn't say that. You said that. Thank you. Now I'll finish my point. This point that Brother Chaotic said about worshiping ancestors, that's the point that I want to suggest, that we're not saying that you should study the ancestors or that you should study your history as a point to worship your ancestors or to aspire to only achieve what they were able to achieve, but to study them to know what they did in order to be able to exceed their accomplishments. The reason why America is great today, the United States is great today, greater today than it was in 1776, is because of the history that they taught themselves about what the Crown of Britain did and where they were versus where they are now. And the vast majority of America that has been able to achieve economic success is because they've been taught a very specific and particular history about themselves. And they've been able to do so to great success. And I think that what many of us are simply suggesting is that we should do the same.
So are you going to keep? Can I? So he was able to challenge my points. Am I able to do his? Okay. So the only reason that you exist is because a particular culture felt sorry for you. You historically have not been a winner, right? And if it wasn't for that particular culture and their ideas and what they wrote in 1776, not Ukabongo, not Masa Musa, not a majority of any countries that come out of Western Africa, if it wasn't for that culture, you would not exist right now. Your language, your customs, it's all based upon them. So I don't understand what you even your standard of being historically accurate, right? In terms of the American Historical Association's standards and methods for how something becomes historically accurate comes from a Eurocentric mindset. I wouldn't want to model myself after people who genetically were inferior and historically were losers. Not only the Europeans, it wasn't just European. It wasn't. These people were the economic whores to the rest of the world. Before Europeans even came around, Arabs were bending them over. Now Chinese.
Okay, patriarchy, man. Patriarchy. I mean, okay, never mind.
It's the truth. Like I said, you want but when are we gonna stop lying? Like, this is what I'm talking about. Let's stop lying.
Hey, wait.
I understand if it was just Europe
or worship our ancestors. Again, who's saying let's model ourselves after the ancestors? Let's worship the ancestors. Let's only do exactly what the ancestors. Who is saying this? Because that's the point that you're pushing against. I'm simply asking, who's like, where are you hearing?
I'm hearing this. So he brought up a lot of points. I don't know if you have listened to the entire broadcast, right? He brought up a lot of points about certain historical figures. You want to talk about intellectual dishonesty and all that crap. He brought up Harriet Tubman and how a lot of that stuff is historically inaccurate, right? We can go to certain kings and queens and we was kangs, and that a lot of that stuff is historically inaccurate, right? So you want to talk about intellectual dishonesty, right? We had a guy who came up in here with the Moors. A lot of their talking points are historically inaccurate. So I mean, if this is something about just being accurate, the whole topic of conversation today and where it got started, even from going to ancestry, was Chaotic made a bunch of points about historical figures that people don't have the right view of.
Just look at it from a logical perspective, right? So, all right, if you say that your oppressors are your oppressors, right, and they're the same ones who gave you the very history that lets you understand that they are the oppressors, there's got to be some issue here in this equation. Like, off that alone, I feel like I don't understand how people don't even understand it at that level. But I mean, hey.
So look,
I just asked a question, and for everything that the brother just said, he didn't even answer the question. I asked a question about where are you hearing this idea from that we should worship or emulate or model ourselves after the ancestors?
Have you watched
one thing
the broadcast?
to learn about their existence and what they did. It's another thing to say, let's worship and emulate and model ourselves after them.
Have you watched this entire broadcast? Have you not seen? Chaotic hasn't been up here just speaking in a wind tunnel, my friend. He's faced plenty of opposition on people who take a different opinion than him. So I wish your comprehension skills were in depth enough to understand what people said from the beginning. But apparently, maybe you were listening to too many of my quotes and not enough from OG or the guy who was a Moor, or even some of the people in the chat. So
I've
maybe
listened to the vast majority of this broadcast thus far, and not yet have I heard anyone say, let us worship the ancestors. Let's model ourselves after the ancestors. I haven't heard it not once.
What does the word worship mean? What does the word worship mean?
Wait, I ain't gonna lie, Tien, that's false.
What is
Have
the
you
word
ever heard? Have
worship
you ever
mean?
heard people in the Black community saying, "Let's worship"? Like, let's go
hold on
back
a
to
second.
the method of
Hold
our
on a second.
ancestors.
He wanted to know
their notions and their structures. That's definitely being stated by the
He's got
spirituals.
he's got his thesaurus out, right? He wanted to come on here. He wanted to put on the show. What does the word worship mean?
Go ahead and tell us.
No. You're the one saying that you're equating worship when I never even brought up worship.
No, I said
you're straw manning big time up here. So who was the first one in this broadcast about? Okay, go ahead.
Brother Chaotic, did you or did you not use the word worship?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
In my opinion, I said I felt as though that large groups of people, particularly people with Black descent, worship the ancestors. Yeah.
Hey, guess what? If this guy was actually somewhat of a learned gentleman, if he actually did as much research as he said he did, he would know that Black women in America are actually one of the fastest growing groups of worshiping, of going into ancestor worship right now. So if this guy actually had done his research before coming on here and saying a bunch of stuff and talking a bunch of stuff and typing stuff in the chat, he would know that black women are actually joining the occult in ancient African ancestry worship, which is now why, you know, you can't even see a woman without some stones or crystals or talking about Ogun and all that kind of stuff. Like this guy, I wish he was more educated. Like, I wish he really knew. I wish he was like actually like, I mean, it's cool. It's style over substance, but I get it.
It's Ogun.
I'm kind of confused because it seemed like he's having a conversation around me as opposed to just having a conversation with me, because you haven't asked me what I know or what I'm.
He asked who I saw was worshiping. He asked who do we see who's worshiping their ancestors.
If I'm not mistaken, Tien just led with the word "I feel." So I mean, like the argument is not based off a logos, it's more so an ethos argument. So I don't think he's going up from the logic perspective. You know, he said he feel.
I said I feel what?
You started with the word "I feel," if I'm not mistaken.
What was the rest of my statement?
Guys,
it doesn't matter.
Nigel, you're gonna have to come on camera. Can you come on camera, Nigel? Just put it in the back chat if you can or not, and we can talk about it. Go ahead, guys.
I just forgot it. I wasn't able to regurgitate it.
All right. Well, what I said was that if you're going to have a conversation with me in regards to what I know or what I study, then we can do that. But when you say, "Oh, this guy claims to study this and this guy claims to know that," actually have a conversation with me about it, because I haven't told you what I've studied.
Never asked you what you studied. Never asked you that. You came on here, you made a statement. Where are you guys? No, hold on a second. You came on here, you made a statement, and you said, "Where are you seeing these people?" No, hold on a second. You came on here, I didn't.
I said you have not asked me what I studied, and you cut me off to say I didn't ask you what you studied.
I'm repeating statements that you just made. You made a statement. I don't know where you guys are seeing people.
I just said that you repeated me, and you said
come on, man.
Then you said that you repeated me.
Oh my God! What are you trying to do? Play the verbal version of Inception up here, bro? You're not really.
You try to just react to what we're hearing.
No, I'm reacting to you're incorrect on your statement. You've been incorrect from the very beginning, bro. Just because you put a shirt and tie on and articulate every syllable does not mean you're saying something that's correct. Brother. Because you're not.
Listen, brother. At the
I'm
end
not
of the
your
day,
brother.
That's fine. I appreciate you clarifying that.
I would have sold you on the ship.
The only way that men are able to
I would have gave them the rope.
Progressive and productive dialogue with one another is to be able to set aside the semantics and the ego and the theatrics.
Semantics. What does semantics mean? Stop trying to play Michael Eric Dyson, bro.
All simply for the purpose of performance for audience. But if we're going to actually have a productive conversation, then let's do that in order to be able to have mutually shared clarity.
Did you get your degree in prison? Are you one of these guys that just got out and like you learned, like you got the thesaurus and started learning a bunch of words or something like that? But go ahead, man. Just it's like what we're getting our information from is he has had several people who disagree with him. We also have a large group of people who return into the ancient African religions of ancestor worship.
If you notice that the way that we engage in dialogue is largely indicative of our actual positions and where we're actually coming from, and that I'm not joining this conversation in order to try to demean, disrespect, and insult anyone, because for me it's not emotional. We're just having a conversation in order to reach clarity mutually, and if that's the type of energy that you're going to come with, I'm not going to give that back.
You're not going to engage. You're not going to engage. We got you.
No, I said I'm not going to give that back to you. I'm not going to give you that type of energy that you asked me for.
Well, you started it with incorrect quotes in the private chat, sir. But if you want to move on, we can go ahead and move on. But for your whole points about where we get in this idea of ancestor worship, you may want to look at.
You're definitely welcome to replay the broadcast and see your work for yourself.
I modeled myself after Christopher Columbus. I definitely said that, right?
Kings and queens in the back chat. You're gonna have to show your stuff on camera. Go ahead, guys.
Hey, can I ask Patriot? Hey, Patriot, can I ask you a question now? I just want to ask you a question, bro.
If you can correct your, I'm getting a little fuzz, but go ahead. Yes, sir.
Lord, man, dog, I came back on. I didn't know if there was some fuzz. Now I apologize for my
It's all right.
sorry internet connection. All right.
It happens. Spectrum.
All right.
I was just Spectrum.
I'm not with Spectrum, bro. All right. Can I just ask a question, please?
Yes, sir.
All right. Only thing I wanted to say, sir, is that your first rebuttal was concise, timely, and respectful. Seems like when you get frustrated with people because they don't understand your point, you become extremely insulting. And all I'm saying is all I'm asking is why, man. Hold on. I'm just asking why.
Because some people of certain demographic backgrounds, that's the only thing they understand.
It's insults. So you think the only thing I understand is insults because you insulted me and I hadn't even had an opportunity to hold a conversation.
I think that so the first question is somewhat correct. I think I just made a joke about your internet connection, but I mean, if you hold on a second. Just one of the things I can't stand, right? And I got kicked off of a show for it last night because and I would, it's funny. I may agree with the gentleman's points. I can't stand people who are historically inaccurate, right? The reason why some people live the way they live is because they believe things that were told to them that were not true. And so the point that I was making earlier is just like I don't have tolerance for people who are not correct not correct most of the time in the things they say, like historically. So, for example, the gentleman at the bottom with the bald head, I was kicked off of his show because a woman on that show said that America was still under the ruling of the Queen. And it's like you got a lot of people in these networks who say stuff that is just not that a third or fourth grader would
patently
know.
Untrue.
Yeah, like would know the answer to this. I just don't have like tolerance of like. I just don't have tolerance of like a lot of this stuff, man. It's just like some people are just really uneducated, and I will give you a chance or a time or two, but after that, I mean, after that, it's I'm gonna come for your neck. I mean, literally, because I think sometimes that's what some people need. I'm sorry, it's just that's what.
Well, no, hold on. I can understand that, man, but you know what? Every once in a while, because I watch you on some of these shows quite often, man. A lot of times you don't even give people an opportunity, man. You like straight Jack the Ripper.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean,
I'm just saying, bro. I'm just saying. I mean,
Jack the Ripper. Well, let me just say this goes back to white people. This goes back. No. Let me say this. This goes back to whites, right?
Okay.
When you get into a conversation, like when these people historically have gotten in a conversation with white, like they're too afraid, right, to like push back on you. And for me, it's like that like this is what some people need, bro. And like some people are given leeway because they're a woman, which I don't even think that should even be debated.
I don't even agree with that at all, bro.
I like that guy's couch in the background, by the way. Guy with the shirt and tie. I like the furniture is pretty nice. I know that I've made fun of your shirt and tie, but I actually like the furniture.
See, look, you can even give compliments, man. You are awesome.
But let me just say this: I just hear things that are just incorrect. I mean, like I go to channels and people say stuff it's just not correct. Like it's just like I'm just marking through your spelling with the red pen. Like that's all I'm doing.
Well, you know what, man? I just wanted to say this to you, Patriot, Man, I love y'all show, man. Y'all dynamic back and forth is awesome. I'm surprised people kicked you off the show. That was sarcasm. And I love what y'all got going on. I'll see y'all the next time, man. I just want to get on here and give my 2 cents on technology as a Gen Xer.
Cousin Joey, can I ask you a question? Are you I think I've spoken with you before, but you're a combat veteran, right?
Yes, I am. Yep.
Sir, thank you so much for providing my freedom.
Appreciate that.
Day, like,
Thank you for your service,
I have
sir.
my opinions on Gen Xers, but I always have respect for veterans and particularly combat veterans. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, it wasn't as fun as everybody make it sound like. The stories sound good. The actual shit is really bad. But y'all have a good day, man. Y'all have a good day, bro.
Have a good night. Thank you so much, sir.
Everybody ain't built to lead. Everybody ain't built to teach. And it's obvious by the actions. It is what it is.
We have a marathon runner that just came on the panel. Kings and Queens. Go ahead, sir. You're on mute, sir.
Yo, guys, good to be on. Hopefully, you can hear me all right.
Are you a marathon runner? Keep it real, sir. You look like you run marathons.
A marathon runner? I'm
No, he's
54 years
Jamaican.
old now. I used to do a lot of athletics when I was a kid, but a lot of football, soccer, football.
Go ahead, sir.
Now I've got dodgy knees now. I can't do. I used to do a lot of break dancing. I used to do a lot of that when I was a kid, and I do something called capoeira now.
I know what capoeira is. Yeah, Brazilian. Yeah.
So
came from Africa. Yeah, I know exactly what it is.
Angola. That's right. But there is something.
No wonder it doesn't succeed in MMA.
Okay, that's it. Hey, Patriarch, you out of here, man.
Yeah. No, absolutely correct. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is in or what they call it, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, or I mean that's doing it in MMA. You know, I mean, any one of that's a whole different conversation. Anyone want to sidetrack it down there? But yeah, I love all martial arts. But one thing that caught my eye regarding this, I've been listening and I've been thinking I want to add to it something constructive. I don't just want to come up and talk crap, right? But although it might be considered crap. But I'm a school teacher. I've been an art teacher for plus 20 years, and obviously a music teacher as well. And my whole background basically is listening to funk, basically, and playing it and all that sort of stuff. You know, George Clinton and all of that.
Cameo, Tastes Like Candy. Yeah.
Are you a fan of the Funk Brothers that laid the sound for Motown?
More so P-Funk than, although I love Cameo and all of that as well.
Yeah.
But I just want to say this, Parliament Funkadelic and all that is considered to be Afro-Futurist music now.
Right. Exactly.
But there's a couple of things. If anyone who understands Parliament Funkadelic will know the album Trombipulation, right? And we'll know that on the album cover, it features a pyramid, right? And also, and he talks a lot about the secrets of the pyramids, and that's George Clinton, who's now, I think, in his 80s. He was over here doing a gig in the UK, just down the road from where I live. He was down there. I've seen him a few times. I saw him twice in the 90s, right? My point is this, right? It's interesting how he understood where the funk came from, and he talked a lot at the time about where it's going to go back to. They're his words, not mine, right? And he spoke it on vinyl. So not vinyl, on record. Sorry, not record, on not MP3, on whatever you lot listen to music on now, right? So that's that, right? So even though he's considered Afro-Futurist now, this Afro-Futurism is actually quite a new term. As an art teacher, I've got quite a few Afro-Futurist projects. So I've looked into it a lot in the creative fields, all right? But as we all know, it's also philosophy, and there's writings around it and all that kind of stuff, right? Exactly. So for a long time, I was very much into it because my whole thing was projecting Black people into the future. In other words, not just where we've come from, but where do we want to be 500 years from now, right? So you may not like where I'm going with this stuff, so don't say yet, right? So part of me is very much into not just looking at where we've come from and harking back, or even looking at where we are now, although obviously we need to because we're living now. But specifically, where do we want to be in 100 years, 200 years, 500 years time?
I was saying at the first hour and a half, man. Wow.
I was listening to you, right? So that's always been, listen carefully to what I'm about to say. That's always been my angle as a Pan-Africanist. Right? So you see, and you guys have been saying, right? So in the whole I've been a Pan-Africanist for over 30 years, since my teens, right? Been a member of organizations and all the rest of those things, right?
Yes, sir.
But one thing I've seen in the Pan-African community going back to when I was a small child is this thing about always looking back, right? Always looking back, to the point where people in the UK give themselves Egyptian names, right? Now, I don't necessarily have an issue with it, but this whole thing about always looking back, right? When you can't pay your rent today, right? There's as a listen to what I'm saying. As a Pan-Africanist, which is what I've always been, I've always had an issue with it, right? So this
good point.
So well, it's obvious. It's bloody obvious, right? And then our children, my son, right, is going to be living in the future. He's not going to be living 2,000 years ago, 7,000 years. He's not living back then. And so I'm saying this really to my Pan-Africanist community.
Yes, sir.
We need to plan for the future, right? Very, 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 very. If we're not, listen, the reason why young people walk away from Pan-Africanism, I'm 54. You guys are all probably younger than me, right? But the reason why young people walk away from Pan-Africanism, and I'm saying this to the old guards, right? If we don't show our young people how Pan-Africanism can work for the future, right? Why? People got to work. People got to get jobs. People got to make money. People got the roadmap is what we need to show our young people. Exactly. It's as simple as that. Whether you're Pan-Africanist or not, actually, even if you can even remove all that, just young people in my classroom, I've got to show, especially the boys, a reason why they should sit down and study. I remember asking teachers, why should I learn it? Why should I do it? Right? So if the teacher couldn't show me a proper reason as to why I should even be there, I'm gonna make trouble in the class. It's as simple as that. Right, it's not complicated, right? So so that's the big. I'm going to say that's the big failing of that there's or at least Pan-Africanism as it has existed in the West, right now. And another, and I differentiate Pan-Africanism in the West to how it exists on the African continent, because on the African continent there's actually a different working out of Pan-Africanism. So you spoke earlier on about African American women. Same in the UK, calling themselves different names and worshipping different. What did you say? Different this, that, and the other, and all the rest of those.
Cardi B,
ancestor worship, right? Ancestor worship, right?
Oh, ancestor worship, yeah.
Yeah, I don't even really have a big issue with that. I don't really care what you worship, right? But when it stops your development or your people's development or whatever going into the future, then is it fit for purpose?
That's okay.
Everything.
So that's why. That's why, like, when people say, "Well, what about the Jews?" and I say, "Well, the Jews could walk around wearing their yarmulkes, wearing traditional garb, speaking Yiddish, because hell, they're the leaders of the Fortune 500. They're the leaders in science. 50% of all Nobel laureates of all time have been Jewish. So yeah, if they want to speak Yiddish, yeah, fine.
Yeah,
it doesn't hinder their process. Go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. In the UK, you've got
to learn about the Holocaust. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, in Stanford, I taught at a Jewish school. It wasn't a Jewish school.
It must have been peaceful. It must have been heaven every day teaching those Jewish kids.
Well, this is fun, right? So it was actually a performing arts school full of Jewish kids, right? And the funny thing is that some of them, I spoke to two young girls who were about 15. They had left their Jewish school to come to this performing arts school. So, but in conversation, they said something. They said two things. They said, that they left. They got sick and tired of being at their Jewish school because all they taught was don't forget the past. All they taught was what was their mantra? Never forget. And they were sick and tired of it, and they wanted to go and do something else and learn something else. But that's something that stuck with me. Was this?
Well, those are women. You can't really believe them.
Well, no, I do. I like to. I'm a teacher. I like to learn, right? But two things that stuck with me. Number one, because I always compare Jewish people to what I call my people, right? On the one hand, you seem to have, and I know it's not necessarily binary, but anyway, on the one hand, you've got a group of us that only look back, right? And on the other hand, you've got a group of us that only look forward, right? But then there's people like me, right, who says, right, in our school we teach history, but we also teach management studies, right? We teach history, but we also teach technology, right? it does not have to be binary, is my point. And a lot of these conversations that I hear, right, there seems to be this notion that life is binary. You can't have both existing, right? And Pan-Africanists need to learn that you've got to plan for the future, right? And people that hate anything. I'm talking about Africans. If you ain't got African ancestry, then maybe this conversation is I don't know. But then you've got African or people who are African descent that feel that if you look back, then you have a issue, and it's not like that. And so, last thing, Afro-Futurism, right? Even though I love the creative element of it, and I like reading the philosophy, and I have done for many years now, and I've taught on it now with not older kids, just young kids, up to 17, right? I've noticed one big issue with it, right? It's non-essentialist. Now, what that means is anything goes. On one level, that's good because your creative thinking goes up. And as a creative, I love that. But it means that family, right? The notion of family, mother and father, goes out the window. Anything can be family. It means that you've got, I've got to say, you've got people of other sexual persuasions, that anything goes. And what I've noticed by studying Afrofuturism as it exists in 2022, that seems to be there seems to be this element of it that is non-essentialist, right? Now, for some people, that's fine. For me, I don't know where that element's going to take us. I'll put it like that. So I've decided to focus on African futurism rather than Afrofuturism. A lot of people got issues with that. I'll shut up.
Thank you so much, sir. Listen,
I just thought about what he said.
I like how he introduced quantum, like the quantum notions. You know what I'm saying, of the not being just binary. Well, sorry.
No problem. We're all black, so you're gonna cut each other off. Sir, you said exactly what I said, but with your superior UK culture, your superior mastery of the Queen's language, and your superior Oxford education, you pretty much said what I said, but you said it so eloquently.
I come from Battersea, man. I'm not.
Yeah, I know I must sound like a blithering, drooling idiot, but thank you, sir, for coming in here and saying what I said. Thank you, sir, with your superior culture from the UK. Go ahead, my East African friend. Go ahead, sir.
There's only one of you on here.
There's only one of you on here. You're in the middle. Go ahead. You're
Me?
African, right? You're Somali, right?
Yeah. But I mean, okay. So, crap. What do I say? All I was gonna just really say was that the whole thing I just said about the whole quantum thing and whatnot. How essentially, okay, I'll just say this. There is in quantum mechanics and in notions of quantum like understanding and whatnot, from Schrodinger's cat, onto the double slit experiment and whatnot.
Oh,
right?
Yeah.
We find that like you'll be surprised to see that those scientific experiments have applications in in society and beyond just science, in what you may seem as science, like philosophy. I would say that quantum mechanics has its roots in philosophy as well, which is why all the final answers have not been yet answered. That's what I would say.
Absolutely. Now, Gilded Quan, you have been patiently waiting. I'm always shocked at the fact that you wait patiently, being dark skinned and not being.
So just to piggyback on the topic, I really believe that it's kind of tough when we talk about teaching either the past or the present, because I feel like a lot of what needs to happen in order to teach either or is an overall mind shift change in our community, because we have a culture of disrespecting the people who have the information. And if we constantly disrespect professionals, if we constantly disrespect the people who are able to carry us forward, then it doesn't matter whether we teach the past or the future, because we have an overall disrespect towards anyone who has the information. I'm gonna give an example. So me myself, I'm from Southeast DC. It was two people coming home, myself and my friend. I was coming home from college. My friend was coming home from prison. Guess who the community celebrated the most?
Your friend coming home from prison.
Exactly. But who can help out the most?
Well, honestly,
they
both
don't want help.
Well, to be completely honest with you, I've seen ex-cons do great work in the community. So, I mean, I guess it's a matter of
which you've never been east of Anacostia, bro. They don't want help.
But what is the better investment? And that's the bigger point, because what you're seeing with the future in technology is you're seeing a race of people who've invested into the people who became professionals.
Yeah.
They've invested in those nerds that were in class, those people who were maligned in class, those people who were called lame. Those were the people that other races invested in.
Okay, so let me say something, right? To answer your question, I feel, right? So like when it comes down to talking about what will be the solution or whatnot to the people, right? Okay, I would argue that the masses think this way. They idolize the drug dealers or whatnot as a process because, I mean, like throughout the life, because they were brainwashed, more or less, right? I could say that, like, just in the back of better words, I'll say brainwashed. Now, if that is true, supposing that is true, if you were to brainwash them with something that is the opposite, to get them to thinking that something else is cool when it may not be currently, I mean, you can look at it as domestication, you can look at it as making things look cool. I guess there's different ways to say it and whatnot, but ultimately it comes down to being brainwashed and whatnot. Too many of us are tricked into gangster rap, and they should be tricked into rockets.
Agreed.
Now, wait a minute. Jonathan has a comment for Gilded Quan. I will read it. It says, Jonathan says, they celebrate real niggas, and you ain't one. Talking to
I don't want to be one.
How about you go shoot someone instead of complaining about it?
Hey, listen, I don't want to be one. I know what happens to the real nigga in my community. So that's the last thing I ever wanted to be. But I say that to say this. That, and it's simple.
Not true, Andrew.
Highlight Andrew's super chat, and I want to. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Highlight, and I want to touch on this after he finishes. Sorry, sir. I want to touch on this.
And I'll say this to say, you have to have fertile soil for anything to grow. So if we're talking about teaching anything, whether it be the past or the present, if the soil is not fertile enough, it doesn't matter what you put into it, it will not produce anything. And it has nothing to do with the seed. It has everything to do with the soil, which is the environment. So for me, I believe we have to have a mind shift change where we stop shaming the lames. We stop shaming people who have different opinions. We stop shaming people who go against the grain, because at the end of the day, those are the people that other communities have invested in. And we get mad when other communities invest in our lames or our people that we casually throw away.
Hey, listen, Gilded Quan, I've always said this. The best way to get a black woman is to start dating a white woman. Thank you so much, Gilded Quan. Sir, with the glasses on, what say you, sir?
I was going to respond to that super chat.
Oh, yeah, respond to the super chat.
Hold on a second. I'm sorry, Bricks guy. I'm sorry
Andrew
to cut
was
you
false,
off.
by the way.
Okay, let me just say this. Go back to the super chat about choices. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, give me a second. Okay, here we go. There we go.
Okay. So look at what he's saying. There's no choice involved, right? Black people, if they wanted to, as a community, can change in a week. They don't want to. They don't like they literally. They're literally protesting the police could change in a week if they locked up and beat down every drug dealer publicly. If they beat them into submission, right? And then if the schools force these kids to learn and beat them, did it by force, right? Because that's the only way some people are going to learn, right? If they instituted checkpoints, right, everywhere and searched everybody and said, this is a full lockdown until we get, remember the movie Lean on Me, right? With Mr. Clark.
Yeah.
When that, I'm telling you, This will not be solved with moderation. This will not be solved with coddling. There's only one way you're going to solve this, and that is putting the hammer down. But anytime they start putting that hammer down, right? We got the NAACP, we got black women, we want everybody to get along. Listen, dude, my guy from Gilded Queen, or Quan, I've been to Southeast, right? The best thing you can do is do your best in your academics, take it seriously, perfect your craft, and leave. That's the only way. If the United States government and DC government would, as much as they've given those people free dental care, free college at UDC, stuff like that, if they're not taking, they have more libraries per capita than any city out there. If they can't do it, then I'm sorry, bro. You just got to dip, bro. Just be safe out there. I don't know if you're still there right now. Just be safe. That's all I can say. Just get through what you got to get through, and take it from there. Because that's the only way. This is not going to. You cannot kill this softly. If you really, because I don't think black people as a whole.
Yeah, what he's saying is in the 48 laws of power. Actually,
they don't want it. Like if they wanted to change, if they really wanted to change their community, hammers, spikes, spears, ropes. And what's funny, I would even let the people of the community do it.
Brick Slinger, what's up, man?
Good afternoon, good evening to everybody, man. I'm really enjoying this conversation, man. I'm glad I'm being a part of it too. I know I'm a little late, so rock with me. Based upon the topic, I'm kind of 100% on it. Like we need to just stop talking about slavery and Harriet Tubman and start talking about Afro-Futurism. The only issue I probably see is that the reason why majority of us would not stop talking about slavery and Harriet Tubman and all is because we always seem to embrace the fun-sized version of the history of slavery. We always continue resistance. Yes, we continue to hear about how we come to America and how the white man did this and the white woman did that and stuff like that. And for people like Harriet Tubman and Nat Turner, I mean, it's cool, but every year do we have to hear this? Can we get a little deeper on? Matter of fact, let's dig in a little deeper. Because as far as I'm concerned, how many of us knew about the brother Tuskegee that was in the Revolutionary War? How about the many other black folks that was in the 1700s that were free and did some things, or even was slave, but yet had the opportunity to do some abolish things during the slavery time before the Civil War? Why can't we even get deeper digging that? Start digging the deeper before we even got to the ships, before we even got to those ships and what we was doing in Africa, in those particular areas of Africa. Were we doing the stuff that we're doing now to each other, which is attacking each other, disrespecting each other, violating and unprotecting this person and that person, people, the lanes and what were our quote unquote ancestors was really doing? Because it's easy for us to say, oh, we was kings and queens when we was in Africa. Well, as far as I'm concerned, as far as the knowledge I received, mostly kings and queens do not really just give up and say, here, white man, put me in chains and take me to your land. They basically will fight before they even let somebody even take them out. Or matter of fact, they will take themselves out before they let another person put them in chains. So why can't we dig into that? And then when we talk about Afro-Futurism, that's the most greatest concept we can ever. I would love for us to be taught this. I would love for us to be taught this in my late 30s. But the problem is we're still stuck on what slavery was like, what Jim Crow was like, what the civil rights movement was like. Like, at some point, we should know this stuff like the back of our hands and be like, okay, next. Let's talk about something else. Matter of fact, let's plant something else. Let's talk about technology. It sucks that we don't, at this time, we don't even have after school programs being active anymore in our community. In our community. I grew up in that stuff, and we would have a computer room. We would have rooms that would have games, and also rooms where we could do our homework and stuff. And we don't hear nothing about that stuff anymore. Not even Boys and Girls Clubs. Nobody's talking about that anymore. So at this point, it's like, for me, we need to stop talking about slavery if we still stuck on what happened between 1776 and 1865. If we can't dig into anything further than that, then we're going to continue to repeat the same cycle over and over and over, to the point where we continue to be on panels that have these type of conversations over and over, and even Thursday conversation over and over and over, and to the point where the future will continue to look like this. 2032 will look like this. 2132 will be looking like this. At this point, it's like, yeah, let's stop talking about it, but let's dig into it some more so we can find a way to make Afro-Futurism actually possible for our grandkids and great grandkids. That's just me.
Can I add in there? For me, the fact that this platform exists, right, is cultural change. So cultural practice takes a long time to change. Cultural practice has never changed overnight. I mean, when you look at the Chinese Revolution, they tried to change culture overnight, and it didn't work. And when you look at Stalin in Russia, he tried to change it with 3 5-year plans, right? It made some change. He said religion was the opium of the people, but did he get rid of religion? No. And right now today, it's gone back to capitalism. I'm not saying it's bad or good, but all I'm saying is cultural practice is like the Titanic, right? It takes a long time to turn around, because you're talking about cultural change, what people do, right? But what's interesting though is that for me, platforms like this and conversations like this, because most of the time I just watch and add into the chat, because I don't want to interrupt the flow, because as long as it's happening, then that's good enough for me, right? But what's important for me is there's never been a time in history that I've seen where men in general and black men in particular have had any platform, right, to talk. Not just you guys in the States, but people are doing this worldwide, right? So you've got men in general, black men in particular, that are doing this, which is causing a change in culture, right? So we're talking about African futurism. We're talking about a lot of things. You guys have spoken about a lot of things before I've come on, which has been great. But the bottom line is, don't underestimate the influence platforms like this are having worldwide in terms of changing what people are thinking up here, right? It's really, really, and as you see, it's got to go on and 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 on. I mean, normally platforms like this talk about relationships, which is causing a cultural change anyway, right? Yeah. Young people are listening to this, right? As well as older people and all the rest of it, right? You'd be surprised. And it's causing a shift, right? And people, there's a lot of people that would rather it not happen.
Can I
Thank
chime
you so
in?
much.
This guy, I actually, what's funny? I'm sorry to cut in here. Kings and queens, I agree with what you just said, bro. And I find myself on these platforms trying to change, and it takes time. Like one of the things I've started studying was the history of the Catholic Church, and it literally started with 12 guys who were all murdered. Like, I mean, and they influenced other people, and those other people went to places like Ethiopia. Some people went deeper into Rome, and it takes time. I really do. I like the last point that you made. I'm going to stop here.
Can I piggyback on a little bit of what he said? So for me, one of the things I feel like, because I agree, teaching the future is important. I do. Teaching the future is important, but I think that it could be something simpler as teaching community. A lot of people, if you were to give a poll on asking the common person in the community, what does the alderman do? Who is your city council? who is your who's in charge of the public schools. They don't know who those people are. So it's like when we talk about trying to teach the future, I just feel like we don't have a solid enough foundation of just how a community works to be able to teach the future, because these are the things that the people who have the future leveraged. They were able to leverage the political aspects of their communities, whereas we have people that don't even know who's the judge or don't know when those people are elected. So I think at a basic level, we need to really establish and teach who are the people in our communities and how do we change those people, or how do we engage those people that are in our communities, because we don't even know who our representatives are. All we know is when the presidential election happens and I'm a vote with whoever is, but if we don't have communities, then a lot of this stuff is dead in the water.
Okay. Okay. We got a new panelist. Thank you so much, sir. Sir, you just came up on the panel. What say you, sir, about this entire topic? Are you a slave, by the way? Keep it real.
I'm an American descendant of slavery, but listen, hold on. I graduated from an all-black private school in the Bay Area. I went to Catholic schools. I also went to public schools. We should never not teach our history, regardless of how bad it is, regardless of how good it is. That's like telling Jewish people to stop teaching the Holocaust. Jewish people are successful even though they know their history. Just because you know your history doesn't. I don't blame white people for my problems. I'm not a Democrat, and I'm from California. I'm from San Francisco. I've been called the N-word by teachers in school, by a white teacher, but I don't go around and
And you've been
blame.
hit on by men living in San Francisco.
Hey, it comes with being Team Handsome Gang, so it is what it is. But at the same time, it never stopped me from being successful. I'm a high value man. My dad's a high value man. My grandfather's a high value man. Everybody in my family has always been married. None of those things have ever stopped me or my family from being successful. So it's not a history not teaching black history is like letting people off the hook. We should always, always, always know where we come from, because we'll repeat it if we don't know. That doesn't mean that we can't move on. It doesn't mean that we have to hold grudges. It doesn't mean that we just need a finger to point to. We need to know, because that's still our history. It's still, these are things that's happened. These are people that died for us. These are people that, for us to do what we're doing right now, there had to be someone, right? Remember, there's people that lived and died their whole lives as slaves, and they still decided to have a kid that eventually led to you. They still had to have hope that we would get to the moment that we're at right now. There was somebody that birthed someone that was in a segregated school or in the South somewhere that still had hope that we would get to this point right now.
I'm sure they're so proud of us.
No, Patrick, let him finish. Let him finish.
We would, if you don't teach that, you erase all of that. You dishonor all of that by not teaching it. You don't teach it from an aspect of hate. You don't teach it from an aspect of, all right, these people did this to you, so hate them. You teach it from the aspect of, listen, you got to take advantage of everything you got to take advantage of every single opportunity you have now, because your great grandfather didn't have that opportunity. Your great grandmother didn't have that opportunity.
Let me read the super chat real quick. I got a question for you, okay?
Right, cool.
With the $20 super chat says, be specific when speaking on African history. What periods are you referring to when speaking in African history? Also, can you have a well-vetted PA on here when pseudo-historical talking points are being made? Now, I do have a question for you, my good sir.
Cool.
I would assume that you are a father, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not a father, but I am a former educator. You know as well as I do that there are a certain amount of hours that are allocated in a day, right? In terms of your education, your formal education in school. Now, since you're saying that history is important, which it could be, would you be willing during that 8 hours, if the school board decided to teach your kid about ancient hunter-gatherers in Africa from 10,000 years ago versus calculus. So if you had a choice as a parent, so if they left it up to the parents to vote. They said
calculus is African.
No. They said you got to vote. We're going to teach calculus.
Algebra,
we're going to teach ancient African hunter-gatherer history, 10,000 BC. Which one are you choosing as a father?
I have a question. How old are the students?
10.
No.
Why?
Those
No for
that
what?
type.
No for what?
The reason why is that type of detail is more left for college. Like when I had a knowledge of that type of stuff, but normally when you get to anthropology in college, you learn about that type of detail. Usually in middle school and high school, they keep it on a geographical type history or the Great Industrial Revolution, stuff like that. They don't really go into that type of detail.
Okay, hold on. Okay, because I'm pretty sure patriarchy wants to jump in with this one. So I don't know if you are into science, but according to science, modern human beings like ourselves, we've been on this planet for 100,000 years, right? That's modern science. That's what they believe. They believe that we are a product of evolution. We are apes, and modern man exists.
Oh, I know where you're going.
So it's cool to specifically talk about 150 or 200 years of history rather than 100,000 years of history that does not have slavery in it.
Well, look, we're talking about 10-year-olds. You think 10-year-olds can perceive 100,000, 200,000 years ago? They're not going to, they can't. And I have a 10-year-old. I have an 11-year-old. I have a 14-year-old.
I was 10 at one point. I don't know about that.
I was 10 too, so I still got you on that.
Let them talk.
They can't, their depth perception isn't that grand yet to go. Like, you can teach them about it. I have books on that. I had the book where it starts off as a monkey and then it evolves into almost walking and then they're hunched over and then they walk. I had those books in my house when I was like 5 years old. And this is like, what, mid-'80s, late 80s? I saw it, but you can't really understand the context of those things. Those things require a lot of context. And this is the reason why, because when you're 10 years old, you're going to church with your parents, you're going to church with your grandparents, you're learning a lot about God, and then you have these books that say things that are totally different.
So let me get this straight again. So you would prefer your child learn about chattel slavery at 10 years old rather than calculus? That's what you're saying.
No. I'm not saying that it's either teach history or math, because I did both. I don't understand why you have to choose when usually you do both.
I'm just saying that it's only a specific amount of time allocated, and you just have to choose between history or math. Which one are you choosing? How about this? Just history or math? Which one are you choosing as a parent?
Oh, probably math.
Now, why are you just choosing math?
I'm going to choose math. I'm going to choose math at an earlier age, because the sooner that kids pick up on math when they're younger, the easier it'll be for them when they get older.
Okay.
They can learn history. Like, history is easier. It's more digestible when you have a certain amount of intelligence, because it doesn't matter how many times people explain things to you when you're a kid. Sometimes you just you don't understand the world, and history is global. So you're not going to understand the full context of the slave trade and who funded it. Why were Africans selling Africans? The 10-year-olds, they're not going to, they can understand it from a Harriet Tubman on a really, really macro level. But if you try and teach the nuances and the texture, they're not going to get it. But math, when you're 10 years old, if you can grasp the fundamentals, the addition, subtraction, the multiplication, to the division, to the algebra, to the statistics, to calculus, those are things that if you're going to be successful in math, you got to learn those things early. So at 10 years old, it's probably better to prioritize math than it is history, because then by the time they get to high school, they're not going to fear it like a lot of people fear math, because they give up on it early. It really wasn't enforced in the household. Your parents don't really know it like that, so they can't teach it to you. So if we're going to prioritize one thing, then prioritize the math first. And then maybe once they get to 8th grade, 9th grade and up, start teaching more history.
Thank you so much. Michael H says, "You are so dumb. Why you gotta choose? Learn them all." See, Michael H, you weren't.
Why you got to get to choose? Look
You
at the
weren't
spelling.
listening, Mike.
Calling people dumb.
I was talking about from the perspective
Irony.
of time in school. There are only so many hours in a day in school, and subjects are allocated. I was a teacher, Michael H. Not fine what you call, sir. You called me a dummy, and I need my safe space. I'm hurt now.
Look at the spelling. Look at hence the great spelling from this individual. Let me just say this. You talked about a lot of stuff. Listen, I'm over, like, we've all been brainwashed with, like, dude, like, you literally drive down the street and you see history of slavery. Like, have you ever been on Netflix? Like, bro, they're putting fat black women into everything. We already know. Go ahead.
Okay, wait a minute. So we already know who's in the back. Do you guys? I'm not even gonna say the individual's name. Anybody that's familiar with the panel knows a certain person is in the back. Do you want this certain person on the panel? You know who I'm talking about, guys.
Who is it?
It is the one and only.
I think I know.
It's hold on. Let's get prepared, guys.
Oh no.
Hold on, for my computer just froze. Give me a second. Hold on, wait a minute. It's
wow.
Anybody got a drum roll?
Anna, don't cut anybody off. Just let everybody finish. And thank you for coming up on the panel. Salute. Go ahead, Patriarchy. I'm sorry.
Okay, so like I'm over. Like I don't want to hear about slavery anymore. Like, dude, everybody already knows. Like, and the thing about it is this: we get it brainwashed to us over and over and over and over and over. Like, there's not anybody. I can go to the worst neighborhoods in this country and find the most illiterate people out there, right? So, and it's funny because most of them are never mind, but and they're gonna know about slavery. Like if one thing black people have done successfully when it comes to education is let everybody know that they used to be a slave. Okay, I don't know about anything else outside of that. I don't know about anything else outside of that. But like, bro, everybody, listen, everybody knows, bro. Everybody already knows. Everybody around the world knows. The whining and crying for the last 40 years have worked. Everybody already knows. There is not a single person that does not know. You have a lot of people that don't even know how to read, don't even know how to add, don't even know mathematics, like don't even know that really don't know history, but they do know about slavery. I honestly would go to say it is honestly more known about and widely prevalent in terms of even all the intricacies of it. It's more well known than a lot of even American history. Like I'm pretty sure if I brought up, you know, a James Buchanan or like, you know, Millard Fillmore, people like, they wouldn't know that, but they would know, well, you know, back in the Black Wall Street, and they wouldn't even know the entire history of that, of how those people started it. Like, right. I mean, how you went to the prison and started the fight. So it's like, I don't even, honestly, at least an 80-year ban on this because we've already heard about it.
You're completely wrong.
You can be learning. Okay, really, I'm completely wrong.
My kids, all of my kids are in school, and they don't really know about. They don't know about slavery like that.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. So they were in school during BLM. They were in school during BLM. They were in school during BLM. No, I don't have kids.
Totally appropriate. I think
so
it's
you
totally
don't know. I have kids that are. All my kids are in school.
Do you know about it? So you don't tell your kids about it?
Listen, like I said,
y'all all sit around and watch slave movies.
I think it's totally appropriate.
How am I being disingenuous? Please explain.
Hey, I think it's totally appropriate. History doesn't repeat itself, but I do think that the celebration, I think it shouldn't be a celebration because at the end of the day, you know, white men made it all happen. So, like, I do feel like yes, you know, keep educating people about like
ended it.
Yeah, keep educating people about the history. But as far as celebration, do we really need to celebrate like Martin Luther King finally got approval to date white women and other groups of like, do we really need to keep celebrating that, you know, you guys got the approval of white men in order to, you know, be like where we are today?
I say do away with black lives. I say do away with
you guys don't find it embarrassing. It's a little sad. But I do have to thank Martin Luther King because to raise the baby, I wouldn't be here.
Me personally,
Listen, all I'm saying is,
unless we finna have an Asian Pride Month,
We already got all
Japanese.
that stuff.
we have all those months.
But the
we
thing is
have
though,
all
we
of that.
need to break it down further by now the nations now. We need to have a Vietnamese Pride Month. We need to have a Taiwanese Pride Month. We need to have all the
Yeah, like
different. We
no
need to break
other
it down
minority
further now.
has.
We need to have the different
Majority of the
tribes now that's
celebrations on
inside
the
these different
calendar
countries.
is
We need to have whatever different tribes and whatnot. That's what we need to do now. That's the path that we need to go.
Most people don't even know
You
American.
see
Like
how
most
the
people,
BS
most
sounds?
people can't even name their senators or their Congress, their elected
Exactly.
representatives, but they
Don't
know
worry
about
about BS like
Black
that.
Wall Street and what happened to Emmett Till and all. Like, bro, we get like, and the reason why they know is that's their meal ticket.
Yep.
They can. White guilt is like, honestly, Black people may be better at white guilt than the NBA. Like when I sit back and think about it, white guilt may be like making white people feel bad to get stuff from them may be the single greatest talent. I just thought about that. I think it is.
Can we also,
Listen,
since we're talking about the approval of white men, can we also talk about what Black people consider race? They literally go by the slave owners one drop rule and think that Black come in all different.
I don't go by that. I don't go by
complain
that.
about colorism, and then
I
complain
do
about
not go by
colorism,
that.
and you motherfuckers are being replaced. You are being replaced by lighter complected people. So can we talk about how Black people think that Black come in all different types of fairy tales because the white man defined what the Black race looks like? I just think it's so.
Hold on a second. All of their heroes were lighter skinned. Frederick Douglass, Malcolm. They were all lighter skinned. They were all, and now we have black washing in Hollywood to where they're trying to get Rosa Parks, where they're trying to get darker people to represent the people that were historic. I'm gonna stop, but go ahead.
Somebody, Clue Channel said it.
Like I'm
I come from the stand to the word Black literally means you don't really know what country you originated from. As the same thing with white.
No,
I'd argue that slowly but surely forming
we have Ancestry.com. We have all these places where we can research our ancestry. That's not an excuse no more, bro. We can find out where we come from with just a blood sample. Why do people keep saying we don't know where we come from?
Why does your blood sample
The
matter?
majority of slaves came from West Africa. We know that.
How come two dark-skinned people can't produce light-skinned? For an example, practical.
They can produce light-skinned people. My grandmother produced a light-skinned kid.
Where's the proof? Where's the proof? Practical, absolute. You always want to bring up albinism when it's a disease that white people can get, gorillas, apes can get, monkeys can get. Like, are you saying that you created apes and monkeys? Like, do you know that albinism, human beings has been around for millions, trillions of years, but do you know that albinism was just discovered in like the 19th century? So like, I'm so confused. I'm so confused on like, what y'all definition of what Blackness is. Like, it's really, really sad. It's sad. You guys try to force the one drop rule on people because you guys go by a slave owners. I'm just pointing out the pattern. The pattern is that, what you guys celebrate, is stuff that's, produced by white men. And I just think it's strange also of what you guys consider what is Blackness. Because if you don't look fully Asian, you're not classified as Asian. If you don't look fully white, you're not classified as white. If you don't look fully Indian, you're not classified as Indian. But for some reason, Blackness is this variety of spectrum. And then like the darkies who literally look fully African, they want to sit up there and complain about being replaced. And it's just like really sad. They complain about being replaced, but then they worship lighter complexion people. It's sad.
Anna, what did you just call?
What I was saying was that
Anna, what did you just call us?
I think it's called us apes. But the word black literally means you don't really know what the hell your nation is.
No, black, no.
Black means. It means you don't know where your nation is.
No, it wasn't. Black was to describe
everywhere else beyond the United States of America, they go by the nationality.
So you guys fall back in the day.
Nation are you from?
Not be called a nigger. So due to that, you guys finally earned your privilege for white men to stop not abolish, but like make it wrong to be called a nigger. So black was like the new type of thing because you guys people wasn't considered human back in those days. You know what I mean? Let's just not make it a black or white thing. Asian people, they had to drink out of the same water fountain. When it said white only, it was just white only.
Asian people call themselves Asian.
I don't want to tap into that.
They probably say they're Chinese. They probably say they're Japanese, Korean, Taiwanese.
taken straight off of the slave ship. Let's be honest here, because when segregation was going on, there was a blue vein society. There was it literally, y'all pride are so low. It literally went from black is beautiful to fuck that shit. Black come in all different type of spectrum, skin tone. Then you got dark skinned woman, you have dark skinned women upset because their image, because they look fully African, they are the least desired. Their own men don't even know them, which is why they go to these other third world countries, because they don't want to go to Africa, because in general they are the least desired and attractive. They want to go to these Latin countries and stuff like that. But really, that's you guys uplifting the slave owners one drop rule and what the definition of what the broad spectrum of black is. I feel like if you don't look African, you're not African American. That's how I feel about it, because African American is to describe a group of people who look African. So I don't understand, and yeah, there's blonde hair, blue eyes that live in South Africa. Yeah, there's dark skinned people who live in Europe. It doesn't make them white, and it doesn't make the blonde hair, blue eye black. But like, we all know what features look like. A race, it's literally to define a group of people who share the same features. And y'all don't want to consider skin tone a feature when it comes down to blackness, but y'all want to consider skin tone a feature when it comes down to whiteness. Y'all know there's no such thing as a dark-skinned white person. Like, there's no such thing as a dark-skinned white. Where's the white people who are chaotic truth skin tone complexion? Like, there's no such thing. Like, you motherfuckers are going with this delusion because, in general, let's be honest here, chaotic truth, when you give someone of your skin tone complexion, you're not going to create my skin tone complexion. It just won't happen. I'm sorry, this feel a little fairy tale. And I know chaotic truth. I know you got black pride. I know that.
No, Anna, I have to ask you a question, and I'm bringing everybody back. I have to ask you a question.
Yeah.
Okay. What the fuck are you talking about?
I just find it weird. I saw the title of you guys celebrating Black
we're
history.
Talking about
like
Afro-Futurism. We're talking
about instead of celebrating the past, try to build some type of.
Okay, there we go. Now we're talking. Good.
Yeah, but what I was also speaking about, like, you guys were talking about how like they celebrate the getting approval from white men, but I just think it's also strange how you guys are trying to invite everybody into your group. That does have a lot to do with it, because I don't appreciate my image being put into the black category, like, because it's really embarrassing. Come on now, I don't like it. I just think that they should have some black pride, and if you don't look fully African, you shouldn't be African American. So that really bothers me, and I want to bring it up every single time because it really bothers me.
Anna, hold on for a second. Hold on, take it easy. Where do you see African people or black people in the next 100, 200 years?
Still complaining, still trying to get approval, still going over to, instead of going to Africa and building and taking their wealth there, like every other person, like Pakistan people, Arabic people, Indian people, they start businesses here, Asian people, Chinese people, and they take their wealth back. They don't do that. It's so much to unpack. And I can talk for hours, and I just don't want to. But like, instead of going back, they don't look at themselves as valuable. So they would never get anywhere because their confidence is like doom. Like, it's like super low. So like, instead of, they don't look at Africa as valuable. They don't look at it, oh, I could take my wealth back and go back there and build. Instead, they want to, what they think is valuable is building up enough money just so they could be and fit comfortable. They could be in the same spaces as white people. That's why they brag on these third world countries, or they brag about Europe. They brag about visiting Europe. They brag. Nobody brags about Africa. Come on now, let's be honest here. So like, and they will never in the next 200 years forget about it. Chaotic truth. There is no hope. There is no hope.
Okay,
there is no hope.
Okay, that's fine. Everybody had their opinion about the future. Stay on the panel. Give me a second. Thank you so much. Your opinions and perspectives are just as valued as much as anybody else's. Thank you so much. Hold on. Let me let up a new person. D. Henry, what's up? You're on mute. Go ahead, sir. What say you about Anna? So what say you about tonight? Where Anna was saying you guys are new to the panel in terms of right now. I'm gonna let everybody back up in a minute. Go ahead. I just want to get some. Go ahead.
What's going on? I appreciate this platform. First of all, I want to say that. Appreciate that. Appreciate everybody's contribution. I have a question first. Do you think representation is important?
It does matter. Yeah. It does, and that's why I don't want. That's why I bring up every time I come on here. I bring up, stop trying to add lighter skin tone people. Stop going by the slave owners one drop rule, because you guys claiming us, making us look bad. I'm, you know, if you look on the news, people of your skin tone complexion are committing the most crimes.
Okay,
I'm
okay,
not being.
Anna,
I'm being
nobody's,
honest.
Anna,
So, like,
nobody's, okay, Anna,
the dark ones are making us look bad. Like
Anna,
the dark ones are making us look bad.
nobody's arguing with you on that. But I don't think that's the actual answer to his question. D. Henry, you want to ask the question again? Go ahead.
You know, I had the first
Representation
thing I
is
said on,
important. Yes.
Go ahead, D. Henry.
okay. The question that I asked was, do you think representation is important? That was the question that I asked.
Yes. Yes. It's important.
Anybody can answer it. Anybody can answer it.
Yes, it's important. It's very important. Extremely.
Well, so
You
other
make
people
us
can.
look bad. You make us look bad.
Can somebody else answer, please?
Yeah, representation does matter. It's very important for the simple fact that we got too many representation, and a lot of us are saying that's not me. That doesn't represent me. So it does matter to me. It matters.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd second that notion. That's true.
So can we agree that representation? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I apologize. Go ahead.
Representation without any sort of power is useless to me. I don't believe in representation without the ability to have a certain amount of power. So if I don't have any power to go with representation, then it's useless.
Okay. The other brother.
You muted.
Yeah, you muted, bro.
What we have right now is representation. What we're doing right now is representation. We can't count on NBC or Warner Brothers to portray us like how we know. What they're going to do is go from a very surface level of, oh, black people, cookouts, stupid shit like that. What we have to do is what we're doing now. We have to represent ourselves. We have to control our own images. A lot like what Kevin Samuel says. We need to just change 10%. 10%, and you can change the tide. But our image is what we're doing right now. We can't count on anybody else to control our image, to teach our image, but us. If we're not going to do it by continuing to have dialogue, open our own schools, invest in our own selves, teach our children, then we can't complain when white people don't do it. They're never going to do it. They're never going to exalt us over them. We're not going to exalt them over us, or at least I don't. So representation is, whenever I see representation on TV, I always think of it, it's a character of whatever, or a parody of whatever things really are. It's never, oh, if they have a dark-skinned person on TV, they're going to make them the worst. If they have a light-skinned person on TV, they're going to automatically make them soft. They would never do things how it actually is, because those people aren't back there writing the scripts. Those people aren't back there doing the directing. It has to be people like us that have brothers and sisters and mothers of all these different skin tones, that have cousins, and we know our cousins act, we know our sisters act, we know our brothers act. We're the ones that have to put that image out there.
Now, I'm glad you said that, sir. This is why I love Afro-Futurism. The character Steve Urkel, he was dark-skinned. He was a genius. He was an inventor. He was an intellect. He actually was smarter than everybody on the show combined. The character in Star Trek, Captain Sisko, he's a scientist. He's an explorer. He's a captain of a space station and a ship. Uhura. That's what I'm saying, the beauty of science fiction. Look at, I don't know if you've ever seen Star Trek First Contact. One of the inventors of faster than light technology was played by Alfie Ruddard, who's a dark woman. This is the beauty of it. Because think about a little kid watching this. Think about the idea of creating a faster than light technological device or engine. So, I'm not disagreeing with you, but this is why I love science fiction, the whole idea of Afro-Futurism, because there are so many roles that blacks play that are very positive in science fiction that can be examples for you Negroes. Go ahead.
Well, one of the reason why I asked that question, because I know you all was talking about slavery, and if we all can agree.
No, not me. I don't talk about slavery. I don't. Yeah.
Well, the conversation, slavery came up in the conversation, right? And I don't think that's a taboo topic, even in today's time. I mean, you can talk about it, but I look at it kind of like as a bridge, for example. One of the important things about a bridge is you don't build a house there, right? You don't stay there. You know, you talk about it and you move on, right?
Right.
But also, since you brought up sciences, and I was just, my son and I, well, actually, what I do to introduce something, I bring up the topic, maybe read a book or, bring up a film and see if my son catches interest. My daughters, they caught interest and they would, it would kind of start from there. But one of the things I was looking at was about sciences, the scientists, about calculus, or what we know today as calculus, about ancient African history or antiquity, and the things that we did, which we didn't separate science, math, and what we know today as religion. They didn't have a sense of religion. They didn't believe in that. That wasn't a part of their vernacular, religion. In their own, what we know as commandments and negative laws of confession was that thing that they, in a sense, introduced to themselves to hold themselves accountable. Now, of course, like every civilization, they had their pluses, they had their minuses, but I only say that to say the things you're talking about in reference to Afro-Futurism, they did that. They understood that a long time ago. For example, we oftentimes talk about the Miracles or the pyramids, right? You look at it as this enormous, unique, powerful structure, right? But there's a math, science, astrology, and astronomy to that outweighs what you can physically see on why it even exists. They actually incorporated spirituality, what we know today as spirituality, and that they could not have done that unless they incorporated all in the same. It was all one and the same.
The pyramids are a big Lego structure, a monument.
That's fine. But we were talking about I'm joking. Okay, I got it. Well, we were talking about representation. We were talking about representation, were we not? We were talking about representation. I only say that because if we're going to talk about slavery, but when I bring up something in a sense to put us represent us in a more positive light, to say the least, even to look at our greatness, that's taken as a joke. Come on. That's disingenuous. And that's why I wrote in the comments before. That's a pretty disingenuous statement when you ask the gentleman about calculus versus, reading about 10,000-year-old hunter-gatherers, dude. Really? I mean, you can't say that to the Chinese. They'll talk about ancient China. You can't talk about India. They'll talk about their ancient cultures, which are great civilizations. So you can't ignore our civilizations. You can't ignore our representations in it.
I got to give you some pushback on that one, man. Listen. Now, you know damn well, ain't no white person wearing a damn toga into the office talking about I'm embracing my Greek heritage.
That's not what I'm talking about.
No, but let's be honest.
That's not what I'm talking about, man.
Effectively, that's what you are talking about, though.
Wait a minute.
No, that's not.
In terms of practice, that's a manifestation.
Wait a minute.
That's a manifestation of what you
said.
No,
that's not, dude.
Sir,
no, that's not.
Sir.
It is.
If you believe that, that means you mean there was a man walking around with a jackal head. Then is that what you're saying?
Sir.
Is that what you're saying?
Sir. Can I finish?
Come on, man. Don't do that.
Can I finish? Is that all right? The problem with, you can say what you want to say, but the problem with what I believe in what you're saying is that you want us to be in corporate America wearing a dashiki with a drum in our offices beating. Come on.
Is that a question? Chaotic, is that a question?
It's a statement.
That's a statement. That was a question. That sounded like a question to me.
No, it was a statement. I said, you want that.
No, I don't want that. You didn't ask me that. So you just assumed I wanted
What
that.
do you want? What do you want?
No, the question I first asked, and we all agree that representation was important. That's what the question I asked, right? Isn't that the question I asked? Was that the question that I asked? That's a question. Okay, don't forget, a question is designed to obtain information that matters to a subject matter. So was that the question that I asked? Okay. Is representation important?
Listen.
That's no. Answer the question. Is representation important?
No.
Okay, that's an answer.
In my opinion, no.
Okay.
The only thing
so image is not important then.
In my opinion.
Okay.
in my opinion, I could be, again, I always say this, I could be wrong and you could be right. But in my opinion, learning about the past does nothing for us, does nothing for the future. And I refuse, if I had children, I refuse to teach them about anything.
It's basically a reminder.
Wait a minute. I want him to finish.
Yo, I gotta give you pushback on that, bro. I gotta give you pushback on that.
Hold on. I want him to finish. I want
let
chaotic to finish. Please.
It's a problem with the man's question. It's a problem with the man's question. Like, honestly.
Again, the problem with, and I said this earlier, as if I was a parent, the first 5 years of my child's life will be strictly learning basic mathematics, how to read, how to write, colors, and allowing them to explore nature. You know, kids love picking up bugs, explaining to them what these creatures are, etc. Okay. After that, we go into blocks of learning. So you're going to have to learn certain things about mathematics, certain things about science, certain things about trades at a higher scale. Learning about ancient Africans is not on the agenda because it does nothing for the child. Trust me, I was all into African studies. Trust me. Listen, I was, but I'm telling you, it is no point in learning that nonsense. There's no point in learning about slavery. There's no point in learning about, give me a second. There's no point in learning about what Ramses III did in ancient Egypt. For the same reason why ain't no white man teaching his kids about ancient Viking history. It's no point. We're going into a future that is dependent on math and science. Who cares about what ancient Africans did in hunter-gatherer in Africa? It doesn't matter. Same thing in Europe. Who cares about what the cavemen were doing?
The only reason why
the only problem with what Chaotic said is that like that will only necessarily be very it will only be like valid in like a multicultural, like worldwide society and whatnot. So what I would say is that the people who would be probably teaching their children Viking, whatever, is maybe if they actually have a culture that ties back to the Vikings or whatever. For maybe Nigerians, they have a culture ties back to Nigeria. I don't understand the idea of learning all these different cultures and whatnot. That could be problematic in its own and whatnot. And also the question that the good sir asked and whatnot when he's talking about representation. See, honestly, the way how he asked the question is a problem because a lot of ways you can take it. I'm looking at it from a financial perspective with decentralization and crypto and how representation is good when with decentralization. You know what I mean? And how you want to have different representative nodes. But that's what I was thinking genuinely. But because like finances are important for our future. But the thing is though, is that question was very problematic. But
well, it was problematic because the reason why I asked the question first, and there's a reason why I asked the question first, is because of what we were discussing in regards to history and how we see ourselves, right? And that's why I brought it up. For example, I didn't know anything about Jusuke when I was doing Aidio, right? Which is the art of joining sword. I didn't know anything about him, right? Until one of my Japanese fellow practitioners told me about him. He was an African. He was from Zimbabwe who went to work for one of the Japanese warlords, Nobunaga.
Man, let me get him out of here talking that crazy shit.
Yo, Chaotic, I gotta give you
Let me finish. Now, that may have nothing to do with nothing. That may have nothing to do with nothing from nobody in here. And that's fine. You may not find that important at all. But that's why I asked the question initially. Is representation important, right? Is representation important? Because if the only thing you see is the fact that we were in chains, if the only thing you see is the fact that we were subservient, that's the only thing you're going to believe. You have to speak that out yourself, regardless of where you find it. You do have a place in this world. That's what I tell my son. That's what I told my daughter. You do have a place in this world.
D. Henry. Let me ask you a question here. Okay. What does knowing about, for example, what does knowing about what Mansa Musa did, what does that have to do with the fact that we're entering into the space age?
I guess he's telling us to be a communist.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all.
What does that do?
That's not what I'm saying at all.
Okay, but what does that have to do with the space age?
What does that have to do with the space age? Like I said, the reason why I asked the question was for that reason alone. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I think if it's very intelligent for somebody to entertain a conversation, even if they disagree with what the person is saying. One second. I'm getting tagged. Give me 1 second. And I say that is because you may not find anything to do with it. You may not find anything to do with it. I'm not saying you will. Yeah, you may not, but it's easier for a person to accept if they see their place in it. You know, you have to know that you have a place in it, whether you think you do or not. They will easily be more receptive if they have a place in it. Right? Yeah, I mean, you may have think Mansa Musa, which wasn't his name, by the way, it was just a title, has anything to do with space age, right? But if you don't see your place in the past or the present, you definitely ain't gonna see it in the future, bro. That's all I'm saying. I
guess I'm asking this question. Why would me as a parent, why would I care if my kid learned about a man who lived in a primitive past?
Right.
Like, what does that have to do with any? I don't get the concept of it. I mean, I just don't. And mind you, I have a baccalaureate in African studies. Like, I used to be all into that, but I just feel like it's a major waste of time. I just feel like it's a major waste of time.
If you stay there,
it took me only one freshman year to realize that with African American history.
Chaotic. Remember the comment that I made before? If you stay there, I think one of the problems that many people have, who in a sense stay in that space of Afrocentricity, that stay in that space, is they romanticize. Right.
Okay.
They romanticize. I'm going somewhere, right? They romanticize. So you don't stay there. You don't stay there. You know, it's kind of like when you talk to people who think about the lotto all the time, what they would do if they hit the lottery. You don't stay in that space, but never play, you know, if they gamble at all, right? The question I initially asked, and it was the reason why I asked, you know, is representation important? That's the only reason why I asked.
Listen, I taught at a charter school, and they had a Afrocentric themed charter school. In the morning, they would have the kids beating on drums, doing some idiotic chant that they made up, pretending it's African. They had the kids wearing dashikis and nonsense. The school had a low academic performance in terms of the state report card. Most of the kids in the school couldn't do basic arithmetic. Most of the kids in the school couldn't even tell you what a molecule was or an atom was. But all these kids were chanting this idiotic proverb. And I said, why do y'all have these kids born in the year 2006 learning this nonsense and wearing these dumb kitchen table cloths?
Bro, it's cultist nonsense, bro. It's cultist nonsense, bro.
But when I started an engineering program there, when I started a chess program, many of these teachers were saying, "Oh, you doing too much." I'm like, I'm doing too much. You're teaching these kids pretty much to be in a cult that you made up, pretending it's African stuff, and it's not. Go ahead, D. Henry.
Chaotic. I don't disagree with you, brother. I don't disagree with you at all. It's first and foremost, just the FYI, that Shikis has nothing to do with Africa.
Exactly.
Nothing at all.
It was created in the
I live in one of the most diverse cities in the country, right? And I've been to many BLM rallies. Would it shock you for me to tell you that oftentimes I'm the only Black person there?
Probably not.
I mean, I'm sorry, where?
Antifa
I live
rallies,
in Columbia, Maryland. Would it shock you to know that myself and my family oftentimes are the only Black people there?
Is that PG County?
100 white people.
Is that PG County?
You guys like it like that.
Okay.
Howard. Oftentimes we're the only Black people there.
You like it like that, though.
So, I mean, what you're saying, I mean, I get it. And like I say, you know, you don't stay in that space. You can talk about that all the time. For example, just one more example, where I used to go to high school, I went to a predominantly Black high school, and it was predominantly Black for a reason. At one time, Blacks couldn't go to the...
Hold on for a second, D. Henry. I got to ask you a question. I put you on mute. I got to ask you a question. Be honest with me.
Go ahead.
Was it like going to hell every day? Keep it real.
Going to hell where?
When you said you went to a predominantly Black high school, was it like going to hell every day?
I wouldn't say it was.
I went to a predominantly Black high school. It was fun.
Yeah,
check
my
this
high
out.
school was fun too. I ain't gonna lie, it was
But
predominantly
check this out though. I
fun.
went to a predominantly black high
It was
school,
fun. I
right?
ain't gonna lie, but the
And in
junior
the
high
10th
school was different.
grade, in the 10th grade, I started our first African diasporas club, to which I was the only member. We had a white
Can I
vice
say
principal.
something? It was hell for me.
We had a
It was
white vice principal. Instead of a person getting suspended, he used to send them to my club. Like, for example, if he was going to suspend them for 3 days, he said you would have to go to 3 of his meetings, right? And I would get many of my materials, posters for my wall in a room that he gave me that was at one time full of cheers and old desks. He gave me most of my stuff for my room, posters of Malcolm X and old Black Revolutionary albums and so forth, and stuff. I was the only member. I was the only member at a predominantly, well, it wasn't no white kids there. It was one white kid, I take it back, but she was hearing impaired. Right? And like less than 2 miles from the school was a Black Afrocentric bookstore, right? And it's still there to this day in the same spot. Most people, I know people today that live less than 2 blocks from that store and they don't even know it exists. They don't even know it exists.
Let me ask you a question, sir. Then I gotta move on to the next panelist, okay? What has learning about slavery, Jim Crow, done for Black people?
Repeat your question. Sorry.
What has learning about slavery, Jim Crow, Reconstruction, what has that done for Black people?
What, in my opinion, what has it done for Black people? What has it done for Black people? I mean, understanding and knowing your history is sometimes it's ugly. Sometimes it's ugly. The education is important, right? So you, at least if you look at it from the standpoint of not knowing, you shouldn't go back there. And you have the power within yourself to lift yourself up, right? And understanding, and this is I'm gonna end this point on this. If you want it, you gotta want it. You gotta want it. You may have to bleed. And also another thing a lot of Black people fail to realize is that not all of us gonna make it.
I have a okay. So I gotta get to another panelist real quick. But,
Can I
give me 1 second, sir.
Go ahead, you go.
That Bob says, D. Henry, would you hire a kid with an accounting degree or an African studies degree if you owned a business?
It depends on what my business was.
If you own, obviously a business dealing with finances, sir.
Stop. That's a really come on. I'm not even gonna answer that. I'm too intelligent to even answer.
I have another question for you. Would you date Anna? And Anna, would you date D. Henry?
What happened?
D. Henry, would you ever date Anna?
I don't know Anna, and plus I'm married.
Oh, sorry about that. Anna's a colorist, so I wanted to get her. I just wanted to get a reaction from her. Nevertheless,
I don't know who that is.
It was a joke that didn't go over. Give me a second, guys. Hold on. Let me.
Where's the patriarchy? Why did you kick him off?
I didn't kick patriarchy off. We have a new person.
He's still backstage, or
Marvel. What say you, man? Marvel, what say you, sir? You
Marvel, how you doing?
Oh, Marvel. Sorry about that, sir. Marvel. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm just joining the stream.
You got the floor, sir. Go ahead. You just
got. No, I'm just joining the stream, catching on.
Okay, let's get you out of here because you didn't follow the. No, I'm playing. Go ahead. Go ahead, Marvel.
No, I'm just joining the stream. Catching on. They're trying to catch up with you guys.
Pushback for you, bro.
Okay, what's the pushback?
History. When we're saying should we learn a certain type of history, man, I think that you should, whatever country you live in, you should learn that history. Now, how far back you go is relative. You said like, what about Jim Crow is helping Black people? Like learning about those type of things. It gives you a lot of the mind. If you look at some of the way that maybe the Supreme Court does a ruling, or the way redlining and redistricting for votes, the way those things are being manipulated, a lot of those things have to do with Jim Crow. A lot of those things have to do with things that happened 40, 50, 60 years ago. A lot of those things have to do with that. A lot of these things are about power. Political science is history. Data is history. The only way that you learn how to make something better is when you go back on your notes history and look and see what you did wrong to make those corrections. And you go at it again. To say like we shouldn't learn about history. Now, if you want to say, all right, we shouldn't go back to learn about Mansa Musa and Queen of Sheba and stuff like that. If you want to say like we don't need to learn about stuff like that, is not helping us right now, I get it. However, if we're saying that we don't need representation, like we don't need to see ourselves, our image doing things that are positive, making good contributions to society, if you're saying that we shouldn't learn about things that have happened about 50, 60 years ago that affect our people today, you won't be able to solve those problems.
When you bought your house, did something 60 years ago affect you from purchasing your house, or purchasing your car, or purchasing the camera or phone that you got?
No.
Oh, okay. I was asking a question. I'm curious. Did you go to college, sir?
Yes.
Did something 60 years ago stop you from going to college?
No.
So I'm confused. Then what happened 60 years ago is affecting you today?
You learn how to deal with people. You learn the mindset of people. You know how to move in different environments. As a black man, I know what my obstacles are going to be. I know that sometimes someone might beat me out for a job that I might be better than. I know that sometimes that when I go into a certain space and I see certain people looking at me a certain way, I know how to deal with people. Because I know the history. I know the mindset. Now I give people the benefit of the doubt until they prove me wrong. But as soon as people show me their stripes, I deal with them accordingly. But history teaches you those things. And those are things that you just can't, you know what? Chaotic, I think that you deal with things in a perfect, and if everything goes right scenario. But we live in a world where we still have discrimination. We still have racism. And I'm not using it as a crutch. I'm not using it as a way of not being successful. I'm just saying, like, listen, this is the obstacle.
If
this is what
racism
we got.
let me ask you this question. So you said racism, right? So if racism exists, how do you explain black millionaires, billionaires, black politicians, black entrepreneurs? How do you explain all these people? How do you explain a Lloyd Austin, who's the Secretary of Defense, if racism exists?
Okay, listen. I didn't say 100%.
Even better.
Okay, listen. I didn't say 100% of the people were racist. I'm saying that it exists. Just because we have anomalies that happen, we've had 40 plus presidents and we have one black president, that doesn't mean that racism doesn't exist. Come on now, we're better.
Bro, but that argument doesn't really mean anything though.
Hold on, let me finish this real quick.
Saying it exists.
All right, all right. So what if the country had 40 white presidents? Why didn't you go to Africa and become a president in a black country?
African Americans can't get citizenship in African countries.
Well, hold on for a second. Wait a minute. Well, if racism exists, how come we can't get citizenship how come you can't get citizenship in your own country where you look like the people?
I'm talking about the United States, man. You're taking the argument. You're moving the goalposts, bro. You're moving the goalposts.
I'm not moving the goalposts. I'm just asking the question. You're saying that this country's racist, but
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Okay, how about this?
I said racism exists. Me saying racism exists doesn't mean that everyone is racist. I'm saying that it's.
Sir, hold on for a second. Give me a second here, because maybe I might be a little confused here.
All right.
You said that racism exists. I'm asking you a question. If racism exists, why do you continue to live in a racist country? Why don't you go to the 70 plus black countries? There's 70 countries where black people completely run the countries. You got the Caribbean, you got Brazil. Well, maybe not in Brazil. The blacks don't really run Brazil politically, but you have the Caribbean, you have Africa. Why don't you go there if America's so racist?
All right, listen. I said me saying racism exists in America does not mean that everyone is racist. I'd rather dance with the devil I know than the devil I don't know. I know how to operate in America. My parents are from here. My grandparents are from here. I have pictures of my slave ancestors going back to 8 times. I have pictures of them. I know how to live, even though
I'm absolutely confused. Wait, hold on for a second. I'm confused here. I'm absolutely confused. You're telling me that the devil is here, but the devil here has allowed you to purchase a home, have a bank account, purchase all the cars you want, free market capitalism. You can do whatever you want. Go to college. You can be everywhere.
Tear up
you
our
want.
fucking
Wait a minute,
cities.
hold on a second. But the very moment I said go to a country where the people look like you, you said I can't get citizenship there. Wouldn't that mean that?
Self-hatred.
Stop, Anna. Go ahead, sir. I'm just asking a question.
Okay, listen. When I said I wasn't referring to white people when I said I'd rather
I didn't say
dance
you
with the
were talking
devil
white
I know than the devil I don't. This means that even though there is racism that exists in America, I know how to move. I know how to function here. I'm from here. My ancestors are from here. I have property here. I got left money from inheritance here. I know how this whole place operates. If I go somewhere else, I got to start from ground zero. I don't have to do that here. I have over $1 million worth of property here.
Anna,
So-
stop. Anna, stop it. Let him talk.
And also, when it comes to African Americans, we're not from one place in Africa. We can't just go to Ghana and be like, I'm from there. We're mutts. When slaves got off the ship, they mixed in. If you did my ancestry, you'd see I'm from probably 7 to 8 different places in Africa. I can't. You're Chaotic. Are you Nigerian?
Yes.
You can go to Nigeria and be with other Nigerians. African Americans.
Yeah, they're getting along so well.
African Americans are mixed Africans. We're not from one place in Africa. So to say that we could just go to Africa, that's a different disingenuous comment.
Okay, hold on a second. We gotta
See, this is the exact reason why the word black means you have no allegiance to any specific nation.
Interesting.
With the word white.
Hold on, let me read the super chat real quick. It says, "CT, do you know the genetic DNA effect slavery has on blacks today? You are educated and very well know about it." No,
it was all positive.
Epigenetics is not real, and no, because if that were the case, we would still, not me, but if that were the case, all African people would still have residual DNA of information from being attacked by saber-toothed tigers as well. with this ancient dormant history or DNA that remembers certain things. That's bullshit because people have always suffered throughout human history. But nevertheless, though, we have new panelists. I'm trying to hurry and get through this. We got Red, White, and Blue. Thank you so much for being a patriot, sir.
Yeah.
You're on mute, sir. You're on mute, Red, White, and Blue. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I'm kind of. We need to focus on sciences.
Thank you.
Math is sciences.
Thank you.
That's the only way they're going to get us through.
You mean to tell me learning about Ramses in ancient Egypt is not important? Keep it real.
Yeah, do that on your spare time. As an adult, kids do not need that, man. You know what I'm saying? We need to focus on science and math, getting degrees. I don't even know how you focus on history when to study the sciences, it takes 3 hours per credit to even study science.
Absolutely.
So
that's the basic science.
That's basic science. Yes. Biology 1, biology 2, physics 1 and 2, chemistry 1 and 2, organic chemistry 1 and 2. Those are 3 hours per credit. I don't see how even at middle school, high school, and college, that takes time. And that's what as people, we're not focused on. Well, some of us aren't.
Interesting.
Yeah. We need to focus on that. With that comes jobs where you need certificates, right? It's just not a college degree. You have to have certifications to get the job. What that makes you very important. You can't be replaced at that point. So, those are the type of things we need to focus on. That's all I really wanted to say.
Red, White, and Blue.
Yeah.
Hold on, give me one thing. I got to ask you a question, Red, White, and Blue.
Yeah.
Would you ever wear a dashiki and walk down Times Square?
I mean, I wear dashiki because, I'm going to wear what I want to wear. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, that's part of my culture and history also. I'm not, like I said, I'm not saying don't study it. I don't think
okay, well, if that's a part of your culture and history, would you ever go out the house?
Come on, man.
With a spear.
No.
That's a part of your history too, right? Ancient. Would you ever do that?
I mean, come on. That's kind of ridiculous. That's a weapon.
Why is that? Well, hold on a second. Wait a minute. Now, wait a minute here.
That's a weapon.
Now, why is that ridiculous? Now,
wait. Every culture had spears. Every first culture.
I mean, but it's still a weapon. All right. I'm not gonna walk down the street with the weapon.
Okay, let me ask you a question. If you saw a white person walking down the street with some Viking attire on, talking about I'm embracing my Viking past, would you think that
But
they were crazy?
they do have cultural things they do. They have the medieval events,
democracy,
the Scottish events,
freedom.
You know what I mean? They have
Hold on
that
a second.
thing.
They have
education.
Hold on for a second. They have
But it's
events.
different. What white men celebrate is different than what black.
Okay, Anna, you've been talking too much. What's up, Reese? How you doing?
Wait, real quick, before you do that, I want to say something what Red, White, and Blue has said.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. So with regard to the certifications and the making somebody harder to be replaced and whatnot, a perfect example would be is that so when I was doing research at Florida A&M University and whatnot, in the Department of Chemistry, there was a man named Mr. Jackson, and he's big on pretty much working on the machines, the spectroscopic machines in the laboratories. And basically, so for example, a perfect example would be like the NMR, would be a nuclear magnetic resonance machine, it's a spectroscopic machine, and to purchase it costs about over $250,000 easy. And the thing is, though, it's like, say for instance, you have it's a magnet inside of it. Let's say the magnet breaks. The magnet is just nothing but $500. But to have someone go in and put it in there and pay for that, $30,000 job, right? But Mr. Jackson knows how to do it.
Okay.
So you see, it makes it hard for him to be replaced.
It makes it hard. Yeah, it makes it hard for you to be. Yes,
like
and like I say, those are the type of things you want. You know what I mean? Especially if black men raising a family, you don't want to be in a system where you can be replaced very easily. And I think historically, that's what we've been following.
But that's
you know
just
what I
in
mean?
general, though. It shouldn't be just about black people. You don't want to be replaceable, just in general. You know, you want to be able to have,
in general, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. In general, you're right. Yeah.
It's a shame that the last individual left, the guy that was talking about racism. I would have loved to get his perspective on that and all of his complaints, because I can actually make the argument what he would consider that actually helped black people. So I don't understand. Like, I would love. It's a shame that he left, because think about it. Think about this concept. You have a group of people who are marching down the street for certain rights, right?
Mm-hmm.
That come from European ideas, like equal representation under the law, limited government. You know, even if you look up the philosophies of Hobbes and Locke, the Leviathan, those aren't African ideas. Like democracy is not an African idea. Equal representation under the law, it's not an African idea. Like a limited justice system, it's not an African idea. These are all Western European ideas. So it's funny, because it's like I'm asking for something from someone that wasn't present anywhere else outside of where I was asking it from. It's just very interesting when people, because I would make the argument that whatever he would consider to be oppression was actually really liberation. And the only reason he considers it to be oppression is because of massive media. That's the only reason that you consider it to be oppression. Because my argument is, you would not even know what oppression was if you hadn't seen other people that had a definition of liberty, because that definition was not present on the western coast of Africa, eastern coast of Africa, South Africa, none of that.
You got the cam up, Emmanuel. We cannot let you on if you're not cammed up.
Can I say something, please?
Go ahead, Anna. You keep cutting us off.
I wasn't trying to cut you off. I'm sorry. I just want to contribute to the conversation. So, nicely and politely, I'm saying this because a lot of people keep thinking something negatively about me in the comment section. So, just to say this, black men, this is for me to actually give some advice. When white men...
Yeah, so I got to ask you a question, Patriarchy. I asked the gentleman a question, and I respect that guy too. I wish he was still here. I asked him a question. He said that he made reference about racism in this country, And then when I say, well, why don't you just go to Africa? It's 50 something plus countries that are completely black ran. The military, every chamber, every side of government. You notice the first thing he said was, well, they won't accept me. I won't become a citizen. Well,
Isn't that racism?
I have to ask the question. Well, isn't that
pyramid?
racism?
Yeah,
Because
that would be racism. Yeah,
and that would let me know that they have very strict immigration laws.
Well, I mean, we can honestly see. So this is why I got to disagree with learning history, right? Because we have seen this evening what a lack of understanding of history produces. That man is literally out in the world teaching, and he has children who he's teaching about the white boogeyman. He's teaching that there's some white man under your bed that's going to come and get you. And maybe we do. Maybe it's not the fact that we don't need to learn history. Maybe we just have some serious issues in who's teaching it. Because I would say I'm a student of history, right? Like I do it on my own, right? I love history, right? And it was one of the things I studied in college. And like I said, when I get on these panels, even when I got thrown off last night, I have never in my life seen a more stupid group. Like bro, like I would even venture to say that the first generation of slaves during Reconstruction know more about history, especially from an American perspective, than a lot of people on these panels and these networks. That guy is one of the most, like, it's just, you're just not educated. Like, you're just not really. And funny thing for you, I want to discuss because you said you studied African history.
I did. I have a baccalaureate degree.
I need some information on Nigeria. I'm trying to find like a more comprehensive work to study Nigeria and their history, especially pre-colonial years. So I'll get with you on that in the back channel. But like maybe this shows today we do need a reformation of teaching, because I've never seen a more stupid. And I'm sorry to be harsh, right? The one thing you will get me on, and whether it be Anton or this network or whoever, if you say some shit that is not historically accurate, because people are hearing this, it's like Breonna Taylor, right? She was sleeping her bed. She was sleeping her bed. She was sleeping her bed. The average person doesn't know about the dead body in the trunk. Why is that? And she wasn't sleeping her bed. It shows you what bad ideas at a massive scale can do. Like, it's crazy, but go ahead.
Can I say something since I don't deserve a voice? Because I was
Go ahead, Anna.
You're emotional, chaotic.
Sometimes
you keep
it's
cutting me
good to
off.
be cut off, though.
I'm emotional because I'm cutting you off. Okay,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I was literally about to say something.
It came up, Marco T.
Yeah, I was about to say something on the last topic like 15 minutes ago, if you just let me speak. You guys were talking about history. I was just basically pointing out the fact, because you guys are pointing out white men's history and how they celebrate their history. And I was just going to point out the difference. It's okay to talk about history. It's okay to, it becomes a problem when you're celebrating it. And it's a difference between white men's history and black men's history. What white men celebrate, they actually took that. They didn't get approval from no one. I'm not trying to be rude, but this country, they took this country. That's why we celebrate Thanksgiving. They take things. They're men. What black men celebrate about, they celebrate about getting the approval. Everything that's in the history is getting the approval of white men. What white men celebrate about, the Vikings and stuff like that, they actually took that. They take things. They are men. They don't sit up here and cry and complain. They fight. They take things. Versus black men, they do not. And you keep cutting me off, chaotic, because I understand I'm a woman. So like I don't really, So I was just gonna say that it's a difference. It's nothing wrong with celebrating. It's nothing wrong, but it's what you guys celebrate about and what it represents. That's what I was gonna basically say before you cut me off.
And Margaret, where do you think we get that from?
No. Hold on for a second, guys. Hold on for a second. I want to do something real quick. Is there anything else you would like to say, Anna? Go ahead.
Well, you're doing that on purpose. When anybody else interrupts and butt in, you don't say anything. When I want to
Because
contribute,
you're
to the
over
conversation,
talking people. You're
you
people are
over talk too. When you want to contribute,
I'm
to
the
a
host of the
conversation,
show. Hey, look, man, I'm the host of the show. Bad girl. Bad girl. I told you I'm the host of the show. How many times we got to go through this?
but you still have to be fair.
Stay. Anna, I already told you. Be quiet. Thank you so much. Okay. Who else? Okay, Emmanuel, what's up, man? You haven't said anything. Go ahead.
Yeah, can we all agree that in the race of race, we're actually in last place, right? And if we all could agree that we're last, the question should be, what do we do to get into the race? Now, whatever was done behind us, the past, that did not help us at all. We need to realize what's going to get us to the finish line ahead of everybody else: science and math.
Exactly.
See, I'm glad you said that. See, I'm very glad you said that. And the way
I
how
think
you
it's a
said it too.
balance.
Considering that we are in last place, right? Considering that we are in last place, quote unquote, right? I wager to agree with that notion. The black community, quote unquote, is in last place. So if we are in last place and we want to be able to get a foothold, what we have to do, we'll have to be able to ramp up production and the things that matter at a higher rate than normally. So it would mean that in these next few generations, we have to have an abnormally high rate of people coming into STEM over the arts, and then we can balance that out again in the later generations once we start getting the money to be able to do so, which is kind of akin to the notion that you should like be good at one thing and then get enough money to be able to fund other hobbies in your lifestyle and whatnot.
I hate to cut you off.
I was done.
A normal man $50, and she won't be on for the next 2 weeks with me being on the panel. Just $50. Yeah, a normal man wants to know how much to get Anna out of here. $50 for the next 2 Tuesdays while I'm over here. 50.
We're in second place.
Can I chime in real quick?
Yeah. Hold on for a second. Insan1 with the $5 super chat says, "I'll pay to say this, not because you're a woman, to Anna, because you have a consistent history of BS, Anna. Your points always come with slick shade." I don't know if they come with
I'm
slick
not
shade.
having
Anna's
slick shade. I'm just
direct.
saying what white men celebrate is not on the same level as black men. White men celebrate 4th of July. They celebrate Thanksgiving. They took this country. They take things. They are men.
You said that
That's
already.
what I'm saying.
You said
Nobody
that, and
got
we
offended.
agree
I'm
with
not
you.
being shady. It's actually the
Anna,
it's just the honest to God truth, and I'm tired of you guys muting me.
Anna,
the whole
you're
world
saying
need to
your
mute your
choice.
ass,
You
man.
can't say the same words over and over again.
You know what? Can I
Especially
say
if they don't hold them.
I don't think black people in the race are in last place. I think black people in the race are in second place
We're in
because
last
they're
place.
because they're being carried by the white man.
Anna, if somebody brings over 50,
But that means the Asians are in third place, and I
The
don't agree
Asians
with
are
that.
in first. The Asians are in first.
Broke his spot, so
Okay,
they're
so then
not
the
gonna
whites
bring
are in
50.
second
They're
then.
not gonna pay $50.
Yeah, and we're on their back. They were to dump us and get first.
So we're not even. We're not
The
even.
reason why I like Anna here right now, let me say that. The reason why I like her here right now is because someone said,
hold on for a second. Anna, what did you just say about black men?
I said they broke as fuck, so give it up. They're not gonna pay 100 or 50, whatever you're talking about.
Okay, so a normal man asks how much to get Anna up out of here. I said
$1,000 fucking dollars.
I said 50 for the next 2 weeks. If I'm up here, you're not coming up here. If somebody throws the 50.
Why?
And Anna said that black men are broke as fuck. So
you guys hate me.
Nobody hates you, Anna. Nobody hates you. But
Then why can't you come up here then and talk about politics? Like you guys only like it when I only want to come up here when you're up here chaotic, because you literally talk about things that the other people don't speak about.
Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Just $5 more and Anna's gone for 2 Tuesdays.
No.
Is it men or is it black men? All right,
Wait a minute,
I'm kind of lost with you. Is it men or is it black men? What group is it that don't like you in particular, like you or your own species? What is it?
Wait a minute. Anna, I rock with you, Anna. I think you're funny and talented, but the money has been paid.
Oh yeah, he did do 50.
No.
It was 5 earlier.
Hear me out,
No,
Anna. You're no longer
not
welcome
fair
to the
because
next two.
He already gave 5, chat.
so you guys paid to get me off of the panel.
So
Yes,
you called us broke. That's what the fuck you get.
Yeah.
You're
So
not real
Anna
politics.
is gone for the next 2 Tuesdays that I'm on the panel.
So
Salute
can
to
we
you,
say that
Anna.
black
You
men can
are
stick
a hell of a
together?
guest, but that's enough.
Hey, you know why I love that? Hold on, that you are a typical Nigerian slave trader.
Can we agree that black men can stick
He
together?
said he's
for a
an
common
opportunist,
cause?
man. Come on, man. Chill.
Hey, but let me say this.
A man paid to get her up out of here. $50 to get her up out of here.
You should ask for more, man. You should ask for more.
Nah, just 50. That's not. Go ahead, guys.
Nah, no need to be greedy.
Let me say this because someone said, what do we have to do in the black community to get out of last place? The reason why I like Anna's whole situation that just went down, that is exactly what Chaotic just did to her is the first thing that needs to happen. Let's be clear about that.
Yeah.
You take
She's not the
woman
problem.
out
Oh
of
my
the
God, they paid it again, bro.
They paid it again.
Damn.
I must have missed it.
Oh,
Wait a
man.
Normal man
I
this
missed
time.
it. Wait a minute. They paid it again.
He just did it.
That's 4 weeks, bro. That's 4 weeks.
Anna, honestly, that's a month of you not being able to come on the panel for that. I hate to say it, Anna. I mean, people are paying not to have you on the panel. So for the next 4 weeks, you are not welcome on the Tuesday panel. Go ahead, guys. You get the floor.
No, but like I was saying, that is exactly what needs to happen. You need to take the voice of, that condescension, and unfortunately, it is our women that have that voice primarily. Put them behind. Any woman that does not that wants to talk and do that type of shade, if you want to know where your prominence comes from, it's from this right here. Anytime black men get together, that is where progress is. Okay, we don't need them. They will follow us around as long as we're making progress. So what Chaotic just did to Anna is representative of what we need to do as a community to get out of that. That is all. That's really what I'm gonna start with right there.
Yeah.
Somebody else added
Can you
50.
also propose something?
And-
Hold on for a second, guys. Hold on for a second. Anna, somebody else just.
Oh my God.
Black men are not broke.
Don't call us broke.
That's that.
Don't call us broke. We assure you we spend money on what we want to spend it on.
Yeah, Anna, that's 6 weeks. So it's like I said, as long as
Hold up, there goes another one.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Guys, that's 8 weeks, right?
That is 8 weeks right there, man.
Let's keep the party rolling
I
without.
can have somebody drop 25 pounds.
I gotta say this. Anna came on here disrespecting black men by saying black men were broke. Dusty, she made despicable comments about dark-skinned men, and people have paid to get her up out of here for the next 2 months on the Tuesday show. So that's that, Anna. Sorry. So as long as I'm hosting the Tuesday show, you're not welcome on the Tuesday platform. But you can. Wait a minute.
Oh my God, bro.
Andrew with the $50 super chat said, "Forget it. That's 10 weeks."
Slave trader, Chaotic.
That's 10 weeks of Anna not being welcomed on the Tuesday panel.
Can I see 4 months? Can I see 4 months?
I
I see 5 months. Is
I
there a
know.
6-monther out there? Is there a 6-monther out there?
Yo, I feel like I'm a part of history right now. This
The
is
slave trade. YouTube slave trade.
Hey yo, salute to the panel. Can I turn my camera off though? Cause my speaker real low.
Oh yeah. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I ain't a troll, bro. I can't politic with y'all.
What's your name, sir?
His name is Rich.
Richard.
What's going on, Rich? How you doing, man?
But y'all can call me Rich, man. Salute to y'all, man.
Yes, salute.
But can I go?
You got the floor, sir.
Yes, sir. Salute to the panel, man. And I'm from the
Bro.
Bay Area. I'm from Oakland, California. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, real quick, good sir.
Yes, sir.
Chaotic, if you may.
Was there another one too?
Yes.
Another one, yeah.
12 babies. 12 babies.
That's an
12
NFL
times-
season.
12 times 7. Oh my
That's the whole playoffs.
That's
NBA.
what. That's an NFL season.
I said it, Bill. See, it's our regular
At this
season.
rate, she'll be out
Wait, nah,
for
it's
a
2
year.
more weeks, I think. Isn't it 14 weeks?
Oh yeah, right.
That's 12 weeks.
Hey, we just need
So
one more for
college
14
course,
weeks.
you get the whole
We just
course
need one
done.
more for the whole regular season, y'all. One more for the whole regular season. Come on. Then we on to the playoffs.
Rich, what say you, young man?
So yeah, so I agree and I disagree with pretty much. Well, nah, I don't. Well, yeah, like I said, I agree and I disagree. So I most definitely disagree in the fact of like the whole racism doesn't exist thing. You know what I'm saying? Like it's no black people in America make up for like 13% of the population. So it's no reason black men should make up for about 50% of incarcerated men. That would mean we was committing, if the system wasn't racist, that would mean that black people was committing 50% of the crime. And we
They
know that
are.
yeah, that's actually that's not true.
They are committing crime.
No, I didn't say black people weren't committing crime. I
Okay,
would never say
but
that.
the first statement you were wrong on, you're using murder numbers. So the 50% is murder. That black people don't commit 50% of all crime and certain crimes, but when it comes to murders, it does.
No, I didn't really say
Chaotic, I
anything
think you
about
missed
murder.
one.
I simply brought up the fact that black men account for about 50% of incarcerated men in prison, and we don't make up for 50% of men in the population.
My mistake.
And I'm not trying to argue with nobody, you feel me? Because like I said, I agree and I disagree. I'm gonna just get the disagree part over with because it's a lot faster. You know what I'm saying? We got a lot to talk about in terms of agreeing. You feel what I'm saying?
But I have to push back a little bit.
Yeah,
like,
black people are
no, guys, let
real
Rich
quick,
finish.
y'all. Chaotic.
Rich got here. Let him go.
Yeah, I promise y'all won't have to push back, man. But look, another thing, what do abortion? You know what I'm saying? Black people, unlike any other population in this country, my bad. Any other group of people in this country our population has been hit the hardest behind that, and we already. I ain't gonna say we already cut, but I already know why. And it's a thing called eugenics. I'm pretty sure you guys know why because y'all intelligent brothers. You know what I'm saying? But that's just one part. That's population hit. What else? Oh yeah, the black family was hit really hard. In terms of before mass incarceration. Let's talk about welfare and them incentivizing getting the black man out the house. And I'm not saying that we were forced to do that. I'm just saying that unfortunately our woman fell for the trick, and we can say that it's on her, and it most definitely accountability has to be, you feel me, taken for that. But it was also a strategic plan to get a father out of the house because I heard my guy say my guy, who's the host? I forgot. I don't even know your name, brother.
Chaotic Truth.
Yes, sir. Chaotic. I heard you say you was Nigerian, right?
Yes.
And are you were you born in Nigeria?
I was born in America.
Okay. And you were born under a Nigerian father, huh?
But yeah, Nigerian father and mother. Yes.
Yes, sir. And do your parents have American let's not say customs, but like ideologies and all that shit?
Yes, they do. Absolutely. They came over here very young. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Well, damn, that's a little checkmate. But for the most part, bro, black people in America, like I said, we dealing with the single father thing. I mean, my bad, single mother thing more than anybody, and we can't say that that's not by design, bro. Everybody knows that if you take a father out of the household, the community, not just the kid, not just the man, not just the woman, but the whole community as a whole, it'll fall because all strong communities, countries, societies that they all run on strong families, and the black family has taken the hardest hit in this country by far. But and then I had another thing that I said I disagree about, but I would just say like the whole racist people. You know what I'm saying? Like your everyday hunky or hillbilly, like, you feel me, whatever, like those people have nothing to do with us at all. You know what I'm saying? I would say it's more like a systematic thing, like something that took place at the top and trickled down to hurt everyday black Americans. You feel what I'm saying? But with that being said, you feel what I'm saying? Me as a young black man, you feel me? I'm 22 years old, man, and I had to wake up a couple years ago, man, from watching that bullshit ass TV. that my grandparents and you feel me, my parents is addicted to. And you know what I'm saying? I had to grow up, bro. Like at the end of the day, none of that stuff that I bought up is directly stopping any black person in America from coming up. You know what I'm saying? Like we damn near all have examples of exceptional black men and women, you know what I'm saying? Black families at the end of the day. So all that
I hate to
racism
cut
shit
you off.
is kind of like I would say that whole and this is really what I feel like my guy Chaotic is trying to get at. But I have to disagree with the way you're saying it though, bro. It's like the whole way that the black community even harps on all that bullshit ass racism shit, right? Like that's a byproduct of the black community being feminine because them taking black fathers out of the household, man. They let us we've been tricked by like my brother Malcolm X said, by these liberals into
You just
talking
not
about
seeing it,
straight
Chaotic?
feminine shit and shit that really like they don't want to talk about the money. You know what I'm saying? They rather talk about police shootings. Like that's really what, you know what I'm saying? Like it's all types of shit like that. And that's the type of shit that I feel is deep in my community more than any other community, period. Like I said.
Can I ask you a question, Rich?
Go ahead, man.
I was
Go
going
ahead.
to
Are you a
respond to a couple.
Democrat or are you a Democrat, a liberal?
Nah, hell no, blood. But I am from around here, bro. And
yeah,
fuck
but
no. Nah,
everything.
you didn't hear me say nah, bro. Like I would say this. I grew up with a surely liberal family members, obviously, and shit like that. And but nah, I wouldn't say I'm a Democrat or a Republican. I'm more of a realist. And
You just read the whole liberal progressive agenda back to us, bro. I just gotta let you know.
And everything that he mentioned,
Uh-huh.
actually, everything you mentioned, blacks actually fought for.
Yeah,
no,
exactly.
yeah.
Exactly.
I already said that we've been
Everything you
tricked.
mentioned, blacks
I already
fought
said
for.
that we've been tricked by liberals. I just
But
said
you're not.
that.
No, you weren't tricked by any. This is
how
what
are
black.
you?
That's you're not tricked. You know, you've been voting the same way for 60 years,
Bro, who is
Didn't
you
nobody
though?
put a
But listen, this is why I said I didn't want to argue with
the
nobody.
majority,
bro.
the people that raised you.
Guys,
Nah,
Rich
look,
just
this is
got
why I
on
said
the
I didn't want to
panel.
argue with nobody, bro. Because I feel like
Let him
motherfuckers,
talk.
Saying that
like,
shit,
bro,
you gonna get
I
argued.
never said.
Hey,
First of all,
are we
I've
gonna
never
address
voted for
these
a president.
14 weeks? Because now it's 16 weeks now.
Guys. Rich just got on the chat. I don't think Rich, have you ever cammed up over here before?
He just camped up, but he
I
had to
had
camp
before.
down.
I had
got
before,
it.
but it was on
You got
bro
the
show.
lead
It was
pad.
somebody else's show. I don't think it was your shit, bro.
Guys, let Rich talk. He just got here. Give him a chance. I want to hear him out. Go ahead.
No.
No,
Because
but-
look, bro, that whole progressive shit, bro, like all that shit is bullshit to me. Like y'all don't understand how many arguments I have with people damn near daily because I can't stand to hear all that feminine shit. Like, bro, most of that shit is driven. Like I was literally just watching the TV not too long ago with my grandparents, and they started talking and they opened their fucking mouth too much, talking about how the Democratic Party is pretty much pushed by women, especially black women, bro, and mostly when you hear them talk, bro, it's like bro said,
I ain't forget
it's not really any logic, bro. So
listen, if everyone is tricking us this much,
we're
we
stupid.
have to say what the hell is wrong with us? Why are we keep getting tricked?
Dude, I just told you though. I just told you there's no real leadership in the community.
Guys, hold on for a second.
The family structure is
Thank
broken.
you, Chaotic. They've been going ham on the
Yes,
chat. Yes. This is the new one.
Queen P
I've
says
been
my
waiting to
black
say
queens
it.
aren't. Queen P says my black kings aren't broke, and neither am I. Add 2 weeks. That's 18 weeks, Anna.
That's the playoffs. Are they running any tricks on any other races of people, like any other group of people?
I mean, for the
Like,
most part,
why do they only trick black people? It's not a trick,
like, bro. Like that's like that. Like that's like
it's not a trick.
Listen, man, I read a paper by a Jewish guy once, and
I'll
he
give
said
you an
the
example.
problem.
Even with the drug trade, they all like to say, "Well, they put cracks in our neighborhood, right?"
They put guns in our neighborhood.
Hold on a second. When they literally went to China with opium, the Chinese fought the British because they didn't want the drugs. Then after that, they gave you a death penalty for drug. The people, the neighborhoods are a reflection of the people. The going to jail, selling dope, and aborting your babies is respectfully what black people wanted to do. Okay, they voted for it. This is what they wanted to do, right? Every time a cop beats somebody up, and a lot of times some of these people, I don't care what you say, deserve to get beat up. there's always going to be, oh, my civil rights. It's like, bro, certain cultures want order and they want law and order and they want their children to go to school and they want people to be educated. That was black people up until about 1950 or 1960.
Guys,
okay, and what changed? What changed? What changed?
Black people
We
stopped being
pushed.
Christians.
Yes, we pushed, and we wanted the government. And they did.
A very feminine thing. We wanted integration. All that shit is very feminine, bro. Like, and that's just what I'm saying, bro.
But we weren't tricked. You vote for these things.
Who is you though, bro? Because I'm 22 years old.
I mean, us as
I
a
don't
whole,
think about voting at all.
I'm talking about us as a whole.
Nah, but if we talking about us, then why are you saying you?
Because you're capable of doing something about it right now.
No. You have
the same talking point. You say, "Oh, they just putting us." I'm sorry about mock you. They're just putting us in jail. I wish.
Yeah, and that's what I'm.
I wish they were just rounding up people in East Oakland and throwing them into jail because they've been killing and murdering each other for the last 60 to 70 years.
Bro, didn't I already say that police brutality is obviously not what's fucking up our community? So why are we talking about it, bro?
But you said the justice system. You
I
said
brought up the justice system because if crime, bro, are you declaring that black men commit 50% of the crime, in which that is why they represent 50% of men in prison?
Yeah. And do you know how I can hold on a second. Do you know how I can substantiate that?
Yes.
Because look at the victims of crime. The biggest victims of murder are other black men. And that's how I can substantiate
that. 80-year-old man was just about murder though. Like, not only murderers are in prison though, bro.
Well, I'm talking. Listen. Hold on a second. Listen.
I'm not saying black people are innocent. That's what I'm saying. Like, we keep talking about what we disagree about, and I already said what we disagree about is like some little shit.
Your lack of accountability sounds feminine right now, bro.
Yeah, how am I not being accountable? I already said that. I didn't even want to talk.
That's what I hear,
guys.
This ties back to Black history.
Guys. Wait a minute. Hold on for a second.
Like, that's crazy because I thought I was being crazy.
Hold on for a second. Rich is 22 years old. Give him a chance. Why
not even that, bro. Not even that, bro. Like, whoever was on here.
Go ahead.
Like, bro, like at the end of the day, motherfuckers brought up the drugs. Like, that's some silly shit to even think about, bro. Like, I told y'all at the end of my little spiel that I didn't even want to talk about what we was disagreeing about, bro. Because the only thing I disagreed about was like a systemic racism thing. I don't care about. I'm not talking about your everyday bigot in fucking South Carolina. I don't care about that. I already said maybe a systemic thing, bro. But I already also said, and this is why I said we agree about way more, bro.
Look at how you think a bigot in South Carolina. You live in Oak, so is it the bigots that are gentrifying?
Bro, hey, I'm not even gonna lie, bro. Do you want to argue with me, bro, or do you want to have a?
Well, I want to educate you. Number one, let me hold on a second. Okay, hold on a second. Let me just say it with this, right? You're in the ballpark, but you came with a baseball bat, right? Like you're not even like you may be on the right field, but you don't have the right equipment. Like you're almost getting there, right? Black people are where they are because they wanted to be there.
Bro,
black people are in jail because they wanted to.
With your approach, G, you're very confrontational with your approach.
Enough has been enough.
Wait a minute.
Wait, I'm confrontational,
guys. Wait a minute. Rich is a 22-year-old young man. 22. He just graduated high school 4 years ago. Y'all are really bombarding this dude. It's even overwhelming for me right now. He's 22.
I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. They are not bombarding me. I ain't gonna lie. It's really nothing.
I'm just trying to make sure because it's like, because I know what's going on here. You have an opinion, and I don't want you to get to ever sway. Because I know at 22, man.
Oh no, I can never do that. You ain't, man. You could just say that. I really want to have a conversation, but bro, before you put everybody back on, you heard when I said that I didn't even want to talk about what we disagreed about no more because it was little shit.
Okay,
it's really. I already said that it's not what's really holding us back, bro. Like I already said that. So anybody saying mocking my voice, like that's kid shit, bro. And that's what I'm saying, bro. Do you want to disagree the whole night, or can we start talking about that math and science shit that I most definitely agree with?
There's another show that is coming up in 35 minutes. I'll give you the floor for like 3 or 4 minutes, and then everybody else has to come back on. So you.
Oh ahead. No. I'll step back, but I don't want people attacking me, bro. Because now it's like somebody said progressive, bro. Like I eat progressives every day. I live around them, and bro was right about saying, do I even know people in South Carolina? I don't. And you know what else I know? Liberals are damn near more racist. So I just know that, the whole redneck thing is more relatable when it comes to racists. Most people don't just see liberals as racist people. I know they are. You feel what I'm saying? But go ahead, bro. My bad. I ain't got to say nothing else. I'll just I'll listen to you.
No, you're totally fine, man. Oh no. Oh, okay, guys, this is getting out of hand here. Now this is 20 weeks. Thank you so much, Rich. He says keep the party going. This is Anna. It was one individual that wanted to get rid of you for 2 weeks for 50. Now you're gone for 22 weeks. Damn. 22 on the Tuesday shows. 22 weeks. I didn't know that this would get out of hand like this. But salute to all of you guys. And Anna, I don't have a problem with you. And Mark Ashby, thank you so much for all the super chats. Mark says, let me read Mark's super chats. A percentage of Black Americans are still struggling with what it means to be free and how to exercise the true meaning of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Fatherless homes are a factor. I agree with you. And you have a few more super chats that I have not read. I apologize, sir. They're just coming in and in. Mark Ashby says racism does not exist. It is a construct taught to people at a particular stage of development to keep everyone divided. That I agree with that. The only race is the human race. I agree with that too. Mark Ashby also says there are only winners and losers, good versus evil, those who forgive, those who hold on to hate. What actually exists is biology, classism, borders, language, and culture. Guys, I'm going to bring you back up on the panel. Rich, thank you so much for camming up. Please come back, Rich.
Oh no, I'm right here, bro.
Oh, you're right there. Okay, cool. Oh yeah, okay, yeah.
Hey, and bro, you look like this comedian dude I had seen one time, bro.
Everybody says that, man.
That shit is crazy, bro.
Yeah. Everybody says that. Thank you so much. And Rich, it sounds like you're about to start gangster rapping when you talk. Does anybody else get that from Rich when he starts talking old school gangster rap? But he is from the West Coast, and they do have that vernacular. This is America Pod. What's up, sir? Salute to you. Go ahead, sir. I'm gonna let everybody back on the panel, guys.
What's going on, bro? Did you hear me?
Let this America talk for 3 or 4 minutes. Everybody's been talking, and then we're gonna close it out because there's another show coming on. Let's go. Come on, guys. Go ahead, sir.
Could you hear me? Could you hear me?
Yeah, you sound perfect.
Did you hear me?
Yeah, you sound
okay,
good.
Perfect. So I just wanted to make a quick point about because y'all was talking about like us being first or last or third. At the end of the day, I feel like we in last place, and the reason for that is that our women walk around with wigs on, dog.
Fact.
Okay.
Like,
okay.
They not even like they don't even hold up.
Okay.
They don't
what
even.
does this have to do with
you
the
want to cut me
topic?
off already?
Yeah. What does that have to do with the topic?
What was the topic? Right. That's what we was talking about.
The topic is Afro-Futurism. Okay. You're fine.
Is that
You're
too
fine.
deep? Does your wife wear a wig?
No. No, she doesn't. But go ahead, sir. No, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Our women wear wigs, bro. Our women try to imitate a whole nother race. Our women put men on child support. My sister, January, got $24K for 4 kids. Her baby daddy owed like $96,000. It's the problem. You can't win when the person that's supposed to be your, like your side, your ride, your everything, I would say your inspiration is literally backdooring you at every chance that they can get. That's a fact. They don't want to look like me. They don't want their hair to look like this. They want their hair to look like that. It's a problem. I've been in conversations with all different races, and they clown that shit. They clown it. They think we a joke because our women don't even think that beauty is us. every time we see them on TV, see them on anywhere where they trying to make or look good, they're not trying to look like us.
Yeah.
So I think what this man was talking about when he was saying, the government is doing it. It's not the government. The truth is that y'all leave this black people alone, bro. Keep it stacked with you. You gotta leave it alone. It's too good. It's too sweet. Strange fruit, man. A lot of people gonna feel offended.
If we leave it alone, there won't be
That's
any
really the
black
problem.
race. Just
nah. What you mean?
Want to point
What
that
you,
out?
what? I can make a black baby with any other race. What you mean?
No, then that baby is not black, sir.
You could too. You
guys.
My daughter
black,
black,
what you mean?
man. My daughter black. My
Guys.
daughter black.
Guys.
My daughter black.
Exactly.
Guys,
So what you mean?
guys,
I don't get.
guys,
I don't get what you mean. But so like I said, that's all I wanted to say real quick. Is that's the problem? Is that they?
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Black women sit around here parading us like fools, bro.
Thank you.
That's it.
There's
Appreciate
another
that.
show that is coming up. I do not want
What's
to.
the name of it?
Wait a minute. What is the other one coming up? It's
King Talk.
Yeah, I think it is. It's King Talk. Yep. Guys, I don't want to overlap, so we're gonna have to end it here. This has been an incredible show.
Financially.
It's been an incredible show, a lot of opinions. I see you in the back, Raymond. Give me a second. Rich, do you have any last words, sir? Like,
how often do y'all do this, man?
This is my show is every Tuesday on this network.
He has another channel though too on YouTube where he does stuff.
You go live and shit?
Yeah, it's almost every day. Yep.
Just type in Chaotic Truth.
Correct. Yep.
All right, it's good. I'm gonna pull up, man. Cause I be on YouTube talking boxing and shit. I need to talk some real shit. So
absolutely, I
talk
love
about
boxing
that
and
too.
stuff. Yeah,
we can talk about that too.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Shout out to Devin Haney.
Oh yes, sir. You know, Oakland just went undisputed, and the
What
Warriors.
you mean about rapping? He sound like he about to rap.
Mike Tyson, y'all boys crazy.
But
Mike
my
Tyson
city,
fought-
Kansas City, owns you in football. But we'll go ahead and leave that.
Yeah, okay, we'll see.
Okay, thank you so much, Rich. Thank you so much, Rich. Peace.
Salute, man.
Absolutely. I want to point out that Mike Tyson fought bums.
Facts.
This is America. Any last words?
Talking to me?
Yeah. Any last words, sir?
Oh man, yeah. People.
RP. I just want to say. You said this is America, right?
Yeah, this is America. Yeah, this is America. Yep. Last
What you
words.
talking about me? Oh, all right. I just want to say, man, RP to the guy that died on that died in Philly. He was beaten to death with cones by teenage black kids that don't have fathers. Well-fed babies, which I was, so I know it all so well. I don't fuck
Did
with
you
my
see
mom
the
today
babies
because
hitting the police officers? The little young black babies hitting the police
it's
officers?
all on video. Look it up. Look it up. It's all on video. Look up what just happened. Like and he got killed on the street that's named after a black activist. It's crazy. Like the excuses that we make when it's really like if a group of people see you doing some bullshit over here, they gonna look at you like, yo, y'all wilding. It's just really that simple. Like it's crazy that I can even say that story happened. Like it's that part is crazy. I'm telling y'all, 11-year-old boy just got arrested. A 10-year-old girl, and it's all on like they record everything. Beating this dude with cones, and he like 82, and he black too.
Exactly.
Right,
this is why we got
man.
Okay, go ahead. This is America. Thank you so much, and please come back next week. Okay. Salute to you. Who is next? Practical Absolutes. What's up, man? Go ahead, sir. Any last words?
For sure. So I'll end by starting with saying that this is a great show.
Absolutely.
If y'all didn't hit the like button, go ahead and hit the like button, man. Y'all sat down and watched it for all these hours. Hit the like. And also, when it comes to the futurist notion or whatnot, like, of course, everybody's not going to be able to think that way. I do believe there are ways to make it cooler. I do believe there are ways to make like making the Bill Nye the Science Guy type of notion more cool. And that's actually what I'm trying to work towards doing with my YouTube channel. Slowly but surely. I'm going to post more chemistry-based content, but I have to find out how to make it as entertaining as possible.
Absolutely.
Yes, I love the topics and whatnot. The topics that were brought up were topics that are not brought up in our community, and we need a lot more of it.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Practical Absolutes. Gilded Quan, go ahead, sir. Please go ahead.
Final words. So for me, I believe that when we talk about teaching history and specifically slavery, I feel like the problem that we have when we teach slavery is we strictly make it black versus white, when in all actuality, if we want to teach a deeper aspect of history, black history in particular, we need to teach the fact that black people have been horrible to one another as well. That's a huge part of black history that we just don't even explore. Like there was a whole aspect of black flight that if you track the numbers of people that moved out of certain communities,
PG County,
and created their own communities and left a lot of these cities to suffer, that in and of itself had just as much impact, I would argue, as a lot of what the slave owners did. We've abandoned a lot of our communities in mass, but we never talk about that in school because that doesn't fit a black versus white type of ideology that we push within talking about slavery. If you're going to talk about black history, talk about it all. Talk about how we have abandoned our people in the same way. Because what I would argue is that what that gentleman talked about in Philly is a byproduct of the fact that a lot of the Gen X and older black men in mass abandoned a lot of these communities through black flight. But we don't talk about that because that goes against the slavery narrative. So if you're going to talk about black history, talk about all aspects of it.
Exactly. Thank you so much, man. And I totally agree with that. And Anna, I don't know why you cammed up. I had to kick Anna out the back. Anna, please do not cam up on my Tuesday shows. You listen, look, this is a free market society. People got you up out of here tonight. I didn't know it was going to be like that. I actually like having you on the panel, but they got you up out of there. Red, white, and blue, you got to show your face. And thank you so much. Thank you so much. Who hasn't spoken? D. Henry. Oh, damn. I did not mean to do that. D. Henry, any last words, sir? Go ahead, sir.
I don't think the black community as a whole, well, I take it back. I'm going to say I don't think a large part of the black community want what we may call freedom or any type of liberation because it requires accountability, right? And it requires you to actually do something, right? If the truth kills them, let them die. That's, you got to be willing to do what it takes.
That was a good saying right there.
If you want it, it's going to take blood. It's going to take sacrifice. And oftentimes we leave that part of the equation out of it. We take that out of it's going to take sacrifice. That means you're going to have to give up something. And oftentimes our community, in large part, don't want to give up anything, even knowing the detriment. You guys are brilliant guys. I appreciate y'all letting me be a part of your panel, man. Appreciate
Absolutely.
it much.
Thank you so much. Let me see. Guys, this is a lot of chat going on. Anna is gone until January of 2023. There are probably going to be some kids born in between. It's going to be snow on the ground. It's going to be a whole new world by the time she comes back on the Tuesday platform. But Anna, they got you up out of there, man. They didn't like what you said tonight. And I think enough's enough. Enough's enough with your vulgarity towards black men. Reese, and thank you so much, D. Henry. Reese, any last words, sir? You've been pretty much quiet, but Reese, any last words?
Yeah, I just think that there's a huge disconnection of people understanding what the purpose of history is for. History is to show us that what it was, what it went, and you have to understand that adaptation and changing and everything has to come with. You use it as something to say, hey, this is what we were, but we're stronger and better than that. Now we are in a phase to where it's evolution, and the game is now set to where we can go out and try to do things. People have to understand that you can't keep those past sentiments in your head. It's gonna hold you back. You got to start looking, towards the future. And my man, the Patriot, whatever back, dude was just 22 years. Dude was just 22 years old, man. Ease back. It seems like you want to be a little bit confrontational and just come in at people, just choppy. Just let them speak a little bit, man. That's all it is.
My thing is this, and I'll end with this. These bad ideas. Blaming the white man is killing black people. Alleviating the blame is killing black people. White tolerance is killing black people. Saying that it's the police is killing black people. All of this tolerance and blaming somebody else, we've been singing the same song and dance for the last 60 to 70 years, and people are dying because of this. People are not going to raise their children right because they can just blame the white man and not take responsibility for what it is that they're doing. And I just don't think we need any more tolerance. I think that the best thing from here on out is force. And I don't think people should have a choice to be successful anymore if you're of a certain skin tone, because it's like, what is the choices really gotten us? It's gotten messed up neighborhoods, destroyed communities, single mothers, low literacy rates. This is not working. And I'm sorry if the guy's 22, but bro, we can't have another guy out here spreading. This all starts from bad ideas. This all starts from somebody saying it's not your fault, it's the white man's fault.
But patriarchy, to be honest with you, you've graduated from college, you're a little bit older, you have a history of debating, and I'm not saying that makes you better than anybody, but what I'm saying is somebody who is just a literally just graduated high school. Now he said it wasn't overwhelming, but a lot of people, I'm not, and you know how I am, but it may have been a little bit overwhelming for a 22-year-old, and everybody's bombarding him. I know he said that he was cool, but you don't see it from that perspective at all, or
I see a movement 2 years ago that killed 20 people, that burned down 25 cities in this country, where people were talking about systemic racism.
Okay.
These ideas have consequences, bro. Like this stuff is some of the most dangerous. Like this is up there with the drag shows to me. This is just as detrimental to people for you thinking that there's some system holding you back. Meanwhile, you got affirmative action programs everywhere. I'm over it, bro. I'm think it's fire and brimstone time, honestly.
Okay,
guys. Can I ask a question?
No. It can't be any questions, guys, because the next show is coming up. We gotta go.
Oh no, you good. Okay.
Patriarchy, thank you so much, man. And I'll check your DM, Instagram. I gotta talk to you about something. Trigger Mike, any last words?
Yeah, man. I'm gonna go ahead and piggyback off what Patriarchy said, because I honestly
piggyback for like 2 minutes, man.
All right, yeah,
I rock with you. But
I'm closing it out. So what he did is what's necessary. He gave that boy an education, and I like that. All right, because other people are going to hear it, and other people are going to adopt that strategy. Okay, so if he didn't say that, if people don't actively see somebody like Patriarchy attacking that narrative, then they will adopt it. And so I really go along with what he said. But to the topic at hand, we are the future. Okay, functional, accountable, responsible, forward-thinking Black men and women are the future. Afro-Futurism is the future. Okay,
absolutely.
And this is what I say to the kids that might want to take something from this show. You actually can have it all. All right, I'm smart. I'm capable. I have a master's degree. Mm-hmm. All right, and I'm a military veteran. Everything. I got the beautiful wife, the nice car, the beautiful kids, the big house. All right. No gangster got nothing on me. The cops are not looking for me. You understand? In fact, I sell the guns. All right. How about that? I have a legal license to do so because I have nothing on my record. You understand? So that is the future. A black man, I look black as hell on this thing right now, as a matter of
You
fact.
do, you
But
do.
a black
It's
man
bad lighting. That's all.
can do all of that. No one's looking for me. So that is the future. Stop this culture of anti-intellectualism and get with the program. All right. These are the people that are taking you into the future. Look into your maths, look into your sciences. It's not too much for you. Start from the basics, the fundamentals, and that's all I got.
Thank you so much, Trigger Mike, and please come back for the show for next Tuesday. Thank you so much. Let me see. Chief, please be brief. Salute to you. Be brief, sir. We got to get up out of here. Go ahead. You're on mute, sir. Something. It's like this. We can't hear you. Okay. Alvin, any last words, sir? Go ahead, sir.
Yes, man. I just wanted to say that police are not the enemy. White people are not the enemy. The last 5 times I've been pulled over and I could have gotten tickets, they let me go. We control our own destiny.
Yeah.
We have to accept blame. We have to accept failure. We got to take accountability and responsibility. Once we do that, we can move forward. But we gotta take accountability. But we can do everything that we want to do. We just gotta take accountability. That's it.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Salute, man. That was Alvin on the ones and twos. Chief Cook. I don't know what's wrong with your mic. Maybe you should, but I don't. Yeah, we can't hear you. Hold on for a second. Let me see something real quick. Maybe it's okay. Yeah, it's good on my end. It's something on your end where we can't see it. Red, white, and blue. Any last words? We got to make it brief. Like 30 seconds.
Last words. We have to think of black flight in a different way.
Yeah.
I live in San Diego. If my house drops $100K, I'm selling. I'm moving. Protect your economics.
Absolutely. Thank you
That's
so much. Sir. Thank you so much, man. You guys were incredible tonight. Leon, what say you, sir?
Briefly, excellent panel. I came back on late, but I just want to say briefly, I agree with where you were going with as far as trying to get a dialogue with the young man, because you could lose an opportunity in trying to educate by over bombarding somebody, even if they claim they're not. A proper dialogue of disagreement is necessary as hell. And the only other thing I would say about this entire panel is that, I think people are still not there. The entire panel, I think, if I must say, did not understand fully what you were trying to say.
No, it's hard to conceptualize. I understand, but
they're all still stuck in the past, talking about what black people did. This happened with black people. We're the future. Who cares about what's happening in the past and even a lot of this stuff in the present? Going on racism, it's evil. Who cares? Racism is evil. We understand evil exists. Get over it. Get off your butt and move forward.
Thank you so much.
That's all I got to say.
Thank you so much. Emmanuel, any last words? And thank you so much, Leon, again, man. Yep.
My last words is, look, you just have to go out and do for self.
Absolutely.
Get a great education, marry somebody that's submissive, that treats you like a king, and just do whatever you need to do. You can't worry as the group as a whole, because not all of us have the same mindset. Just stay out of trouble, man, and you'll be fine.
Absolutely. And thank you so much. And excuse me, I'm sorry about that for yawning. It wasn't for you. It was just an impulse. But Emmanuel, thank you so much, man. You guys were rocking it out for 7 hours almost. Guys, this has been an incredible show. I know it's going to be snipped up. Guys, Anna, unfortunately, has been banned until December 27th, 2022. What started off as a request ended up with at least 5 or 6 people giving her additional 2 weeks, maybe more than that. Anna, unfortunately, people got you up out of here. I don't mind. Listen, I don't mind you up here, Anna. I don't mind the things that you say, but some people who are viewing do, and they paid $50 per person to get you up out of here. But that's just how it works. Guys, I can go on a spiel about embracing Afro-Futurism and embracing the future, but we did that for 7 hours. Guys, check out Octavia Butler. She's a African-American author. I believe she's passed away I think not by now, but I believe she has passed away, but she did a lot of books on Afro-Futurism. If you want to get a better understanding of what that is, just check her out. And she did pass away in 2006. But guys, start looking at science fiction, start getting involved in math and sciences. Go to, colleges do like lecture series. go to your local college, go to the lecture series, involve yourselves in math and science instead of debauchery and ignorance. Not to say that you guys do that already, but again, this whole thing was for younger people anyway to watch. And I'm so glad that Rich came up. Him being 22, he's really young. Sky's the limit for him. Particularly, he's very smart, I could tell. But other than that, man, it was a great panel. I want to say, Anna, unfortunately, Muata has given another $50, says great show, CT, and this is to take Anna for the year. So Anna, you are gone into the year 2023, at least on the Tuesday shows. I don't know if they'll let you up on the other days, but you're gone for the Tuesday shows. Hopefully that, you know, you don't take this as a personal attack with me and you. Listen, this is what people are paying, but that's that. You're gone until the 2023, unfortunately. You're disrespectful, you're derogatory, you say hateful comments. I don't mind it. You're a colorist. You don't like dark-skinned people. You're a colorist. But nevertheless, I don't mind you up here, but it's a free market society and people have paid to get you out of here. But nevertheless, guys, salute to you guys. I'll be back next Tuesday. Hit that like button if you have not hit that like button. Please subscribe to the channel. Let me see who else is in the chat. And guys, please stay tuned for the 9 o'clock show. I wanted to get up out of here real soon so that JR can prepare. Salute to all of you guys, man. It's overwhelming the support that you guys show. It's overwhelming that you guys are just, you know, so supportive of the network, so supportive of JR. Thank you guys so much for the super chats. Thank you guys so much for everything that you did tonight. Thank you guys for listening. And and if you are a hater of me, put a 2 in the chat if you are a hater of me. But if you rock with me, put a thumbs up emoji or the numerical 1. Guys, thank you so much. Let me see. I'm going to read like maybe a more super chat. I mean, it's not super chats, but chats, and I'm out of here. Marcel says chaotic better get at least. Oh, no. Okay. I read that. Okay. Let's be careful. Okay. Wana says we control our own destiny. So start taking accountability. Thank you so much, Wana. Wana, I rock with you. You're a day one. Thank you so much, Wana. Keith says, I love you, everyone. Stay well. Great show. Thank you so much. Omega Dread says, my nano machines are laughing at Anna. Speaking of nano machines, there's something called nanotechnology. Check that out. It's I mean, you know, where we're going into the future is incredible. So check out what nanotechnology is. Let's see. I'm embracing cyborgism. That doesn't sound healthy, but hey, I feel it. You know, putting implants into your human body flesh. I don't know. But Anna, you are gone until January. That's that. You're gone. Let me see. Who else is in the Chizat? Oh, Unsolicited Security Boss is in the building. Thank you. Guys, please go subscribe to Unsolicited Security Boss. Thank you so much, SB, for coming to the chat. People are rocking with me, giving me thumbs up. Thank you so much. It doesn't look like I have any haters. Let me see. No, it doesn't look like I have any haters. Wow. Oh, okay. Michael H. Michael H is a hater. He doesn't like me. He gave me that too. Thank you so much, Michael H. Nothing wrong. Marcel says CT better get it. Oh, like why do I keep going over that? I'm sorry about that. Guys, salute to you, man. This has been an incredible night. JR, take me out. Thank you so much, sir. Have a good one, guys. Peace.